America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Closing the Net. Weekend, Magnolia Avenue, Burbank. In the booth by the window of the restaurant, Martin and the other two were enjoying Brazilian barbecue while looking at the brightly lit Nexum house across the street. There were many luxury cars parked in the small square downstairs. Nicholson asked, "It seems that many people have come." "There is one person I know, a senior official of the Ministry of Finance who is handling official business in California. Remember the black woman I asked you to see?" Martin was very familiar with the LAPD, a deputy chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. Leonardo said, "Nexum is different from your coke cult. They take the elite route." Martin said, "In addition to the elite, there are also those beautiful women." Leonardo automatically replied, "Beautiful women are also a scarce resource." Nicholson and Martin all agreed with this. Martin glanced across the street and said, "It seems that the Nexum party has dispersed." Cars drove up the passage in front of the main entrance of Nexum House one after another, waiting for people to get in the car, and drove away. The two sides were not far apart, and Martin could roughly see that Marina got into a BMW. He called Bruce. Outside, a car quickly followed. Nicholson said, "Martin's road is blocked. After Nexum's first time, she may participate in the second time." Martin took over and said, "We'll wait for the second time." Nicholson asked, "Have you contacted the other side?" Martin nodded. "They will be here soon." The champagne-colored BMW stopped in front of an apartment building. Marina pushed the door and got out of the car, waving to Ceci in the driver's seat. "It's a very pleasant afternoon. Thank you for your invitation." Ceci smiled and said, "You're welcome. I'll let you know next time I have a chance." Marina smiled and said, "Okay. Goodbye." Ceci started the car and left. Turning the corner, she put her hand under her waist and touched the brand through the thin fabric. It won't be long before Marina will be like her. It is said that men love to pull women into the water, but women also love to pull women who are prettier than themselves into the water. Marina returned to the apartment, kicked off her high heels, poured a glass of cold water, and drank most of it in one gulp. Her fiery mind was stimulated and gradually calmed down. The afternoon course was a bit ridiculous. So many American elites were like idiots, obsessed with the course of the so-called master of human psychological dynamics. Among them were the deputy director of the LAPD, senior officials of the US Treasury Department, members of the city council and state legislature, etc. These were all difficult for ordinary people to contact. As for Martin, all signs showed that there was no hope. Marina thought that Nexum might be a way. Through the relationship of Nexum, she might be able to get to know American figures with higher positions. Marina decided to go to the next Nexum party. The black Chevrolet SUV slowly drove into the Davis Manor. Nev sat in the back seat, thinking about why Martin asked him to come to Los Angeles. Although he didn't understand, he still flew from Washington to Los Angeles. Nevs remembered clearly that, since he met Martin, every time he encountered something related to Martin, he would upgrade a level. From the earliest Washington Spygate to the later Santa Monica Pier incident, Nevs, like Martin, was the ultimate beneficiary. The Chevrolet stopped at the small fountain square. Nevs got out of the car and met Martin, who was waiting here. Martin went up to him and shook hands, saying, "Let's talk inside." Nevs nodded and followed Martin into the villa. Martin led people directly to the study and asked Bruce to guard the door. As soon as Nev sat down, he asked, "Martin, you said there was an emergency and it was inconvenient to talk on the phone." Martin said directly, "I found a Russian spy." "Russian spy?" Nevs knew what happened to the Russian spies before and asked, "Is there another Russian chasing you?" Martin shook his head. "Not a killer, but a real spy, maybe a swallow." He further said, "Leonardo, Nicholson and I found her together and carefully observed her for 3 months, which is basically certain." Nevs knew these two people, and they were called the Hollywood Bastard Trio together with Martin. He didn't think Martin would joke about this kind of thing and said, "What happened specifically?" During the European premiere of Inception, Leo held a party in Paris. Martin left out the part about Tom Hardy and told the whole story. Nevs immediately made a judgment. It is very likely that they were attracted by your identity as the leader of the Coca-Cola Church. Martin said, I think so too. They want to plant an ale next to me and then use the Coca-Cola Church as a platform to collect information and intelligence, which is detrimental to America. Nevs asked, has she followed you to the Coca-Cola Church gatherings? No. Martin shook his head and said, because I'm very worried about her. I haven't met her again after coming to Los Angeles, but Nicholson and Leonardo have been secretly watching her. She seems to have joined Nicholson. Nevs was a little surprised and asked, Keith Rainier's Nicholson? Martin said, yes, it's this Nicholson. The headquarters in Los Angeles is at Nicholson House on Magnolia Avenue. Among Nicholson's members, there are also many political personnel. Nev speculated the Coca-Cola Church didn't work, and she chose Nicholson, which can also get in touch with the political arena. It's a typical spy style. He asked, do you have any evidence? Martin shrugged, no, we were not sure at first. After we were sure, we were worried about disturbing her, so we had to stay away from her. He casually said to Nevs, his old friend, isn't it the FBI's forte to deal with these spies? She may often attend Nicholson parties. You put out some bait, and you are afraid that the fish will not bite the hook. Nevs couldn't help laughing. It seems that you have studied it deeply. Martin said, you have made many action movies. It is hard not to understand these things. Nevs put away his smile and asked very seriously, Martin, how sure are you? Martin said, 90%. It's not just me, but me, Leonardo and Nicholson all think it's 90%. Nevs nodded slightly. This is easy to confirm. You can find out by putting out the bait and testing it. For example, the false intelligence about NATO's eastward expansion. If it is not true, you can withdraw the people at any time. If it is true, it will be a huge credit and become the key capital for the next promotion. Nevs thinks this risk is worth taking. He glanced at Martin. This old friend always brings good luck. But Nevs also knew that Martin was not just a Hollywood star. He had a complicated network of relationships behind him, and he could even reach the White House directly. He had to be particular about what he did, so he asked, I won't let Russian spies threaten you. Do you have any special requests for this case? Martin also knew that the network of relationships operated by the Coke cult in recent years played a huge role in making Nevs ask this question on his own initiative. Leo, Jack and I have been secretly watching this spy for a long time. Martin had played the trick of framing people too many times and was very skilled. We suspect that Nicholson is colluding with the Russians to deliberately attract the social elites of the United States and obtain intelligence through brainwashing and other means. Nevs was slightly stunned, thinking that our FBI is shameless enough, and Martin, you are even more shameless than the FBI. Martin added, Keith Rainier is the mastermind behind this, and he is probably a high-level spy developed by the KGB back then. If there really is such a high-level spy, Nevs would have made a great contribution by digging him out, but it would be difficult to do so. He said, you just said that there are too many social elites in Nicholson. If we get rid of them, the resistance will be unimaginable. No. Martin raised his finger and shook it. You misunderstood me. The only one who really colluded with the Russians was Keith Rainier. He controlled and abused female slaves, including underage girls. The only one who really broke the law was Keith Rainier. As far as I know, Rainier has an ordinary background. He deliberately emphasized, Rainier holds hundreds of millions of huge wealth contributed by many believers. Hearing the last sentence, Nev suddenly laughed. Someone had reported Rainier's crimes such as slavery before, but because of the intervention of those elite believers, they were eventually left unresolved. But adding a collusion with a Russian spy, it's completely different. Those social elites who joined Nixon would not fail to understand how serious this was. Nevs thought it was completely feasible, and had already made up his mind. He asked, why? Martin understood what he meant and said, Keith Rainier intended to turn my relatives into female slaves. He deserves to die. Nev stood up and shook hands with Martin very formally. He said formally, Mr. Davis, thank you very much for providing the FBI with key clues. You are worthy of being an honorary citizen of Los Angeles and a national hero of the United States. Martin said, "This is the responsibility of a citizen." After Neves left Davis Manor, he immediately dispatched personnel and quickly found a suitable insider. Through an XM gathering, he successfully released the bait. After the fish bit the bait, Neves was not in a hurry to close a net. When Nexum held its next gathering, he mobilized personnel to raid the Nexum house on Magnolia Avenue and successfully captured Marina and Keith Rainier. With the tacit approval of the FBI, Ivan once again filmed exclusive news and sold it to TMZ. After the news was exposed, the whole country was in an uproar. Not only was it about spies, but the FBI also revealed a series of crimes committed by Keith Rainier. He was suspected of multiple crimes such as espionage, fraud, illegal detention, violent injury and treason. Involving Russian spies and treason, those political creatures immediately distanced themselves from Keith Rainier and turned into victims. All of NXIVM's institutions in North America were closed down by the FBI. Neville once again became a star figure within the FBI. Keith Rainier can only spend the rest of his life in prison. I forgot to say that the story of the female spy encountered some troubles. This book has always been a target of attention. I can't remember the chapters and the number of times I have revised it so far. I won't go into details. Everyone knows that when I wrote this chapter yesterday, the first half was still progressing normally, but I was suddenly reminded at the last few hundred words and could only finish it hastily. Chapter 627 Perfect Plan. Are you optimistic about this project? In the office of Pacific Pictures, Louise read the project plan of Argo, took off her black-rimmed glasses, rubbed her eyes, and asked Martin across from her, "You haven't even seen the script yet." Martin stretched his body. At the Oscar level, this is an extremely politically correct film. At the market level, this incident itself is legendary. A CIA escape expert used a real and fake Hollywood crew to help 6 diplomats escape from Tehran. Movies dare not shoot like this, and people will criticize it for being brainless and illogical. Louise couldn't help laughing. Reality is often more outrageous than movies. If it were not adapted from facts, the content of Argo would definitely be criticized by the audience and critics. Martin told the truth. I think this film not only has a market, but also meets my actual needs. There was a knock on the office door, and the assistant came in and said, "Mr. Graham King is here." Martin and Louise went out to greet him. As soon as Graham came out of the elevator, he saw Martin and Louise, shook hands with them, and went into the reception room together. Martin asked, "Has the male lead not been decided yet?" Graham, who had worked with Martin before, took out the script and handed it to him, saying, "The director, actors, and investment have not been decided yet. Several actors have contacted me, but the project will not start shooting until the second half of next year at the earliest. I'm not in a hurry to make a decision." Martin flipped through the script and said, "Louise and I can solve most of the investment." Graham understood that Martin was going to bring in money. In this way, he would have a much greater advantage than ordinary actors. The project's funding was solved, the male lead was solved, and even the market appeal was solved. Is there a more perfect solution than this? Graham said, "Working with you, more than half of the problems of this project will be solved immediately. How could I refuse?" Louise took over the conversation and said, "How about our 3 parties jointly investing in the production?" Graham's GK Films was not a big company. If he didn't raise funds from here, he would have to find other people to invest. He nodded immediately, "Send someone to negotiate a contract with my film company." Louise glanced at Martin. Martin quickly flipped through the beginning and end of the script and confirmed that it was the Argo that he had seen before. He nodded slightly at her. Louise said, "I'll have someone go over to talk this afternoon." Martin was very particular about his work and said to Graham, "You'll still be the producer of the Prince of Thieves project." Graham replied, "No problem, but my schedule is very full. It may not be until 2012. Martin's schedule was also very full. The films he was sure to shoot next year were The Martian and Argo, counting the preparation time and shooting time, as well as the promotion time for other films. His schedule was actually very tight. He said, "I don't have time next year either, so I'll wait until 2012. For the project cooperation, they only needed to finalize the general aspects, and the rest of the details would naturally be discussed by the professionals below. The three chatted for a while and talked about the director again. Graham said, I wanted to invite Steven Spielberg, but his schedule was not suitable. He was preparing to shoot a movie about Lincoln, and the price was too high. Martin said, Spielberg's ability is unquestionable, but as a director, most of the profits will be taken by him. So, I just contacted him a little and gave up. Graham sighed. Director Scorsese is not interested in projects of this theme, and it is not easy to find other suitable directors. The three of them are not just actors and producers, but also have studios behind them. Choosing a director also has to consider the issue of profit. Martin thought for a while and asked, how about David Fincher? Graham nodded, you can contact him. Louise also agreed. Director Fincher's ability is definitely not a problem. It depends on whether his schedule is suitable. Martin said, I will meet him in the afternoon, so I will ask him. Graham said, if he is interested, we will discuss the specific cooperation matters with him. The three chatted for a while, and Graham said goodbye and left. After leaving Pacific Pictures, Graham got in the car and received a call from Matt Damon. Hi, Matt, what's up? He asked after the call. Matt Damon on the other side said, I just saw a project at my agency, based on a real CIA rescue incident, called Argo. Your GK Films project is looking for a male lead. How about me? He added, I know the CIA's operating mechanism very well. I've dealt with them many times in the past and understand their work style. Graham thought to himself, if he had called earlier, you might be the most suitable candidate, but now he could only say sorry, Matt, the male lead has already been chosen. Matt Damon didn't give up so easily. Can you tell me who it is? I'll call him and have a good chat. It's not uncommon for Hollywood stars to use their influence to dissuade their opponents. Christian Bale and Matt Damon are both representatives in this regard. Graham didn't hide anything and said directly, Martin Davis and I have finalized the cooperation with Louise Mayer of Pacific Pictures. Matt Damon fell silent immediately. Let's have a drink together when you are free. Graham didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. In the mansion in the Brentwood neighborhood, Matt Damon put down the phone in his hand. The agent on the other side saw that he looked unhappy and asked hurriedly, what's the situation? What did Graham King say? Matt Damon said, Martin Davis reached out and grabbed this project. The agent asked, no hope at all? Can't we fight for it again? I have carefully inquired about this project. It is adapted from a real case. It is very legendary and can attract the audience. Don't say it. Matt Damon raised his hand to stop the agent from continuing. Let's give up. The agent couldn't help but frown. Give up so easily? Matt Damon covered his heart. Remember one thing, you must remember it. He emphasized, any project involving Martin Davis, we will not participate in it, and we will not compete for it. Understand? Seeing that he was very serious, the agent nodded and said, I know. Matt Damon picked up the project book on the low table and threw it into the trash can with some reluctance. The agent said goodbye and left. Matt Damon walked him back and stood beside a photo frame, silent for a long time. There was a particularly large photo of three people in the photo frame, namely Matt Damon, Ben Affleck and Cassie Affleck. The brothers had a miserable life in prison. Matt Damon did not think of a way, but the people they provoked were really difficult to deal with. As for Harvey Weinstein, that guy was completely hopeless, and he had long given up. The core members of the Foot Gang now only have Matt Damon, Quentin and Robert Rodriguez. The latter two are devoted to movies, and don't want to cause trouble at all. Matt Damon has seen the shamelessness of the Face Gang headed by Martin Davis, and doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of Harvey and the Affleck brothers. He murmured, I can't afford to offend, but I can always avoid it. In the future, Matt Damon decided not to touch any project that Martin Davis likes. Pasadena, California Institute of Technology. A promotional roadshow for Gone Girl had just ended, and Martin approached David Fincher and said, I have a new project here. Would you like to take a look? David Fincher had worked with Martin twice in a row and knew that he was reliable, so he asked, what good projects do you have? Now was the time when David Fincher was most obsessed with Oscars. Martin handed him the script of Argo and said, this project is very much in line with Oscar's appetite, adapted from a legendary real case. David Fincher took the script and read it carefully. The beginning was a very familiar event that shocked the world back then. Seeing that Tony Menz actually used a fake Hollywood crew and project to save people, David Fincher's interest was immediately raised, and he turned directly to the back to read the ending scene. After reading for a while, David Fincher said, "The script is very well written, and the rescue incident itself is full of drama and very interesting." He asked, "Are you going to play the leading actor Tony Menz?" Martin nodded. "It's basically confirmed. The project is jointly funded by Graham King's GK Films, Louise's Pacific Films, and my studio. We are currently lacking a key director." David Fincher said, "What about the time? When do you plan to shoot and produce it?" Martin said, "In the second half of next year." David Fincher nodded slightly. "There is still time." Martin asked curiously, "David, do you have a new project in hand?" "Indeed there is a project." David Fincher closed the crew and said with a smile, "You probably won't be interested." He simply said, "Netflix plans to produce its own content. Greg invited me to be the producer and director of a political thriller adapted from a British drama." Martin has seen all the works of David Fincher, and he knew it was House of Cards as soon as he heard it. David Fincher shook his head. "With your current status and market appeal, you would be crazy to shoot Gathering, and your age is not right." Martin asked, "Didn't you go shoot it?" David Fincher laughed and said bluntly, "I have no choice. Netflix is too convincing," and offered a price that I couldn't refuse. Martin said seriously, "It's to make money. It's normal." Indeed, without money, no matter how good a film artist is, he can only stare blankly. David Fincher pointed to the script. "Leave it here with me, and when the project is officially approved, let Louise come to me to discuss the director contract." As Martin's status in Hollywood improves, problems such as the director of the project are no longer so difficult to solve. Chapter 628, Lifting the Curse. Marriage is like life. It is a battlefield, not a cozy nest. In the promotion of Gone Girl, Charlize Theron worked very hard and did not hesitate to use her personal experience to attract attention. "I saw my parents quarreling fiercely. My father intended to do something bad to me, and what price my mother paid to protect me." The experience of the South African beauty diamond in her teenage years was once again hyped up by the media after Monster won the Oscar. This is very eye-catching and easy to hype, and she is indeed a victim of marriage. When Charlize Theron was 15 years old, she witnessed her mother shooting her domestic violence father. From then on, she became a firm non-marriageist. That night, the newly installed telescopic bridge in Charlize's house was suddenly erected. One end stayed on her side, and the other end went deep into Martin's house. Martin went up the stairs to the bridge. When walking on the bridge, he inexplicably felt like the old man next door. Fortunately, Stuart Townsend has gone to be with Tony forever. Martin came down from the bridge and saw Charlize. Charlize was waiting for him downstairs. "Drinking alone is boring. Come on, drink with me." Martin followed her into the villa. There were 2 bottles of wine and 2 glasses in the small hall. He opened one of the bottles of tequila and said while pouring the wine, "The original novel has topped the bestseller list for 12 consecutive weeks. Coupled with the appeal of you, me and Finch, it is enough to follow the normal promotion. There is no need to do this. Thank you for your concern." Charlize picked up the glass and drank nearly half of it in one gulp. She said, "I do this because I want to succeed more urgently than you do." Martin also took a sip. "You are the Oscar Best Actress, the Dire Goddess, the South African Diamond, and you are very successful." Charlize shook her head. "Since I won the Oscar for Best Actress, my career seems to be cursed. No matter whether the works I starred in are well received or not, except for Hancock, the commercial aspects are all a mess. If it weren't for Dire's blessing, I would have been finished long ago, and I might be worse off than Nicole Kidman." She sighed. "You know, some crews have already started to ask me to play supporting actress." Martin heard it. "You mentioned Snow White and the Huntsman?" Charlize nodded. "Yes, let me play the queen, and your other neighbor Kristen Stewart will play Snow White." I can only say this is crazy. The casting director and the people in that crew are blind and crazy, and they have problems with their brains. Martin spread his hands. "There will be a magic mirror with open eyes and telling lies in the movie." Charlize smiled. "You don't have to coax me in this way. I want something practical." Martin asked, What is practical? One of Cheryliz's feet passed under the wine table and landed on Martin's legs. I'm cursed by Oscar, and only you can help me lift the curse. Duty bound. Martin took the wine bottle and wine glass on the table, dragged Cheryliz's long legs, and threw her on the table. He was very serious about clearing the obstacles to removing the curse, and suddenly inspiration came to him. Sally, if I can successfully help you remove the Oscar curse, you must spread it. Cherylise immediately understood what Martin meant. You want those Oscar-winning actresses who are deeply cursed by the Oscar to come to you and ask you to help them remove the curse? Martin laughed. You are such a smart girl. The Oscar curse is a nightmare that lingers on many actresses, causing many actresses to fall rapidly after reaching the top. Cherylise was also deeply troubled. Of course, Martin had to use the hardest sword to break this terrible curse. The curse was too tight, and the sword could only cut continuously. Finally, Cherylise screamed wildly, and she felt relaxed, as if the curse was lifted. The two took a shower, and came back to continue drinking. Cherylise clinked glasses with Martin. I hope that working with you will bring me good luck. Martin said shamelessly, I have always been able to turn around the bad luck of people around me, and make them always have good luck. Cherylise had just enjoyed it and said, your way of turning it around is really special. Martin said, as long as this movie is a big hit, your luck will definitely get better. Then I'll try your luck. Cherylise said directly, in addition to Snow White and the Huntsman, I have 2 other projects to choose from, all of which are Warner Pictures projects. Martin made a gesture of invitation. You go ahead. Cherylise said, one is a project vigorously promoted by John Berg, president of Warner Pictures. It is a film adaptation of Gillian Flynn's novel Dark Places. I have received an audition invitation for the heroine, and my hope of winning is very high. Her voice suddenly changed. You are very familiar with Gillian. You have been friends for many years, right? Hey, Sally, don't slander good people. Martin was very confident. We are just neighbors and friends. Cherylise didn't continue to pester her and returned to the point. The other is a project left behind by Alan Horn. George Miller is going to shoot the 4th part of the Mad Maximum series, but he will only play a supporting actress. Martin thought for a while and said, my personal suggestion is that you choose the Mad Maximum series. You don't think highly of Gillian's new work. Cherylise thought of the fact that Warner Brothers snatched the novel from Martin and asked, did you give up on purpose? Martin would never admit this, no matter where he went. Of course not. I was waiting for Gillian to finish the book, but Warner Brothers came out. He found a suitable reason. The reason I say that is because I think Alan Horn's ability and vision are far better than John Berg's. Cherylise nodded slightly. I don't believe in Alan Horn's vision, but I believe that if your vision can get rid of the current decline, Martin, I will give you enough rewards. Martin said, just in case, you don't want to marry me, do you? Cherylise rolled her eyes and kicked Martin under the table. Hasn't marriage brought me enough pain? I will never get married. She recalled the sad past. It's actually good now. Martin shook her hand hard. After going through so much, you are the diamond in the thorn bush. Cherylise said, our relationship is very good now. When the day comes when you or I get tired of it, it will end. She glanced at Martin. You will not stop for someone, but will keep moving forward until you achieve your goal. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Martin poured more wine and drank with Cherylise. I hope we will only be happy in the future. Cherylise said, that depends on your toughness and skills. Martin replied, I never let people down. The two finished a bottle of wine and went directly to the bedroom upstairs. The next morning, after Martin left through the retractable bridge, Cherylise drove to the agency. When she arrived at her agent's office, she said directly, turn down the role in Dark Places. I'm not interested. Also, reply to George Miller that I'm willing to audition for Furiosa in Mad Maximum. The agent was quite surprised. Sally, are you sure? She is the absolute heroine in Dark Places, a role that really carries the entire film. You just worked with Gillian Flynn in Gone Girl. As long as you go for the audition, you will almost certainly get the role. He persuaded. Mad Maximum is just a B-level movie, and Furiosa is still a supporting actress. If you choose this. Cherylise interrupted the agent. I've made up my mind. You don't have to say anything more. For a star of her level, it is difficult for the agent to change her decision if she really wants to make it. The agent persuaded her again. "Sally, you are wasting your time and your talent." Cherylai said, "Do as I say." "Okay, I will inform them." The agent said, "Even if you pass the audition, the negotiation will have to wait until Gone Girl is released. The chances of success of this film are too high, which can help you get better treatment." Cherylai nodded. "Okay." The North American premiere of Gone Girl is imminent, and the publicity is in full swing. Both the producers and the distributors have invested considerable resources. Advertisements for the film can be seen on platforms such as North American TV, radio, the internet, newspapers and magazines, and outdoor hard advertising. In addition, Gillian Flynn's original novel has become a hit, topping the bestseller list for more than 10 consecutive weeks, accumulating a large number of potential audiences for the film. The news of David Fincher and Martin's adaptation of the film has brought the novel to the forefront, and the hot sales of the novel will feed back to the film. Warner Brothers is extremely skilled in this regard. They use this method to operate the Harry Potter series. Martin, David Fincher, Cherylai, Lea Sedolks, Mene and Gillian Flynn, the main creative staff, were just doing the publicity work. Apart from Cherylai's self-exposure, the rumors of Mene's love triangle with Isabelle Huppert and Sophie Marceau caused some waves. According to Mene, Isabelle Huppert and Sophie Marceau had a public falling out over the right to use his hair, and they almost slapped each other. Martin and the others had nothing but admiration for him. Mene was deeply pleased, and said to Martin and Bruce privately, "They forced me to choose between Sophie or Isabelle, but I can't bear to do either." Martin said, "Nothing to talk about." Mene shook her head, "No way to talk about it. A quarrel between women is more terrible than that between men." Bruce said, "Man, you are an old scumbag. Can't you solve this little problem?" "I'm going to solve it completely." Mene got angry and said, "I won't choose anyone. I only choose Celine Dion." Martin understood. "You made the right choice." Bruce didn't quite understand. "Why?" "I really love Celine." Mene had no scruples about talking in front of his family, and said, "Celine Dion has more than $400 million in assets. I got the news that Renee Angel's throat cancer has relapsed." Bruce exclaimed, "Uncle Mene is the winner in life." Chapter 629 I Kicked Them All. In mid-November, amidst the intensive publicity, Gone Girl held its North American premiere at the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. In addition to fans and members of the Coke cult, a large number of Gillian Flynn's book fans also came. Although she had seen the enthusiasm of book fans at many book signings, Gillian Flynn was still trembling with excitement when she heard so many people calling her name on the red carpet of the premiere. She used to be a reporter and had watched similar occasions countless times, but watching and being the protagonist are really different. Arriving at the media area, facing the camera and microphone of the reporter, Gillian was so excited that she almost fainted. She was incoherent. "I'm really so happy. I have imagined countless times before that my work would be adapted into a movie, but when this moment came true, I found that I couldn't control myself at all." The reporter quickly asked to control the rhythm, "Who do you want to thank the most?" Martin Davis." Gillian gave this answer without any hesitation. She calmed down a little, at least back to reality. "When this novel was still just an idea, I told Martin about it. We were neighbors at that time. He encouraged me to turn the idea into a novel. The subsequent first edition and adaptation were all completed with Martin's help. Without him, there would be no Gone Girl." On the red carpet behind, there was a thunderous cheer. Gillian turned her head and saw Martin walking on the red carpet as expected. He was so popular that he didn't need to do much. As long as he turned his head to look in a certain direction, the shouts from that side would pierce the sky. Gillian ignored the interview and watched Martin walk across the red carpet, signed autographs for fans, and interacted with members of the Coca-Cola cult. She also ordered a bottle of commemorative Coke, and when Martin raised his glass, she followed suit and shouted, "Forever Coca-Cola cult." On the second floor of the theater, John Berg stood by the French window, looking at the red crowds on both sides of the red carpet, listening to the roaring voices, and couldn't help shaking his head and saying to Daniel, "Did he sign a distribution contract with Disney?" Even now, Daniel still felt that it was a great pity to let Martin and Davis' studio go, saying, "We couldn't meet the distribution conditions he required, so the negotiations broke down, and then he changed distributors." He said with regret, "The Coca-Cola cult is an excellent consumer group." John Berg said, "A loose group that can't even be considered a commercial organization. As long as Martin Davis encounters a slight setback and fails twice, they will abandon him without hesitation." Daniel didn't answer. John Berg added, "We are Warner Brothers, the #1 entertainment and media group in Hollywood and the world. Let alone Martin Davis. Even if all the superstar actors do not cooperate with Warner, Warner is still Warner." Daniel asked, "How is the filming progress of Pharaohs and Gods?" Ridley Scott is a good director who pays attention to efficiency. The filming is about to end, and he will lead the crew back to Los Angeles this month. John Berg specifically said, "This is a project we worked on together, and we must do a good job in publicity and promotion." Daniel thought that this was a project that he got from Martin, and his confidence rose immediately. "I can't guarantee anything else, but there will be absolutely no problem opening the film in 4,000 theaters." While the two were chatting, the main creative staff of the crew arrived, took a group photo, and entered the theater. Martin entered the lobby and saw Alan Horn waiting here, with his daughter Cody Horn standing next to him. The latter seemed to be waiting for him and came over and said, "The preview of the film has received great reviews. I wish you a big box office success." Cody Horn stepped forward and said, "Martin, I have bought tickets to support every one of your films." Martin smiled and said, "Thank you for your support." Alan Horn knew very well that, as long as Martin's films continued to be successful, when John Wick 2 released by Disney Pictures was released, it would definitely be a big box office hit. Suddenly, someone came down the stairs next to him, and Cody Horn gently pulled Alan Horn's sleeve. Alan Horn turned his head and saw John Berg and Daniel coming down from the second floor. Martin also saw the two people. Daniel nodded over here, and he nodded in response. John Berg walked over quickly, took the initiative to shake hands with Alan Horn, and said, "I haven't seen you since the handover of work. I didn't expect to meet you here today." Alan Horn smiled politely, "You and I are busy with work." John Berg glanced at Martin. It was Martin's movie that gave us two busy people the opportunity to meet. When the ex meets the current, there are always a lot to talk about. John Berg added, "Starting next year, Warner Pictures will have many big budget movies released. You must come to the premiere then." Alan Horn responded, "You are also welcome to attend the premiere of Disney Pictures." John Berg said, "Let's just settle it." The two sides didn't say any more. John Berg glanced at Martin and walked directly to the entrance of the theater. As he walked, he whispered to Daniel, "Terminator 2018 lost so much money, and the Walt Disney Board of Directors was not sober and dared to hire him as the president of Disney Pictures." Daniel was more familiar with Alan Horn. He is still very capable. Warner can be in the current situation, and he has contributed to it. John Berg didn't like to hear this, and was too lazy to say more to Daniel, and walked straight into the theater. Martin walked with Alan Horn and his daughter. Alan Horn asked, "I heard that you and Louis signed an agreement with Graham King's GK Pictures to cooperate on a new film." "That's right." Martin told the truth. "The first producer is GK Pictures, and my and Louise's company mainly participated in the investment. The two sides had reached an agreement before, and the production budget was $65 million US. Alan Horn said, "Let's find an opportunity some other day and talk to Graham. This movie is very suitable for Disney Pictures to distribute." Martin said directly, "I plan to compete for the Oscars for this movie. A lot of resources will be invested in the award season." Alan Horn has confidence in Martin and Louise. Graham can also be regarded as a gold medal producer in the industry. He said without hesitation, "These are not problems." Entering the theater, Martin said goodbye to the father and daughter and went straight to the first row to sit. Charlize Theron had already arrived and sat next to him. Seeing Martin coming, she whispered, "The movie will premiere soon. Whether your method to remove the curse is effective or not will be revealed soon." Martin asked, "What if it doesn't work?" Charlize glanced down and said, "Cut it off. You will have fewer troubles and more time in the future." Sure enough, women who don't want to get married are terrible. Martin said deliberately. Charlize hit back, "Men who don't want to get married are scumbags." Martin didn't feel anything about this and said, "What if the method to lift the curse works?" Charlize thought about it seriously and said, "It means you saved my career." In return, Martin reminded, "I can go to your place anytime and anywhere now, so these are not rewards. I'm not a rogue." Charlize had already thought about it and said, "When we are together, you can do whatever you want me to do, or use me wherever you want." Martin was not surprised. "You have completely walked out of the wall." Charlize said, "I wasted 9 years. How much happiness could I have enjoyed in 9 years? I want to make up for this with you." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "I heard that you often play threesomes with Julie and Aniston. Such a fun thing. I can also join." Martin said, "The two of us can do it." Mean came over at this time, sat on the other side of Martin, and said, "Boss, I kicked them all out." Several main creators of the crew knew about Mean. Charlize asked curiously, "Have you broken up with Isabel Huppert and Sophie Marceau?" "Yes." Mean vowed, "I will treat Celine Dion wholeheartedly in the future. She is my true love." Martin didn't believe a word of it, because there is also Emma Thomas. David Fincher, Gillian Flynn and others came one after another, and the theater, that can accommodate thousands of people, was soon full of people. Many people also brought the original novel of Gone Girl in their hands. Reporters in the media area entered the specially reserved seats one after another. Before the screening began, there was a short media and fan question and answer session. All of this only lasted 10 minutes in total. In addition to the red carpet, the focus of the premiere is naturally the premiere screening. After the ceiling lights went out, the theater quickly quieted down, and the screening of Gone Girl began. This is a film that will make people feel highly involved. It is divided into 2 parts. The first half is the chapter of husband Nick Dunn, which uses a variety of narrative techniques to closely connect multiple events. The second half revolves around the wife Amy, and it is full of climaxes. Every scene is full of fun and suffocating tension. Amy always wanders between goddess and psychopath. It is tense and full of fun. Many viewers have been laughing since they saw the scene where Amy ran away from home. In a social and marriage thriller with a very serious theme, laughing is a terrible thing under normal circumstances, indicating that there is a big problem with the film. But this is not true in Gone Girl. When the audience saw the scene of the bitch and the dog, they felt a kind of joy from the bottom of their hearts and couldn't help laughing. This is a happy laughter, a laughter brought by the film. At the end of the film, when a couple who sleep in the same bed, but have different dreams and even want to stab each other are presented to the public and the media as a happy family, many viewers feel funny and can't help shuddering. The phrase "this is marriage" will resonate with many people. The marriage is not happy, but they still choose to go on together. Chapter 630. A good movie to enhance the relationship between husband and wife. As soon as a glimmer of light appeared outside the window, Charlize Theron woke up from her sleep, glanced at Martin who was still sleeping, and thought of the movie premiered last night. She suddenly lost all sleepiness. After a simple wash in the bathroom, she went to the next room to turn on the computer. Word of mouth. Word of mouth. She seemed to be praying, that damn word of mouth. Charlize knew very well that, if this movie was messed up, she would only be able to play supporting roles in the future. She first opened the Rotten Tomatoes website and clicked on the Gone Girl column. Seeing the number corresponding to the red tomatoes, she breathed a sigh of relief. 96% freshness. The film critics have a very good reputation. David Fincher has brought another masterpiece. This movie is dazzling in every aspect. The hero and heroine Martin Davis and Charlize Theron are like divine help. They interpret the struggle between an unfaithful and weak literary scum and a beautiful and elegant black-bellied woman vividly, making people feel that marriage is a double-sided heaven and hell. Seeing this top review, Charlize's heart fell back into her stomach and then switched to IMDb. The score here is temporarily as high as 9.2 points. Super masterpiece. I personally think it is the best movie of the year, but it's a pity that the release time was chosen wrong. It should be premiered on Valentine's Day. It is especially recommended for couples to watch it together. This is a good movie to enhance feelings. Charlize almost laughed and suddenly turned her head to look at the next room. An inexplicable idea popped up in her mind. Martin seemed to have set up a tent. If she took a wallpaper knife and cut under the tent, Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head and threw away this crazy idea. She hadn't enjoyed it enough. Charlize switched to MTC, a movie website that specializes in collecting media ratings. The average score of the film was 85 points. From the audience to the critics to the professional media, the word of mouth is very good. The only thing left is the box office. At present, it is only the premiere and has not been released on a large scale. Charlize can only go to the CinemaScore website to see the word of mouth of the audience. As expected, it is A. All of this indicates that the film has a great reputation and will soon be a big hit at the box office. Charlize's heart returned to her stomach. She went back to the next door in her pajamas. When she entered the door, she saw Martin's high tent. This bastard is still sleeping soundly. It is not time for him to get up early for morning exercise. Charlize decided to wake him up and do morning exercises quickly. She opened the tent and crawled in, kissing Martin awake. 1 hour of morning exercise, not wasting a drop. At breakfast, Martin ate a lot, but Charlize didn't eat at all, feeling full. The two went out on time and arrived at Los Angeles International Airport, joined other main creative staff of the crew, and began to run publicity notices across the United States. The more than 20-day North American publicity tour of Gone Girl kicked off. Every time they arrive in a city, the crew will do their best to attract the attention of the media and the public, and let people know that Gone Girl will be released in North America soon. Before the arrival of a new weekend, the film was officially released in North America with 3,621 theaters. Due to the R rating, many teenagers cannot enter the theater. But the theater, where the film is shown, is still very full. Atlanta, Peachtree Street. Robert, with a neatly combed back hair, is carefully wiping the old wooden table in the office, on which is placed a bottle of Coca-Cola produced in 2003 that has long expired. This is a new one, praying that Martin's new film will be a big hit. Robert wiped the table very carefully. Now he has resigned from the position of artistic director of the entertainment agency and is a full-time high priest of the Coke God cult, handling all related sacrificial matters. There was a knock on the office door, and the assistant came in and said, "The two Miss Carters are here, and they are in the reception room." Robert put on his suit jacket and came to the reception room. Seeing Elena and Lily, he said to the former, "Good morning, Saint." Elena still wore the virginity ring she wore back then on her left ring finger. "Martin sent me another new Cadillac, and I asked Lily to drive it over." Lily handed the key to Robert and said, "The latest flagship sedan." Robert took the key. Elena checked the time. "You go ahead, we'll leave first." Robert asked, "Are you in such a hurry?" Lily said, "We are going to see Martin's new movie." The two went downstairs and went to a nearby theater. They came at the right time, and the movie started as soon as they sat down. After watching for a while, Lily began to mutter, "It's just a true portrayal of him. He doesn't need to act at all. He just stands there and is a typical scumbag." Elena said, "How can Martin be as weak as Nick Dunn?" Lily thought about it and realized that it was true. Yes, it turns out that he is not acting himself. Elena stopped talking and watched the movie seriously. The marriage in the movie was really despairing. Thinking about her parents and Martin's father, marriage is really terrible. The movie ended and the two returned to the car. Lily was silent for a while and asked, "Is marriage really like this?" Elena said, "The marriages I have seen are more terrible than this." Lily thought of Scott and Emma and shrugged. "After watching this movie, I don't want to get married at all." After hearing this, Elena turned her head and stared at Lily. "What did you do with Martin?" "No, nothing." Lily first loudly refuted, then whispered, "I did, but he is as timid as a mouse." Before she finished her words, a white fist appeared in front of her. Lily subconsciously wanted to hide, but the fist still fell accurately like countless times in the past. With a muffled sound, the sister's care fell on Lily's head. Elena said, "Drive." Lily didn't dare to say anything more and quickly started the car and left. When the two returned home and arrived at the gate of the community, they saw their father Scott. Lily stopped the car. Elena got down from the passenger seat and asked, "Why are you here?" Scott crossed his legs and walked to his daughter with strange steps and took out a card. "I was watching the Warriors game. Hall was injured and there is some money in it. Elena didn't take it. You keep it. Hall's injury is okay. He will recover soon. We have money, and the Atlanta Braves will also bear the medical expenses. Scott nodded. I'm glad that he's okay. He took the card back and suddenly asked, has Emma contacted you recently? No. Elena had already given up on Emma Carter. The last news we got was that she was mixed up with those black drug dealers in South City. Lily also came over. What do you want to do with Emma? Do you want to ruin our lives? Scott smiled embarrassedly and said something unexpected. I want to divorce her, the kind that officially goes through the procedures. Elena had a bad association. What do you want to do? A nearby Hummer opened, and Sophia got out of the car. Her bulging muscles made her loose sportswear look like her tights, and her fatless face was covered with flesh, like a female King Kong. She smiled at Lily and Elena, and the sky seemed to be thundering. I'm going to marry Scott. Elena felt thunder rolling in the sky. Don't you have a husband? Scott said. He died a long time ago. Sophia said again. I proposed to Scott, and he agreed, but to go through the formalities, he needs to divorce your mother first. Elena didn't say anything else. We don't know where Emma is. Sophia saw that she was obviously not lying. I'll ask someone to find her. Lily didn't want to see Emma, and she also knew Emma's character. If Sophia really wanted to find her, the 4 siblings would have a lot more troubles. Even Emma could completely disrupt the stable lives of the 4 people. Lily turned her head and asked, Sophia, you have an investment in Martin. Martin's new film Gone Girl is out. Don't you want to go and see it? Sophia has been busy recently and didn't pay attention to this film. She asked, it's out already? Lily pointed to the car. Elena and I just came back from watching it. Sophia looked at Scott. Let's go. We'll find people slowly. Let's go to the movies. Scott crossed his legs and got into the car with Sophia. The two quickly entered a theater, bought 2 tickets for Gone Girl, and watched Martin's new film. When the movie just started, Sophia would talk to Scott from time to time. After watching for half an hour, neither of them spoke. This movie really leaves couples speechless, even for couples like Sophia and Scott who have an extremely special relationship. On the contrary, the movie is very exciting and makes people enjoy it, but after watching it, there will be some sequelae. After watching the movie, coming out of the theater, and getting on the Hummer, Sophia concentrated on thinking. Scott sat aside, moving his butt from time to time, as if he was also shocked and affected. After a long while, the flesh on Sophia's face trembled a few times, and she said, Emma can't find anyone now, and you can't handle the divorce procedures normally. Let's wait for the 2 of us to get married. Scott also thought it would be better to wait, and said, there's no rush to get married. Maybe one day Emma will come out by herself, and it's not easy to find someone among the black people in the South City. That's it. Sophia stopped talking about marriage and started the car to return to the Beast House Club. Scott turned his head and looked out the window. On the huge outdoor poster, Martin stood in front of the missing person notice looking for Amy with a very obscene smile. At first glance, he was a super scumbag. Why didn't God take this bastard to heaven? Entering November, the traditional North American holiday season has begun. Although there are no public holidays in mid-November, Gone Girl still attracted a large number of audiences to the theater with the appeal of Martin and David Fincher, as well as the accumulated fans of the original book. When the ticket sales on Friday ended, and Saturday midnight just arrived, the latest box office statistics were released. Gone Girl closed with $20.75 million, squeezing out Megamind, which was released last weekend, and topping the North American box office chart. Chapter 631 David Fincher's Luck. In a hotel restaurant by the sea in Miami, David Fincher looked at the long list of numbers on the report, picked up an ice beer, and toasted to Martin, Charlize and Mean. Guys, it's time to celebrate. The first day box office of this film broke the single day record of the films I directed. Martin clinked glasses with him and said, congratulations, David. Charlize was also happy, clinking glasses with everyone and said, congratulations should be to all of us. Mean smiled and couldn't close his mouth. This is our glorious moment. Martin raised his glass. Cheers. David Fincher shouted, cheers. The cold beer brought a sense of comfort. When people are in a good mood, they feel good about drinking anything. This is especially true for David Fincher. My last record was set when The Curious Case of Benjamin Button was released. He looked at Martin. It was also with you. You are my lucky god, so I will still work with you on the next movie. Martin joked, as long as it's not your lucky goddess. David Fincher took the bottle, poured wine for Charlize Theron, and joked, my lucky goddess is here. Charlize drank a glass with him and said, David, we are the same. My lucky god is also Martin. The North American box office for the first day is out. With the blessing of excellent word of mouth, the film's first weekend performance is unlikely to be unexpected. Charlize stared at Martin with flames in her eyes. She exclaimed, the Oscar actress curse that has been entangled me for many years has been lifted by Martin just like this. Beliefs such as voodoo still exist in the black community. Mean couldn't help but be curious and asked, Sally, can I ask, what did the boss use to help you lift the curse? Charlize smiled mysteriously. Of course it was a very special ceremony. Mean asked Martin seriously, boss, can you teach me the ritual to remove the curse? In the community where I grew up, many of my companions said that they would not die in their hospital beds after being cursed by voodoo. Bruce, who was beside him, patted him on the shoulder and said, use what you are best at to help them remove the curse. What I'm best at? Mean was stunned for a second. Then he figured out what he was best at and quickly said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I would rather they be cursed and go to see God than lick them. Everyone laughed. After another round of drinks, David Fincher said, let's stop here today. We have to rush to New York tomorrow. Let's go to bed early. The drinking party ended, and Martin and David Fincher walked in front. David Fincher said, I have talked to Graham King several times on the phone. After the Oscar nominations are announced, I will start preparing for Argo. It will start shooting in the second half of next year, and will be released next year. Martin said, just in time for the 85th Academy Awards. Charlize followed from behind and asked, are you discussing a new project? Martin said, a political thriller, a pure male drama. There is no room for female characters to play. Charlize did not ask any more questions. After going upstairs, Martin returned to his room, and Charlize followed him in naturally. She turned around and closed the door, saying, please help me check how much of the curse is left, and continue to help me remove it. I feel that it is not completely removed. Martin directly carried her up and said, glad to help. The next morning, the crew took a chartered plane to leave Miami and rushed to New York. There was a promotional event that afternoon. Martin came down from the stage and returned to the backstage and found Georgina Chapman coming. Why are you here? Martin was surprised. Georgina smiled and said, have you forgotten? I'm divorced and now I'm a wealthy woman with plenty of money and free time. Martin looked her up and down. If it was 5 years ago, you would definitely be very attractive to me. Not so much now. Georgina asked, I've heard some rumors. Don't you like people like me? She gently ran her fingers across her red lips. Like Charlie, Aniston and Charlize Theron, I used to be someone's wife or fiancé. Martin thought to himself, which bastard slandered me? He quickly stated, where did you hear that? It's pure slander. Georgina ignored it and instead said, at the beginning of next month, Harvey Weinstein's case will go to court. Because I got a large amount of property in the divorce case, I can't testify in court, but I can attend the trial. Will you go too? Martin had been paying attention and said, I will definitely go to attend the trial. I came here to remind you. Georgina didn't plan to stay any longer. She picked up her bag and took out a room card and handed it to Martin. Be sure to come over in the evening. There will be a surprise. Martin took it and took a look and found that it was the top suite of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. You are worthy of being a rich woman. Georgina said, it's not just me. The Supermodel Group has jointly invested to test Natalia tonight. Martin asked, who is coming? KK. The old fox is here. Georgina mentioned all the supermodels who had a deep friendship with Martin. Candice, Care and Isabel are here too. When Martin heard these 6 names, including Georgina and Natalia, there would be 8 people. There will be a fierce battle tonight. He waved his hand. I will go there tonight. You can go by yourself. I won't see you off. I need to have a good rest. Georgina blew a kiss and left the backstage lounge. Martin closed his eyes and rested. The door of the lounge creaked open and slammed shut. Charlize Theron sat next to him and asked, "I think I saw Harvey Weinstein's ex-wife Georgina." Martin didn't need to deny, "You saw it right." Charlize asked tentatively, "Did you hook up with Georgina before Harvey went in?" "No." Martin denied, "I just knew her before." Charlize had been probed to the bottom, so she also wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Tell the truth, right?" Martin said, "I'm not that kind of person." Charlize remembered a rumor she had heard. "Do you like to hook up with other people's wives or fiancés?" She also gave a particularly vivid example, pointing to her nose and said, "For example, me." Martin decided that, when he returned to Los Angeles, he must throw Leonardo and Nicholson into the Pacific Ocean. He was determined and resolute. "These are all rumors made up by those bastards, because they envy and hate me. They are all slander." Charlize found the rumors more and more credible, and asked, "What did Georgina ask you to do?" "There's a supermodel party tonight." Martin was truthful in this regard. "They invited me to participate to test a candidate who wants to join them." Charlize was a model, and had connections in the fashion circle, and asked, "Fashion supermodel group?" Martin nodded. "Yes, that's the group." "Great." Charlize walked out of the wall. She had been pursuing to make up for the happiness she had lost in the past. At this moment, she was in the mood, took Martin's hand, and begged, "Take me with you, okay? You know I used to be a model, and I have been closely connected with the fashion circle over the years. I want to join the supermodel group." Martin stated in advance, "You should know the nature of this kind of party." Charlize moved closer. "If it's not of this nature, I won't participate." "Wait a minute." Martin took out his cell phone and dialed Angela Lindwall's number. "I want to tell you something. There's someone who wants to attend the party tonight. You know her, Charlize Theron." "Okay, no problem." He hung up the phone and looked at Charlize. "They welcome you to attend, but you need to provide a recent medical examination report." Charlize said, "Isn't this the first time you have organized such an event here? Do you have a cooperating doctor or hospital?" "I have completed my event part, and I will go over now." Martin found a business card, made a phone call, and gave it to Charlize. Charlize left immediately. When the event ended, and Martin returned to the hotel, Charlize was waiting in the lobby. The two went upstairs to change clothes, changed cars from the underground parking lot, and went to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Manhattan. On the top floor of the hotel, Martin swiped his card to open the door. Charlize followed him in, and saw 8 tall figures in black stockings. Not to mention Martin, even she, a woman, was extremely moved. Angela Lindwall, wearing high heels, took 2 steps forward, raised her head slightly, and announced, "Tonight, Natalia Vodianova and Charlize Theron will join the fashion supermodel group, and become our sisters." She held out her hand, and Natalia and Charlize walked over, and stood on both sides. Angela Lindwall said, "The test officially begins. Please invite the only test of the fashion supermodel group, Martin Davis, to the stage." The other 6 people, AA, KK, Care, Candice, Isabella and Georgina, came to Martin and surrounded him and walked forward. The real test began. If you want to join the fashion supermodel group, you have to become a person of the same roots as the old members. Although Charlize and Natalia have already been, the feeling of taking turns in the same room is completely different from being alone. The next day, Martin slept until almost noon before waking up. Fortunately, he did not miss the cruise plane. After getting on the plane, he has been catching up on sleep. Everyone in the crew was very excited. Last Saturday, Gone Girl earned another $22.48 million in the North American market, continuing to lead the North American movie rankings. The film's reputation has been strong, from David Fincher's directing to Martin and Charlize Theron's performances. It has received unanimous praise. The Hollywood Reporter even praised Charlize Theron's portrayal of the role of Amy as completely worthy of another Oscar. With this movie, Charlize finally made a comeback. As the film was screened, it continued to break David Fincher's highest box office record since he started acting. After the first weekend of screenings in North America, Gone Girl surpassed David Fincher's previous film Benjamin and won a box office of $58.75 million in North America. Chapter 632 Warner's additional investment. The box office was a big hit, and the word of mouth was excellent. The crew also applied for Oscars, focusing on the 3 categories of Best Director, Best Actor and Best Actress. Compared with Martin and Cheryl, who have won Oscars, David Fincher's Oscar journey is quite like Leonardo, who has fought and failed repeatedly, but has fought again and again. This time, it is not difficult to get a nomination, but if it wins, the film's subject matter has a certain disadvantage. After all, Gone Girl is contrary to the values advocated by mainstream public opinion. For the Best Actress, Martin saw photos published in many newspapers and magazines. Natalie Portman, who was already pregnant, appeared in many media and frequently showed her love with her boyfriend. On the plane, Cheryl took the magazine from Martin and glanced at the cover. With her intelligence and understanding of Hollywood, she immediately figured it out. Can the Oscars do PR like this? Martin brought another newspaper and said as he read it, pregnant women are treated preferentially by the whole society, and the Academy is no exception. Why do I dislike it? Cheryl had never thought about getting pregnant and having a baby. Haha, is it difficult for a woman to take off her clothes and spread her legs? Martin looked up at her and said, because you are competitors in this session. Cheryl ignored Martin's words and said, what kind of person would come up with such a bad idea? Martin said directly, someone like me. Cheryl was quite surprised. Sure enough, most people can't think of this way. She suddenly thought of a possibility, put the magazine on the table between them, pointed to Natalie's belly on the cover, and asked, is this also your masterpiece? Martin was stunned by her words, and said after a moment, how is it possible? Cheryl spread her hands, you gave her a good idea, and she can get pregnant by the way to repay you. Martin shook his head, Sally, you underestimate my taste. Natalie doesn't have a pretty face and a good figure. Do you think my taste is so bad? He simply explained. Her agent is Eri Emanuel. Eri used many personal connections in my Oscar winning process. This time Eri asked me for help, and I couldn't refuse. Cheryl said, such public relations and publicity are really eye-opening. Martin, you are a genius. During this period, the crew almost turned into frequent flyers, flying around major cities in North America and changing places every 2 days at most. With the hard work of the main creators of the crew, Gone Girl has drawn an unusually stable box office trend. This movie is very addictive. Although many people know that it is a dark style of heresy, they still want to watch it again. In the second weekend of its release, the North American box office only dropped by 36% compared with the first weekend, and collected another $38.15 million. Combined with the performance of the previous 4 working days, the North American box office of the film successfully exceeded $100 million, and the cumulative revenue in 10 days of its release was $122 million. Gone Girl was a big hit at the box office, and all the main creators were beneficiaries. Charlize Theron's agent called out a $10 million offer when negotiating Mad Maximum 4 at Warner Bros. This is also the first time that Charlize has been able to call out a salary of tens of millions of dollars after winning the leading role in Ian Flux with the help of the Oscar for Best Actress. Charlize is very famous, but she has never been to the forefront of Hollywood. On Martin's side, the basic salary of the male lead in Argo is as high as $20 million, plus the tiered share that is still under negotiation. Gillian Flynn also benefited greatly. At Warner Bros., her agent came to the president's office. Mr. President, the market has given the most positive feedback to Ms. Flynn's work. The huge success of Gone Girl gave the agent capital. Now countless book fans are waiting for her new work to be released, and waiting for the movie adapted from the new work to be released. John Berg was secretly applauding the decision to take over Dark Places in advance, and said with a smile, Gillian's new work Dark Places, Warner Pictures and Random House have already distributed it throughout North America. It will be officially on sale during the Thanksgiving holiday. We have also prepared a grand launch ceremony in Los Angeles. He further said, the adaptation work has been progressing steadily. We have found the talented director Bagot Buckner to direct it. The agent said, we have always been very satisfied with the preparation progress of Warner Pictures. I came here this time, mainly to make 2 suggestions on behalf of Ms. Flynn. John Berg attaches great importance to Gillian Flynn. Please go ahead. The first point is to increase the investment in dark places. Ms. Flynn hopes that the budget can be increased to $70 million to shoot a well-made film that exceeds Gone Girl. The agent thinks these requirements are very reasonable and in line with Gillian's current status. He then said the second point, the leading actress must be a top-tier actress. Ms. Flynn originally wanted Charlize Theron, but she chose another project. The great success of Gone Girl also gave John Berg great confidence. What the agent said was also what he was considering. So John Berg quickly gave a reply. The script of the project has not been completed by Gillian yet, and the preparations have just begun. There is no need to rush the actors. Judging from the current situation of the awards season, Natalie Portman is very popular. If she can win the Oscar for Best Actress, we can invite her to audition. The agent thought for a while and said, if she can win the Best Actress, she is indeed a good candidate. John Berg said again, I have submitted a report to the review committee. The budget for the filming of Dark Place will increase to $80 million. This is a wise decision. The agent sighed secretly, worthy of Warner Brothers, the best performing company in Hollywood, doing things with rich money and decisiveness. John Berg watched his agent leave. The phone on his desk rang. Assistant McDonald reminded him that Ridley Scott had finished filming Pharaohs and Gods and led the crew back to Los Angeles. He had already started intense post-production at Warner Studios. Ridley Scott's efficiency was much better than David Fincher's. It took only a little over 10 months from preparation to completion of filming. This was the first major project that John Berg personally promoted after taking office, so he naturally attached great importance to it. He left the office and went to the post-production studio on purpose. At the door of the studio, he met Christian Bale. John stopped and chatted with Bale for a few words, asking, how is it? Is the filming in Morocco going well? Bale smiled a little shyly and said, it was a great filming this time. John encouraged appropriately, I'm very optimistic about you. This work starring you will definitely be a big hit at the box office. Bale put away his smile and said seriously, I have confidence. John patted him on the shoulder, went into the studio, and found Ridley Scott. The latter had just finished a clip and happened to be taking a break. John went over and sat next to Ridley. He looked at Ridley's red eyes and messy beard and asked, I've reserved the best time slot for next summer. Can you complete post-production before the Oscars? Ridley vowed. Special effects production and filming are carried out at the same time. The most important thing left is editing, which I can finish in February. He had the typical style of directors of that era. Making a movie a year was basic practice, but it requires overtime, and additional investment is needed for post-production. John wanted to finish it early and start formal promotion early. I will submit an additional investment report to the review committee, and the project production investment will be increased to $170 million. He also made a request. Before this year's Super Bowl, I need a decent advertising clip. Ridley assured, no problem, I will submit it to you on time. John stretched out his right hand. It's a deal. It's a deal. Ridley shook his hand vigorously. Ridley also wanted to finish this epic production as soon as possible and then devote himself to the preparation of new projects. The novel of The Martian has been completed and the script is being adapted. He wants to start filming around June next year. Martin Davis also promised him that Davis Studio, Pacific Pictures and Disney Pictures will fully cooperate. Thanksgiving is here and the crew is on vacation. Martin is the same as in the past. Either Thanksgiving or Christmas, one of them will definitely be spent in Atlanta. But this year Harris went on a business trip to Australia. Hall was following the team's game, and there were only Elena and Lily in the Carter family. Can you imagine? Sophia proposed to Scott. Lily told Martin vividly what happened some time ago. She was secretly proud, but I ruined it. I asked them to watch your movie Gone Girl. After watching it, they never talked about getting married again. Martin poured sparkling wine for Elena and Lily and asked, no news about Emma? Elena shook her head. She followed the black people in South City and there was no news. Lily said, it's best if she never comes back. Martin nodded slightly and asked, have you heard from Jack? Elena said, the last news about Jack was that Emma was abandoned by him in Hawaii. Martin said, no news is the best news. Lily asked, is everything okay in Los Angeles? Martin nodded. All the threats have been dealt with. You can go back anytime. After dinner, the three of them went out for a walk together. In Atlanta, away from the hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry, Martin's heart was particularly calm, and he wanted to be alone with Elena. But no matter where he went, Lily always followed him. Martin simply went back home early. Elena seriously warned Lily to sleep on the first floor tonight, and followed Martin upstairs. Lily was so angry that she picked up the sofa cushions and threw them at the stairs. But after years of being cared for by her sister, she didn't have the courage to follow her upstairs. A few days after Thanksgiving, Martin stayed in Atlanta, first visited the Coca-Cola headquarters, visited old friends, and met with Sophia and Kelly Gray. He left Atlanta and returned to Los Angeles before December, and Harvey's case entered the trial stage. Chapter 633, 20 years imprisonment. The Los Angeles court was packed with people today, not to mention the media reporters and various social organizations protesting. There were hundreds of victims' families alone. Near the door, there were more than a dozen TV broadcast vehicles parked. In order to meet the needs of the public and the media, wireless communication service providers such as AT&T and Verizon also specially dispatched signal vehicles. 3 buses stopped in front of the door and were immediately surrounded and blocked by media reporters. The Me2 organization, which promised to provide help to the victims, accompanied more than 100 victims into the courtroom under the leadership of Charlie and Aniston wearing fist loggers. Gavin Newsom, who will take office as California's lieutenant governor next month, accompanied his wife Jennifer Siebel out of the car and accepted interviews from many media, showing how to be a qualified husband. Backstabbing brother Bob Weinstein also came. He was passionate in front of the media camera. I heard that Harvey had contact with some actresses, but I didn't expect him to do so much. People must be responsible for their words and deeds, and he must be severely punished by law. Weinstein Films has fallen into Bob's control, changing the business policy of Harvey's period and focusing on the production and distribution of B-level films. Georgina Chapman, the ex-wife, said nothing when she came to the court. Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson came together, but did not accept interviews, and walked straight to the court building. Just when Harvey Weinstein was about to arrive, and the media and the crowd were the most tense, a woman suddenly jumped out. Last time, Meghan Markle grabbed a headline and tasted the sweetness. So this time she hired 2 people to pull banners and customized t-shirts to attract more attention. 2 employees pulled up a huge white banner with a line of bloody words on it. Harvey Weinstein is a racist. Meghan raised the electronic megaphone and loudly complained. Among the many victims of Harvey Weinstein, there is not a single black person. What does this mean? Harvey Weinstein discriminates against black people. The whole audience was in an uproar, but the cameras of the media reporters instantly turned to Meghan. In any case, Meghan grabbed the attention again. Soon, the court trial began. Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson sat in a row, and across the aisle were Charlie, Aniston and others. The 3 of them also wore the Me Too logo on their collars to show their support for the victims. The case had a great impact. The court not only held the trial in public, but also broadcast it to the whole United States through the internet and television. In the dock, Harvey Weinstein sat there with a blank expression, including Jennifer Siebel. One witness after another came on the stage to accuse Harvey. Leonardo couldn't help it and lowered his voice and said, "Harvey is such a pervert. He actually forced people to lick their." Martin's voice was also low. "He is worthy of being the spiritual leader of the Foot Gang." Nicholson thought of his old friend. "He is even more perverted than Malone." Martin said, "In fact, he picks up girls in the usual way. What kind of women can't he pick up? There is no need to force them." Nicholson, the old bastard, shook his head. "Forcing is too tasteless." During the trial, Harvey turned around and swept his eyes across the audience. He didn't care about the victims who were exaggerated several times, his ex-wife Georgina, and even Martin Davis, who was speculated to be the mastermind. His eyes fell on his younger brother Bob. Only the person involved can understand the heart-wrenching pain of betrayal by the closest person and the person he trusts the most. Harvey's eyes pierced Bob like a sword. The younger brother, who always gave in the past, now held his head high and looked at him without giving in. Not only that, in the subsequent trial, Several executives of Weinstein Pictures, including Bob and Harvey's former assistants, testified in court and accused Harvey of crimes. Harvey is as miserable as he was in the past 20 years. When Brad Pitt took the witness stand, Harvey's eyes were almost murderous, especially since Pitt accused him of a shooting that did not exist at all. No. Harvey could no longer bear it, and his so-called calmness instantly broke down, and he yelled, "I didn't do it. It's all a false accusation. False accusation." The judge slammed the gavel and shouted for silence. Nicholson looked at the two younger brothers and reminded them, no matter what you do in the future, think about Harvey today and don't fall into such a situation when everyone will come and step on you and you will become the one who did it if you didn't do it. Martin nodded. So, we only mess with others, don't let others mess with us. Leonardo fully agreed. Whoever wants to mess with us, we will mess with him first. Nicholson thought to himself that the two younger brothers really learned how to protect themselves. Self-preservation is never passive defense, but active attack. The trial lasted for 3 days. On the third day, the court pronounced the verdict in court. Harvey stood in the dock, holding his head high and maintaining the last dignity of a big boss. He was very uneasy. If he was sentenced to life imprisonment, he would fight to the death and drag all those bastards into the water. The jury unanimously ruled that the defendant Harvey Weinstein was guilty of illegal detention, abetment, rape, and attempted murder. All the camera lenses fell on Harvey. Harvey held the table in the dock with both hands to support his body from falling, but his mind was in a mess at the moment and he could hardly hear the outside world. He only heard the last sentence of the judge's words, sentenced to 20 years in prison and no parole for the first 15 years. Harvey could no longer stand up and sat down on the chair, his face as hen. It was not life imprisonment, but the time was terribly long and there was still hope of getting out. The lawsuit involving him was not over, and there was an astronomical civil compensation. More than 100 victims were enough to scrape his marrow clean. Harvey never spoke about certain things. After all, being alive is better than being dead. Besides, once those things are spoken out, death is easier. They have 10,000 ways to make him live a life worse than death. For example, like the Affleck brothers. In the audience, the victims were excited one by one. Such a verdict means that they have an infinite chance of winning in the subsequent civil lawsuit. Get rich. Get rich. Taking advantage of this chaos, Harvey turned to the lawyer and said, "Go tell those big guys that if I'm forced to see the inner rectal department, I will say anything, anything." The lawyer didn't react at first. Harvey reminded again. Ben Affleck went to the inner rectal department. The lawyer understood. "I will spread this word." Harvey was a little relieved and reached out to touch the fat ass. There must be no mistakes here. The trial ended and everyone was satisfied except Harvey. When Martin and the other 3 bastards walked out, Julie and Aniston followed. It's very satisfying. Charlie was also one of the witnesses. She lowered her voice and said to Martin, "Thank you for seeking justice for me." Nicholson, the bastard, took the lead and said, "Verbal thanks are the most insincere." Charlie was so coquettish and fierce that she forced Martin to stop and pretended to squat down. "Do you want me to perform on the spot so that you can see how sincere I am?" Martin held her back. "Don't be crazy." Aniston came over and said, "She's not crazy, she's just being coquettish." Martin held one of them with one hand. "Let's go, let's go." Leonardo, the bastard, reminded them and signaled with his eyes. "Look over there." Brad Pitt, Martin, Jolly, Aniston and Nicholson turned their heads to the left at the same time and saw Brad Pitt standing alone less than 10 meters away, staring blankly at this side. Pitt saw his wife and girlfriend, and his hands were all under Martin's control. Just now, one of them even performed a verbal battle on the spot. He couldn't explain how he felt, but thinking of the treatment of the Affleck brothers, he walked forward step by step and came to Martin, Jolly and Aniston. Aniston pulled out her hand, tightly held Martin's arm, and stood on tiptoes to kiss Martin on the face. Jolly tilted her head and smiled at Pitt. Bruce took a step forward, ready to attack at any time. Nicholson took out his phone, turned on the camera mode, and said, "Leo, watch the show." Leonardo was also a jerk, whispering, "Pitt, come on. Pete, do it." Who would have thought that when Pete came to the man and two women, he didn't do anything at all and didn't even make a noise. He just looked at Charlie and Aniston quietly and said, "I wish you happiness in the future. The creature with resentment is very scary." Aniston said directly, "Of course I'm happy. Martin is much better than you. He makes me scream every time." Charlie laughed and interrupted, "Every time I push Martin from behind." Martin was quite helpless. "Is this fun?" Pete's face suddenly changed and said, "Sorry, I have to leave quickly. You just gave me inspiration. I'm writing a script. This paragraph is very suitable to be written in my script." Charlie was surprised. "Is there anyone in Hollywood who would use you? Didn't she and Aniston do enough to crush Pete to death?" Pete will soon participate in the filming of the new film and said directly, "You are welcome to watch and support the script of the Sacred Valley art film." Charlie and Aniston laughed at the same time, and they laughed very happily. Martin said seriously, "I will buy the disc to support it then." Pitt waved his hand and hurried away. After getting in the car, he found a pen and a notebook and hurriedly wrote down the inspiration that had just burst out. The Sacred Valley art genre adapted from real events. A man, because he met a wild woman, abandoned his wife who didn't want to have children and wanted to pursue that woman. As a result, the wild woman fell into the arms of another man, and the man also got his wife and messed around with the wild woman and his wife in front of him. In the middle, you can also insert some scenes of female nannies and domestic workers. It's perfect. Pitt even thought of the title of the film. It's called Forever Love. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 Martin's Leonardo Oscar Strategy. Harvey's matter is over. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Nicholson asked Lorraine to make tea and said to Martin and Leonardo, "What is our goal in the next stage?" Martin took over, of course, to help Leo compete for the Oscar for Best Actor. Nicholson nodded. "This is related to the face of the trio, and it really needs to be solved urgently." Leonardo rubbed his increasingly fat face and said, "Are you so confident in me?" Martin said, "This year is the best opportunity. I have mobilized all my actor friends to vote for you." Nicholson said, "I have also greeted all the old guys." Leonardo humbly asked Martin, "What was the key to your winning the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for a comic adaptation role that year?" Martin said bluntly, "In the Santa Monica Pier incident, I prevented a terrible terrorist attack that could have evolved into a massacre. This was the key to my winning the award." He has always been clear-headed. The so-called crazy performance of the clown, the so-called inability to extricate himself from the role, and all kinds of hype, etc., are all secondary factors. That's right. Nicholson also saw it very clearly. This award, rather than being an award for performance and role, is more of a reward given to Martin by the Academy and the whole of America. Leonardo sighed. "I can't do it. I can't put on a mask and go fight crime, right? I'll just be fooled that way." Just then, Lorraine came over with a teapot and teacups, and Nicholson repeated his old words. "The key to you is attitude. As long as you marry Lorraine, all the judges will definitely recognize your attitude." Lorraine put on a big smile. "Leo, I don't mind helping you." Leonardo was helpless. "Don't be serious when you're joking." "Seriously, the key is that there is a power vacancy in the Oscars this year." Martin said half truthfully. Georgina mentioned one thing. Before the accident, Harvey was preparing a new project about the King of England. The goal was this year's Oscars. Now Harvey is finished, and that project is gone. All of Harvey's preparations in advance have been wasted. This is your chance. He further said, "Next, you have to tell all members of the Academy what kind of sacrifices you have made over the years to win the recognition of the Oscars." Leonardo was surprised. "I haven't made any sacrifices. I live a carefree life." Martin reached out and patted Leonardo's big belly. "From a pretty boy, you destroyed yourself into a greasy middle-aged uncle, all for acting skills, to break through the inherent image. Isn't this sacrifice big enough?" Nicholson interrupted. "Martin, this bastard is right. Many people still have a preconceived impression of you. They think you are still the Jack Dawson of the past, and you have never changed. These are obstacles to your winning. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, "It is not easy for those who are too handsome or too beautiful to win awards." Martin thought for a while and said, "Therefore, our most urgent task now is to change your inherent image in the minds of many old judges. Let them know what you have paid over the years to improve your acting skills and to impact the Oscars. What should I do?" Leonardo also thought it made sense. Turned to look at Martin. "You have the most bad ideas. Think carefully about what to do to achieve the best effect." Nicholson suddenly had a feeling that Leo seemed to be falling into a pit. Martin made a shooting gesture. "It's very simple. Use your special skills. Don't look at me. It's not a 3-stroke combo, but a water gun." Leonardo frowned. "Find a group of female models to play with water guns?" "Of course not," Martin said seriously. "Although the weather is cold, the midday sun in Malibu has been very good recently, and the beach is also suitable for playing in the water." Nicholson said, "Leo, you have a beach house over there, right?" Martin turned to look at Lorraine. "Do you want to earn some pocket money? Get your camera and camcorder ready." Lorraine became interested as soon as she heard it. "Okay." Leonardo suddenly thought of Pitt and Ben Affleck and quickly folded his arms across his chest, staring at Martin and Nicholson vigilantly. "What do you want to do? I'm your brother. You can't mess with me." Martin said, "Why would we mess with our own brothers? You wait to win the Oscar for Best Actor." He recently watched the North American theater schedule until the new year again, and there were neither movies about the British king nor black and white silent films. Harvey was in prison, and those two movies did not appear at all. Malibu, a sunny private villa beach. Nicholson put on sunglasses and said to Lorraine, who was setting up the camera, "Hurry up, Leo and Martin are about to come out." Lorraine adjusted the camera and went to the side to get the camera. "Okay." Nicholson shouted to the villa, "Are you two bastards not ready yet?" Martin opened the door and walked onto the beach barefoot. "I'm coming." He picked up the water gun standing on the side and carried it on his shoulder. After waiting for a while, Leonardo came out and also picked up a big water gun. Martin asked, "Are you ready?" Leonardo made a gesture of pulling the bolt to load the bullet and said, "I won't show mercy." Lorraine raised her camera and took pictures one after another. Nicholson came behind the camera and took the pictures himself. The two people in the camera formed a sharp contrast. Martin was wearing tight swimming trunks with obvious muscle contours and smooth and natural lines, like a super athlete. Leonardo on the other side was wearing colorful big shorts with a big belly, fat legs, fat hands and fat face. He didn't look like Jack back then. Martin stretched his hands and feet. "Let's get ready." Before he finished speaking, Leonardo on the opposite side launched a surprise attack, picked up a water gun, and fired a burst at Martin. The water column splashed Martin's head and face. Without waiting for Martin to fight back, Leonardo turned around and ran, running as far as he could. Martin immediately chased him and fired a burst at Leonardo's back. The water column fell on his back, and Leonardo ran faster. He held the water gun in one hand and pulled the flowered shorts that were falling down with the other hand. He held his big belly and raised his head, facing the sun and running as much as he could. What does good looks mean? What does a good figure mean? Is it fun to use a water gun? At this moment, Leonardo seemed to have realized the true meaning of life. Nicholson had already stood behind the camera, controlling the camera to only shoot Leonardo. Lorraine did the same. She ignored Martin, who was chasing her, and kept shooting Leonardo with the camera lens. Leonardo felt something was wrong while running. Looking back, he saw that Martin had already stopped and was taking pictures of his fat ass with a mobile phone. Leonardo covered his ass with both hands and shouted, "Hey, you bastard, why are you taking pictures of my ass?" Martin was indeed an asshole. "Make it into a poster and put it in the gay bar as wallpaper." He deliberately said, "Don't worry, I won't infringe on your portrait rights. I will only use your ass and not other parts of your body." Leonardo turned around and ran towards Martin. When he was about to speak near him, Martin raised the water gun in his other hand. A stream of water shot out and hit Leonardo in the face, and a lot of it fell into his open mouth. "Stop. Stop." Leonardo blocked his face with his hands. Martin put away the water gun and said, "Leo, you lose." Leonardo didn't want to pay attention to this bastard and shouted to the villa, "Are you done?" Nicholson acted like a director of photography and a director and shouted, "Stop, the filming is over, and now we are moving on to post-production." Leonardo wiped the water off his face and walked towards the villa. When Martin caught up, he asked, "Are you sure this is okay?" Martin said very seriously, "Your role in Shutter Island is no worse than other films and roles this year. The purpose of doing this is to tell all the judges that it's nothing to destroy your image during filming for the sake of art. I, Leonardo, am destroying my image even in real life." He glanced at Leonardo's big belly. "Is there anything more convincing than this?" Leonardo frowned. "Although I think this is all heresy, why do I think it makes more sense the more I think about it?" Martin said, "Because you approved my plan. Because you are now a fat and greasy middle-aged man." After entering the villa, the two changed their clothes. After coming out, Nicholson and Lorraine had copied the videos and pictures to the computer and were watching them side by side. The former asked Martin, "What kind do you choose?" Martin stood behind him. "Choose the fattest and ugliest photo." The flesh on Leonardo's face trembled a few times, but he endured it and said nothing. For the Oscar for Best Actor, he risked everything. Besides, what does an ugly photo matter? As long as he has money, fame, and status, young models with blonde hair and long legs will still throw themselves into his arms. Nicholson clicked on the photo to play automatically, and one by one, Leonardo's water gun photos appeared on the computer screen. Martin pointed to one of them and said, "This one is good." Nicholson clicked pause. "It's really good." Leo's fat and greasy side are all reflected. This was taken at the beginning of the water gun battle. Leonardo was holding a water gun in one hand and pulling his flowered shorts with the other hand. He was running wildly with his head held high and his big belly sticking out. Leonardo covered his face and didn't want to watch anymore. Lorraine quietly moved closer to him and whispered, "Leo, I don't mind that you are fat and greasy. You are just as charming as this." As soon as these words came out, Leonardo jumped 2 meters away, completely away from Lorraine. He thought it was really too dangerous. "She is obviously my niece, but she is plotting against my body." Martin was still choosing photos. "This one. And this one. They are both ugly. Copy them all, and let Lorraine sell them to different newspapers." Lorraine's eyes were full of dollars. "I'm rich." Martin turned around and asked the terrified Leonardo, "Do you still have the photos of you when you played Jack? Make an electronic version and send it to the media together with the current photos. Only with the comparison can you shock people and break those people's prejudices and inherent impressions of you." Leonardo took out his cell phone and called his assistant, asking her to do it quickly. Not long after, the photo was sent to Leonardo's mailbox. Chapter 635, popular around the world. The photo of Leonardo back then and the photo of Leonardo now were put together, and the contrast was particularly sharp. Lorraine said, "Leo was still handsome in the past." Leonardo reminded, "You should call Leo uncle." Nicholson and Martin were editing the video and quickly selected a section and cut it down to save. Lorraine quickly took the storage disk and smiled, "I'm really rich this time. I have a place to spend my monthly pocket money." Leonardo looked at the money-loving Lorraine and then at Martin and Nicholson, who were whispering. Suddenly, he felt that he was the only one hurt by this. "These bastards, are they messing with him?" Martin said with a serious attitude of concentrating on his work. "Jack, do you use social media?" Nicholson shook his head, not interested. "Give me a copy of these 2 photos." Martin pointed to the computer screen and said, "I have a lot of users on Twitter, Facebook, blogs, and the official website of the Coke God cult. By the way, send a copy to help Leo attract attention." Nicholson immediately handled it. Leonardo saw how serious the two were and scratched his head. He felt that it was true that these 2 bastards were helping him win the Oscar, but it was also true that they were using the opportunity to mess with him. For the sake of the Oscar for Best Actor, he would be patient for now. When he got the little golden man, he would melt it into juice and feed it to the 2 bastards. Martin put away the USB drive and turned on another computer. Lorraine asked, "Which website is the most appropriate to give the video to?" Martin was well prepared and said, "My team has done a special survey. Guess which website is the most frequently visited by Academy members?" Lorraine was the first to say, Rotten Tomatoes or MTC. Wrong. Martin gave a direct answer, TMZ. Nicholson said, "Yes, it's TMZ. We also like to eat melons." Martin said, "Get the video on the front page of TMZ." Leonardo had already risked his life and asked, "The only thing you can be sure of making the headlines is the photo of me with a water gun." Martin said to Lorraine, "Give the video to Bruce and let him sell it. The money is yours." Lorraine ran out, "I'll go find Bruce." Martin first logged into his official Twitter account and posted a photo of Leonardo with a big belly and a water gun and wrote, "This is the most handsome man in Hollywood." Then he posted a photo of Leonardo when he played Jack, the former most handsome man in Hollywood. Leonardo looked down at his fat body and sat down on the sofa, not wanting to talk. Martin posted the same content on his blog, Facebook, and the official website of the Coca-Cola cult. Nicholson came over and said, very good. The text and the picture are very well matched." He pointed to the webpage and said, "Look, someone has replied." The person who replied was Annette Bening. "Oh my god, is this Leonardo?" She also added female stars such as Julia Roberts, Cameron Diaz, Meryl Streep, and Sandra Bullock. "Come and see your favorite male god. Now he has become a greasy uncle." Sandra Bullock quickly left a message, which was in line with her outspoken silly girl character. "What has Leonardo been through in these years? How did he become like this? Is this still the Jack in my mind?" Martin took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to someone, calling for reinforcement. Soon, Kate Winslet came to Martin's Twitter and replied to a bunch of messages to get rid of the stereotyped image and to hone his acting skills. These are the prices Leo paid. He has been surpassing himself over the years. Annette Bening replied again, "Leonardo has worked harder than the outside world imagines." Martin called out, "Leo, come and see, they are praising you." Leonardo came over to take a look and said, "It seems to be effective. If I can win the award, Martin, this time I will find a group of Asian actresses to hold a party, and I will cover all the expenses." He mentioned one thing, "I know an investor from Malaysia, who is similar to your Burmese investor. He has money and connections in Southeast Asia." Martin thought about it and seemed to know no Southeast Asian actresses. He said, "Let's find Korean actresses. Korean sheebles have always had a keen eye and appreciation for beauty." Leonardo vowed, "As long as we win the best actor, these are not a problem." Martin thought seriously. In addition to the 9-member girl group, what other high-quality actresses are there in Korea at this time? Sun Ye-jin, Jun Ji-hyun, Song Hye-kyo? After receiving Bruce's call, TMZ deputy editor Jodie came out of the company and drove to a parking lot not far away. Seeing the familiar Volkswagen, she got off the car and got on the passenger seat directly. Bruce handed her a USB flash drive. Explosive news. Leonardo's. Jodie was very professional and immediately took the laptop, plugged in the USB flash drive and started watching. She originally thought it was Leonardo's super black material, and after opening it, it was indeed black material, but it was not black enough, and he was wearing flowered shorts. Jodie asked, "Isn't there anything more explosive? Isn't this explosive enough?" Bruce pointed to the video being played. "Look at this belly, look at this fat face, and then look at this water gun. It is definitely enough to make the front page of TMZ." After watching the video, Jodie asked curiously, "Why are you posting these? I remember your boss and Leonardo are close friends." Bruce said, "Martin is helping Leo to compete for the Oscar for Best Actor." Jodie couldn't figure it out at all. What does this have to do with competing for the Oscar? However, the video does have enough gossip value involving Leonardo and can even become hot gossip. She said directly, "I want the video. Name a price." Bruce asked Lorraine about her psychological bottom price before coming and said, $3,000 plus the headline on the website homepage. "Okay, I'll give you the check later." Jodie put away the USB drive and turned off the computer, but told Bruce, "If you want to be on the headlines, you have to pay something." Bruce said quickly, "This time it is not my business. I don't want to pay anything." Joddy's hand grabbed out like an eagle's claw, and his slender fingers grasped Bruce's vitals with incomparable accuracy, as if he was shifting a manual transmission car into gear, and shook it repeatedly. Bruce was helpless. In the evening. Wait until the evening. Joddy looked at her watch and said, I can't wait until the evening. There is a hotel nearby. Let's go now. In order to help Leonardo's Oscar campaign, Bruce risked his life and followed Joddy into the hotel. When he went upstairs, he was still complaining, can't you gain weight? Joddy was tall and thin like a European model. She thought she had a very good figure and did not accept the suggestion of gaining weight at all. When leaving the hotel, Bruce kept holding his waist. It was not that his waist could not bear it, but that his pelvis hurt from the collision. On the other hand, Lorraine contacted many media with a series of beautiful photos of Leonardo. She went to many places in Los Angeles and sold thousands of dollars in total. In addition to the $3,000 check Bruce gave her, her pocket money for this month skyrocketed. The next day, many entertainment media published Leonardo's new and beautiful photos, including The Hollywood Reporter and Entertainment Weekly, which have a great influence in Hollywood. Vanity Fair, which is favored by Hollywood's top stars, directly use Leonardo's water gun photo as the cover of the new issue. The title page even published a soft article carefully drafted by Leonardo's professional public relations. The core of the article is what Martin said. In order to make a breakthrough in performing arts, Leonardo not only broke through the inherent image in the film, but also made great changes in his life. Now he has become an absolutely powerful actor. This article is written with confidence, because the cover photo and the photo of Jack in those days are placed below for comparison. The first impression of people who read it is that Leonardo is really a powerful actor who speaks with his acting skills and abilities. Leonardo's water gun photo became popular in the United States in one day and quickly spread to the world. The melon-eating crowd talked about it with relish and kept forwarding it. Just like Jack in those days, the water gun photo became one of Leonardo's most widely circulated images. In the subsequent Time magazine, Leonardo's water gun photo was on the cover again. Of course, he is still far from becoming the Person of the Year. This year's candidates for the Person of the Year are Zuckerberg and Harvey Weinstein. The cover of Time magazine wrote, Leonardo has changed a long time ago, destroying his inherent image in reality for the sake of art. As the new year is getting closer, Oscar publicity and public relations are in full swing. Martin's goal this year is to be nominated for an Oscar for Best Actor, so he is a little more relaxed. In addition to attending the screenings of Gone Girl and helping David Fincher canvass for votes, he mainly works with Nicholson to make suggestions for Leonardo. Leonardo also spent a huge amount of money on publicity and public relations. Shutter Island, which was released at the beginning of the year, returned to theaters in major cities such as Los Angeles, Chicago and New York. Nicholson and Warren Beatty also helped to circle out the main competitors of this year. Javier Bardem in A Perfect Mistake, Jeff Bridges in True Grit, James Franco in 127 Hours, etc. These people's roles are not more colorful than Leonardo's. The influence of the film is also slightly insufficient, and there is no master of operation like Harvey Weinstein behind it. The power vacuum at the Oscars made Leonardo the most popular candidate for Best Actor. The most popular candidate for Best Actress was Natalie Portman, who frequently attended various events with a big belly. Her status as a pregnant woman allowed her to enjoy various preferential treatments in various aspects. In the past 20 years of award season, no actress has used similar publicity and public relations methods, so it is particularly effective. Before Christmas, in order to further attract attention, Natalie Portman also held an engagement ceremony with Benjamin Millepied. Martin also received an invitation and planned to attend for the sake of Ari Emanuel. Chapter 636 Martin leads Oscar astray. In order to promote the Oscars, New Yorker Natalie Portman held her engagement ceremony in Los Angeles. The engagement ceremony seemed very low-key, and not many guests were invited, but the news had been quietly leaked long ago. Dozens of entertainment reporters gathered near a villa in Malibu, trying to get first-hand news. Martin entered the villa and was greeted by Ari Emanuel. This idea you came up with is great. He accompanied Martin to the lawn in the back garden and whispered as they walked, although the ballots will not be mailed until the end of the month, Nat's momentum has overwhelmed all competitors. Martin reminded, this method can only be used once in a period of time, and it won't be so useful next time. Eri also understood this and said, if she can win the Best Actress this time, Nat's next development will be more commercial. After Julia Roberts, Hollywood has not produced a recognized #1 actress, and maybe Nat can compete for it. He pointed out the key point, Nat is still one of us. Eri and Natalie Portman are both Jewish. Martin asked, are you planning to make Nat the company's top female client? Ali nodded and said, I have this idea. If I want to become the top actress in Hollywood, business is the key. I have also received preliminary contact for her works after the Oscars, and it's related to you. Martin thought about it carefully. It seems that none of the works related to him, whether it was The Martian and Argo in which he was confirmed to star, or Napoleon's Secret in which he invested, had any contact with Natalie. Ali said roughly, Warner Brothers' highlight is Gillian Flynn's new work Dark Place adaptation project. You have seen the original work. It is a work with the heroine as a core. Gone Girl is a big hit. This novel has attracted much attention. Martin said a few words about the current situation. Gillian is now a hot writer and screenwriter in Hollywood. Ali asked, Gone Girl has grossed over $180 million in North America, right? Martin replied, as of yesterday, it was $185 million. Ali praised, this will be another popular film with over $200 million in North America and nearly $500 million worldwide. The most rare thing is that it is an R-rated film that is not a comedy, horror, or action. Martin, your vision and appeal are amazing. Martin did not expect that Warner Brothers would actually cooperate with Natalie, but there is no way to say this. No one dares to say that Dark Place will definitely fail. Turning to the lawn, Martin saw Natalie and Benjamin and his wife. He went over to give his blessings and gifts, and sat with Thomas who had come a long time ago. Thomas said, I met Ridley Scott at Warner Studios this morning. The post-production of Gods and Gods has reached the final stage. He does not have the final editing rights, and it is estimated that it will be completed before February. Ridley said that he will rest for about 10 days, and then start preparing for The Martian. This is a magical epic. Ridley still does not have the final editing rights like Kingdom of Heaven. Martin can already foresee the future of this film. He did not care about other people's business and asked, has NASA responded? Through the relationship in Washington and the White House, Martin sent a batch of sample books printed by Random House to NASA after Andy Weir's novel was completed. The filming of this film is inseparable from the support of NASA. Thomas said, Louise went to Washington to sign a cooperation agreement with NASA. Martin said, I'll call Louise later. Ali came over and sat on the other side of Martin, saying, Ridley postponed Fox's new Alien to direct You're the Martian. This movie is more of a hard science fiction movie. Will it work? Martin must give people confidence at this time. I'm 80% sure that it will succeed. Ridley is good at science fiction. No, Ridley is best at epics. Ali specifically reminded Martin, you must remember this, especially when you are facing Ridley. Saying a few good words about him and epic movies is more effective than anything else. Martin understood and said directly, Ridley's epic movies are my favorite. Think about old Ray's epic movies. Except for Gladiator, it's better not to mention the rest. The engagement ceremony began, and Martin and the other two stopped talking and watched quietly. The arranged photographers and cameramen have been taking photos and videos, and then they will be sent to the media, which will trigger another wave of heat at this critical moment, when the Oscar votes are about to be issued. The engagement ceremony was successfully completed, and the host arranged a reception afterwards. Natalie, who was pregnant, found Martin alone, and thanked him specifically, your creativity has put me far ahead of other competitors. Everything she did was effective, and she was very happy. Starting from the Gotham Independent Award, I have won the Best Actress Award in 14 Outpost Awards. You're welcome, Nat. Martin smiled. I watched Black Swan, and your role is very good. Natalie was not modest at all. I prepared a lot for this role and paid a lot. I practiced ballet for half a year alone. I completed 90% of all the ballet shots in it myself. Martin nodded casually. This kind of publicity is normal in the Oscars. If many dance shots were completed by stand-ins, Natalie would have a hard time even getting nominated. As long as she wins this year's Oscar for Best Actress, Natalie will be the first actress born in the 1980s to win this award. The significance of this aspect, in some ways, symbolizes that she can become the first Hollywood actress born in the 1980s. She wanted this award so much. Voting will start soon. Martin, do you have any other ways to win more votes? Martin thought these were enough. I can't think of any for now. You are a genius in choosing scripts, acting, and publicity. Natalie looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. She lowered her voice and said, "Tonight, I will drive Benjamin away, and I will thank you in my bedroom with Benjamin. How about that?" She held her bulging belly with her hand. "Maybe I'm not as beautiful and sexy as Elizabeth Olsen, but you should not have experienced such a special moment, right?" Although Martin often behaves like a bad person, he always has a moral bottom line. Facing Natalie's proposal, he was not moved at all. Moreover, he had no grudges with Benjamin Millipede, and immediately said, "Nat, we are friends. There is no need to do this. If you do these things well, you will have a great chance of winning the award." Natalie sighed secretly, not without regret. "If I had known you a few years earlier, it would have been great. He is rich, beautiful, has status, is famous, and knows how to promote marketing." Martin is self-aware, thinking, would you have liked me a few years earlier? If they chatted alone again, the topic would definitely go off track again. So he found an excuse and went to where Ali and Thomas were. Ali asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Martin shook his head, not knowing what to say. Ali thought that Martin came from Natalie's place and roughly understood and said, "Don't mind it. Natalie is sometimes bold and plays wild, and her high IQ, high education, and indifference to fame and fortune are all deliberately set up as a person. I understand." Martin would not despise it because he was the same, and Ali and Thomas knew everything about him. He said self-deprecatingly, "I'm still a sunny guy and an American hero." After the reception, Thomas got into Martin's car. Bruce drove to Burbank. Thomas saw the huge poster of Leonardo outside the window and said, "This year's Oscars publicity is a bit strange." He picked up the newspaper next to him, which had a photo of Leonardo with a water gun on it. The Best Actress did not promote her acting skills and role, but walked in front of the media cameras every day with a big belly. Leo is even more interesting. She actually made a fool of herself. "This is the first time I have seen an actor publicly make a fool of himself in Oscars publicity." Martin said, "Harvey has fallen, and now is an era of chaos." Thomas shook his head, but the direction of this Oscars publicity is too biased. Bruce couldn't help laughing and said, "Martin has led the entire Oscars PR astray with his own strength." Thomas fully agreed. Indeed. Leonardo made a fool of himself. Natalie sold her belly. James Franco claimed to have broken his arm and sold his disability. Nicole Kidman was selling the love of her life cruise. The first Oscar in the post-Harvey Weinstein era seemed to have been led astray by Martin alone. Martin felt that selling misery and selling belly was better than selling LGBTQ or something like that. Back in the studio, Martin called Louise, who had already started discussing cooperation with NASA. In Los Angeles, Brad and Andy Weir were jointly adapting the script. According to the two, 50 pages of the script would involve NASA's technical and operational details. Like the FBI and CIA, NASA has a special Hollywood office that is responsible for handling matters related to filming in collaboration with Hollywood crews. They have worked with many Hollywood crews in the past and don't mind working together again. Louise's feedback was that NASA had a very high degree of recognition for the novel The Martian. Several executives said that they had never seen a science fiction novel that could tell such a wonderful story and maintain a high degree of technical accuracy. This can be regarded as hard science fiction among soft science fiction. In the past, relatively few hard science fiction movies have been commercially successful. Therefore, before the project was officially launched, Martin was already considering publicity and promotion. He asked Louise to discuss with NASA to see if they could bring a batch of special paper and posters to space the next time there was a space launch plan. After the return, whether it was used to make brochures or print commemorative posters, it would be a good gimmick. At the same time, the studio was also raising funds for filming. The production budget of The Martian was as high as $100 million. This was the first time that Davis Studio had operated a film project with an investment of over 100 million since its establishment. Then, Christmas came, and after the Christmas holiday, Davis Studio had to move. Chapter 637 Mexicans. South Broadway, diagonally opposite the Disney Studios. Several trucks parked in front of a 4-story office building. Many Mexicans got off the trucks and moved the goods into the building. At the entrance of the building, a new copper nameplate was hung, shining brightly, with a line of large characters on it. Davis Film and Television Production Studio. At the end of this year, the lease of the office building at Warner Studios expired. Martin did not renew the lease, but chose to move, and moved the company to Disney. Martin stood in the spacious office on the 4th floor, just in time to see the Disney building opposite. This place is similar to Warner Studios, and the studio area is behind the office building. There was a knock on the office door, and Martin went to open it. Jessica came over with a few Mexicans pushing carts. "Boss, the safe you ordered has arrived. I asked them to put it directly in the office." Martin nodded. "Push it in." He pointed to the reserved position in the corner. "Just put it there." Several Mexicans pushed carts over and together lifted the heavy safe and put it in the corner. Martin looked at the location and said, "It's okay." When the Mexicans passed by Martin's desk, 2 of them glanced at the desk and saw a large pile of documents on one of the places. They often served Hollywood companies and knew that there were some scripts. The few people walked out of the office without stopping. Martin asked Jessica, "Have you almost moved the things?" Jessica replied, "We have moved everything this time." Martin was like a mature capitalist. "We will resume normal work tomorrow." The sound of moving things outside continued to come from the open office door, and it was not until half an hour later that it quieted down. After settling the bills, the truck and a large van left one after another. In the van, 4 Mexicans were discussing. "Boss, such a big safe in the office must be used to store valuables. These people who came from Mexico not long ago, no one knows what kind of work they did before. Some of them are very brave. Let's find an opportunity to do him a favor." The boss looks quite honest and like a good person. Digo, "Don't fucking talk nonsense. We are doing legal business." Digo, with a blue-black tattoo on his neck, scratched his head and said, "Boss, working so hard to make money is too slow." The pool next to him said, "It is said that America is a paradise. We threw away the business in Mexico and finally came to the United States, but we still have to work hard." Boss Rodrigo said, "Didn't you see? The owner of that office is Martin Davis, a real big shot in Hollywood. It is said that he has a good relationship with the new director of LAPD and wears pants with him." Digo was not convinced. "In Mexico, we even screwed the mayor." Romero, who was driving, said, "Shut up. This matter is in the past, and no one is allowed to mention it again in the future." Rodrigo said, "You haven't been here long enough to know that the LAPD is the largest armed violent organization in Los Angeles. Once people like us provoke the LAPD, they will be the targets of emptying their magazines." Digo and Romero stopped talking. Rodrigo said again, "The public security in Los Angeles is not good. No one will put too valuable property in the office safe. Wouldn't that tell others to steal quickly?" Romero, who was driving, interrupted again. "When I came out of the office, I found some scripts on Martin Davis' desk. I saw it too. It must be a script." Rodriguez looked at Digo and Paul and said, "Watch it. I will teach you how to make money without risk." Digo and Paul nodded repeatedly. Rodriguez said, "Martin Davis is known for his good vision in Hollywood, and the film projects he chooses are always big sellers. I often come into contact with people from Hollywood companies, and I have heard it mentioned more than once that many Hollywood companies and producers want to know in advance what projects Martin Davis will choose in the future." DePaul reacted quickly. "Those scripts on the desk? Yes, those scripts are our business opportunities." Rodriguez said to Lamela, who was driving, "You know, a lot of people in Hollywood spread the news outside and say that we have seen the scripts of many projects of Martin Davis." Romero said, "But we just saw the script." Rodriguez looks honest, but he is not a pushover. "The script is hidden somewhere. This news should be able to make some money." Romero nodded. "I'll go this afternoon." Digo and Romero said, "Let's go together." Rodriguez nodded. Okay, although you speak English well, you also have to adapt to the environment here. Don't always get guns and the like. We have to use our brains to make money. Understood. The two responded. Back in downtown Los Angeles, the four had lunch. Rodriguez went to find a high-end route, while the other three went out to spread the news. Like other Hollywood production companies, Davis Studio always receives many scripts submitted by screenwriters. Every other week, Martin would take time to take out these scripts and quickly browse through them, but after a few years, there were very few valuable scripts. Hollywood has roughly calculated that it receives nearly 400,000 scripts every year. According to data released by the Industry Association, the lowest number of scripts is 350,000 in a year. This does not include remakes of old films, sequels, comic adaptations, and novel adaptations. It is a luxury to expect that only 1% of them can be produced. As for the Hollywood script blacklist that became famous because of the success of Juno, some of them have become successful movies in recent years, but like the industry's 28th law, there are more failures. Martin has also been paying attention to the blacklist. If he really sees a valuable project whose copyright has not been sold, he will of course take action. The dozen or so scripts received recently are all piled on the desk. Martin is flipping through them quickly. Among these, there are both those sent by famous screenwriters in the industry, but more are those of new screenwriters. The first script Martin opened was called Seventh Son. He opened the first page to see the setting, closed it and put it aside. There was no need to read on because it was a magical epic. Martin had no impression of the scripts of Middle East Lovers and Prince's Escape that he saw later. The screenwriters themselves were new, and the content of the scripts was not worth reading. The same was true for the next dozen or so. Until the last one, Martin saw another work that he remembered, called Transcendence, which was about an electronic scientist who was assassinated by terrorists and his wife transferred his spirit into a supercomputer. He had seen this movie and was impressed because the male lead was played by Johnny Depp. But thinking about Depp's role as the captain, he would be in trouble as long as he left the Caribbean. So Martin closed the script and put it aside. He finished reading all the scripts and originally wanted to have them all taken away, but thinking that even fairy tale books like Jack the Giant Slayer could be used before, he only had the scripts that he had no impression of taken away, leaving Seventh Son and Transcendence. Martin thought about it and couldn't think of any place to use it for the time being, so he simply put the script in the safe. The phone on the desk rang, and Martin answered it. The caller was Maya, who asked him to come over. After Maya joined the company and signed a creative agreement with Davis Studio, she has been writing and revising the script. As a new screenwriter, it is not easy to write the script to Martin's satisfaction despite the help of Brat. And under Martin's suggestion, the script has become a song and dance type. Maya's boyfriend Sebastian also resigned from the Smokehouse and joined Davis Studio, specializing in the soundtrack and songwriting for La La Land. Martin came to the second floor, where Maya and Sebastian had a large independent studio. Maya handed Martin a manuscript and said, "I revised the script again." Martin was not very satisfied with the script before, mainly the ending, where the heroine who became a big star finally walked with the hero, just like a Disney fairy tale movie. The happy ending looks good at first glance, and it is completely acceptable in other types of films. But this kind of film with Hollywood as the background is not suitable, neither in line with Hollywood reality nor in line with the public's perception of Hollywood. The heroine may still have feelings for the hero, but she will choose to marry a richer and more prestigious man. Martin took the script and turned directly to the last part. The ending has been changed. It is no longer that the hero and heroine get together, but the heroine marries a producer. At the end, she meets the hero again in the music bar opened by the hero. The two met, but did not meet again, and finally embarked on their own paths. Maya asked, "Is this ending okay?" Martin closed the script. "This ending is very good." Sebastian said, "At this time, I composed a piece of music specifically for the ending." Martin asked, "Can I listen to it?" Sebastian sat behind the piano and pressed the black and white keys. This is a slightly sad melody, but there is also a sense of striving for progress in the sadness. Maybe Martin has listened to Taylor Swift singing more, and he has a certain level of appreciation. He can actually hear these from the melody. He decided that, in order to improve his musical literacy, he would listen to Taylor and her girlfriend singing more in the future. After the song was finished, Sebastian took a breath before coming back to his senses and looked at Martin. I was the first to come up with the type of song, but I only know how to compose, not choreograph or write lyrics, so the studio needs to prepare early. Martin nodded. I'll have someone communicate with Disney. Disney is very good at music, singing and dancing, and there is no shortage of professional talents. Sebastian was relieved and said, I will continue to compose music. Martin returned the script to Maya, continue to refine it, and communicate more with Brad if you have any questions. His cell phone rang, waved and left the studio, and found that the call was from Charlie and Aniston. Hi, dear, do you want to go watch the filming of an art film together tomorrow? I talked to Jenna on the phone, and her new film with Pitt is going to start shooting tomorrow. Chapter 638. Let's also shoot a movie. In the Valley area north of Los Angeles, an ordinary black business car drove into the studio. Before becoming famous, Bruce and Martin had come here to watch Jenna Jameson filming, so they were familiar with the place. The car stopped at the entrance of the studio's security passage, and Martin, Julie and Aniston got out one after another. Jenna Jones was waiting here. You are here. Julie smiled and said, today's scenes are very exciting. Jenna said, I won't let you down. She turned to look at Martin. Thank you for your authorization, old friend. Martin shook her hand. You don't have to be so polite. Jenna greeted Bruce, who followed behind, and took the group to the second floor directly. This place was originally used for overhead shooting, but it won't be used for today's scenes. It's just right for you to watch on the second floor. She opened a door. I'm going back to the set to film. Aniston said, you are busy. Don't worry about us. Martin and his group entered the room and found that there was another person inside, and he was his old neighbor. Mr. Jones saw Martin and came over to hug him. Thank you very much for coming to support Jenna. He shook hands with Julie and Aniston one by one. Thank you. Thank you. Martin introduced. This is Mr. Jones, my old friend and neighbor in Sherman Oaks. He is Jenna's father. The first part was normal, but the second part made Charlie and Aniston feel like thunder rolling. An old father came to the Sacred Valley to watch his daughter shoot an art film, which really filled the artistic atmosphere. If it was just directing, it would be fine, but the problem is that the daughter is not only a director, but also the heroine. Charlie and Aniston couldn't understand it, but Martin was used to it and came to the glass window with Mr. Jones to chat about the recent interesting things. Although Aniston felt strange, she still came to Martin's side. Charlie naturally followed. Then they heard what Mr. Jones said to Martin. Pitt is famous, but he is a newcomer in this industry, and his skills are definitely not good. Jenna is the winner of the Best Actress and can easily control it. Martin could only nod and agree. What else could he say? Mr. Jones added, I hope Jenna can win another Best Actress and Best Director award and become a true benchmark in this industry. Martin reminded, let's stop talking, because we are about to start shooting. Below, Brad Pitt, wearing a suit, has walked into the studio. The studio has been set up as a sugar storm scene, but it is much simpler. Jenna, wearing a coat and long leather boots, left the director's seat and shouted to the prop master, make a sugar storm. Two sturdy men were carrying bags of powdered sugar behind a truck. The blower started to turn at this time, and a small amount of powdered sugar floated in the wind and turned into a light white mist. The shooting began. The beginning of this scene was very similar to the scene in Gone Girl. The male and female protagonists walked into the studio one after another. But soon there was a change. The artistic scenes of the male and female protagonists were all real art. Although Pitt has done this kind of scene countless times in real life, it was his first time filming. Novices are bound to make mistakes. As the director and heroine, Jenna had to stop from time to time and make corresponding adjustments. The filming was intermittent, and the male lead had to keep up the form all the time, which was not easy at all. During a break in filming, Jenna left the set and returned to the director's seat to check the filming. Mr. Jones shook his head and said, this Brad Pitt is not very good. I used to come and watch the filming. Those male actors were as fierce as animals. Sometimes I had to talk to them before filming and tell them to be gentler and more gentle when filming. He sighed. This bit, do you want me to go down and tell him to be more forceful? Martin was used to Mr. Jones's words and didn't answer. Charlie and Aniston were holding back their laughter, looking very hard. The filming started again. This time, in addition to Pitt, Jenna called the two strong men who were removing sugar powder to join in. One of them was not very honest. Maybe he was jealous and always rubbed against Pitt, making people feel that Pitt was very dangerous. Not long after, Charlie and Aniston wanted to pull Martin away. Jenna, who was taking a break from the crew, came up from downstairs with a rolled up notebook in her hand and said, Pitt just mentioned something to me. Can we talk for a while? Martin was a little surprised. Does he know we are coming? I don't know. Jenna was still very reliable, except me. No one knew you were coming today. She handed the notebook to Martin. Pitt wrote a script, and just let me take a look. I found the content of the crew a little strange. Martin took it, and took a look. The script was called Forever Love. When he opened it to read the content, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tremble. Seeing his strange expression, Julie couldn't help but walk over curiously and leaned over to Martin to read it. After reading only one page, she covered her mouth and laughed. Aniston also came over and popped her head from the other side of Martin. When she saw the script, her eyes widened immediately. Why did the plot in the script look so familiar? As if she had experienced it personally. Charlie smiled very happily and said to Aniston, isn't this about us? It's so funny. Aniston's ex-wife nature exploded, and she shouted in a low voice, Pitt, that bastard, still won't let us go. Martin quickly glanced over the script and handed it to Jenna. Jenna asked, this script? Martin shrugged, I don't care. He really didn't care about this kind of thing. To be honest, the other party could just change the name and shoot it casually without infringing copyright. For example, too many Hollywood celebrity biographical movies were shot without obtaining authorization. Martin looked at Julie and Aniston. What do you think? Of course we have to shoot it. How could someone like Charlie care about this kind of thing? Not only did she not object, but she was quite excited and asked Jenna, Director Jones, if this script is filmed, do you have enough budget? Can I participate in the investment? Aniston wanted to speak, but Charlie covered her mouth. Julie said, if you object, I will fire you and replace you with Charlize Theron. Aniston broke free from her hand. You dare? Julie said, why not? It's still fresh. She whispered to Aniston's ear, think about it. It's better to let Jenna shoot than others. Aniston understood it immediately and made a concession. Forget it. Just write this kind of script. Even if he has the courage, he dare not use our name. Martin looked back at the two of them. Julie said directly to Jenna, don't mention our name, and don't allude to the style. You know. Jenna promised, I will pay close attention to these. I wish you a smooth shooting. Martin also looked at it, and was about to say goodbye. We won't disturb you from shooting. Jenna sent Martin and the other four out the side door. As soon as they got in the car, Julie said to Bruce, old Bruce, let's go to the hotel. Bruce replied, 20 minutes. In just over 10 minutes, he drove the car into the underground parking lot of a hotel. Before Martin took Julie and Aniston into the room, he asked Bruce to check to make sure there was no problem. After entering, Aniston took out a mini camera from her bag and said, how about we shoot one too? Charlie agreed, okay. They all agreed, and Martin certainly wouldn't object. On North Hollywood Valley Boulevard, a black Lexus stopped on the side of the road near a Mexican restaurant. The middle-aged man wearing sunglasses picked up the black leather bag on the passenger seat, got out of the car, and looked at the restaurant sign to make sure the place was right, then entered the restaurant. A Mexican wearing a Dodgers baseball cap looked at him and asked, Darrett? The middle-aged man nodded. I'm looking for the Newell brothers. We are. Romero motioned for him to follow and took him to the back of the restaurant. Darrett soon saw a kind Mexican man who was sitting in a booth, eating the common burrito. There were two Mexican tattooed men sitting in the nearby seats. Rodriguez put down his fork, wiped his mouth casually, and asked, are you the one who wants to buy the news? Darrett smiled and said, I heard that you have news about Martin Davis and his new project? Rodriguez said, yes, exclusive secret news. He looked at the briefcase he brought with him. I have been in Hollywood for many years, and I have never seen a person like Martin Davis. All the movies he chooses are failures. Even Tom Cruise, Will Smith and Leonardo in their prime, could not do it. This is also the key to attracting Deloitte. In the past 6 years, the movies and roles chosen by Martin Davis have all been commercial hits. Even The Reader, which has the worst box office and too many literary attributes, still made a profit just by box office. Deloitte is not an ordinary person. He took out a stack of dollars from his pocket and put it on the table. Diego and Paul swallowed their saliva. Rodriguez remained calm and said with an unchanged expression, "These are not enough." Deloitte took out another stack, put it together, and pressed his hand on it. I showed my sincerity. Davis Studio has just changed its office location, and Martin Davis has ordered a safe. Rodriguez stopped talking. Deloitte returned the money under his hand. Rodriguez checked it and found that the money was real. We went to deliver the safe and entered Martin Davis' office. On his desk, we saw some scripts. Hearing about the script, Deloitte's eyes lit up. This was not a script, but a matter of hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Rodriguez continued, no one would be stupid enough to put too much valuable money in the company's office. Martin Davis bought that safe to store the script. Deloitte thought this made sense. Martin Davis would only put the scripts he liked in the safe. He asked, go on. Rodriguez said, your money can only buy this information. Deloitte frowned, are you kidding me? Rodriguez said, I have told you where the script is. You can find a way to see it. Chapter 639 The most responsible way to vote for the Oscars. Inside the Mexican restaurant, Darrett was not in a hurry to leave, but said, the information you provided is not comprehensive enough. After getting the money in his hand, Rodriguez could not give it away again. If the information is more detailed, it will not be this price. You can get more detailed information. Darrett looked at him and smiled, right? Rodriguez took the money, that's all I know. Darrett opened the briefcase, took out another stack of dollars, and said directly, you have a way, right? Rodriguez was not stupid and understood what the method he was talking about was, but the risk was too great. After all, that man was Martin Davis, who was not only on good terms with the LAPD, but also knocked down more than a dozen armed Russian spies by himself. For his brothers, meeting Martin was completely a gift. Darrett nodded, I understand. He took out another stack of dollars from the briefcase and placed it side by side with the previous one. Diego and Paul, who were nearby, began to breathe rapidly, and their eyes were all on the black briefcase. Romero quickly reached out to stop them, lest the two of them do something stupid. He had just seen at the door that there was a commercial vehicle behind the man's car. Rodriguez shook his head, I have no way. Deloitte took out another stack of money. No, you have a way. Rodriguez looked indifferent. Deloitte took out the last stack of money and put them side by side. Have you thought of a way? This time, even Rodriguez's breathing became a little rapid. They were ordinary people coming from Mexico, and they didn't have a good life in Los Angeles. This place was a paradise for the rich. Deloitte glanced at Rodriguez, said no more, and took the money into his bag. How could there be such a test for people? How could ordinary people withstand such a test? Wait. Rodriguez finally couldn't help but speak. Double the amount of money. I'll think of a way. Deloitte smiled. Okay. Hearing that he agreed. Diego and Paul were excited. Is there anything better than the US dollar? US dollars mean good wine, beautiful women, and a better life. Deloitte took out the money again and pushed it to Rodriguez on the other side, saying, this part is the deposit. I will give you the rest after you finish. Since you have been in Hollywood, you should know that those things are useless to you. They are of great value to us, and we will not care about this little money. Rodriguez checked the money and held out his hand. It's a deal. It's a deal. Deloitte shook hands with him, got up and left the restaurant. Rodriguez picked up the money on the table, threw a stack to each person, and reminded, watch your mouth. Diego picked up the money and smelled it. The smell was so charming. He said, boss, how to do it, you tell me. Romero and Paul put away the money and looked at Rodriguez. With such a stack of money, it is more than enough to kill a few people in Mexico. With money in hand, you have the confidence to do anything, and it can also give people great confidence, making people feel that they can do anything. Rodriguez took the money and no longer hesitated. He carefully recalled what he saw in the office and the vicinity of the office building. There were surveillance cameras at the entrance and inside the office building. He looked at Romero. "You are good at picking locks. Can you open that kind of safe?" Romero nodded. "It's not a big problem. If it doesn't work, we can dismantle it violently." The safe was easy to deal with. Rodriguez said, "Next, we need to find an electrician and someone who knows about surveillance cameras." DePaul continued, "There are many people coming from Mexico. It's not difficult to find people who know these technologies." Rodriguez stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's act quickly." Just after the New Year holiday in 2011, Martin received the Oscar ballot mailed by the Film Academy. Now, he is a dual member of the Screen Actors Guild and the Producers Guild. In the internal voting of the Academy, he has the right to vote for all acting awards and Best Film. As the Academy mailed out the ballots, the Oscar public relations promotion became more and more intense. Leonardo appeared on The Helen Show and talked about his mental journey in order to hone his acting skills over the years on TV. The hardships involved made people want to cry. "Listen, is this reasonable?" In the large living room of the villa, Nicholson looked at the TV program and shook his head, saying, "We asked you to act ugly, not to be miserable." Leonardo drooped his face and said, "Do you know how miserable I have been in order to hone my acting skills these years?" He stood up and turned in front of Martin and Nicholson. "I'm 50 pounds fatter than in 2000. Isn't it miserable enough?" "Yes, you are too miserable, Leonardo." Martin couldn't bear to hear this rich guy acting miserable in front of him, a poor guy, and said, "You have changed more than a dozen formal girlfriends, right? Dozens of informal ones, each of them is a famous supermodel." Leonardo raised his finger and shook it. "You are completely wrong, Martin. You said it the other way around. It is clear that I was abandoned by more than a dozen women one after another." Elizabeth Olsen happened to deliver a fruit plate and was stunned when she heard this shameless statement. No wonder he can hang out with this guy from his family and become a close friend. They are all the same bastards. But a jerk like Martin is 100 times cuter than Leonardo. Martin gave Leonardo a thumbs up. "You are worthy of being the top superstar in Hollywood. You are so shameless." Nicholson took out his Oscar ballot from his pocket, asked Elizabeth for a pen, and said, "Just because you were kicked out by a dozen women, I have to vote for you in the first place of Best Actor." Leonardo looked at Martin and began to do public relations for Martin. "Since I bought so many artworks from Lily, you should vote for me, right?" Elizabeth had already brought the ballot and pen to Martin. Martin was quite helpless. He wrote Leonardo's name on the first line of the Best Actor column. Then he wrote Natalie Portman in the first place of Best Actress and Charlize Theron in the second place. The best films chose Inception and Gone Girl, and the first place of Best Supporting Actor was written by me. But there were still a lot of blank columns. The same was true for Leonardo and Nicholson. Martin wanted to finish the ballots today and mail them back to the Academy directly, so he asked, "Have you made suitable choices for the remaining ones?" Leonardo said, "No. We are important members of the Academy, and every name on the Oscar ballot must be the result of careful selection." Nicholson's tone was particularly serious. "Next, I will teach you the most responsible way to choose." When Martin heard this, he immediately felt a sense of responsibility. "Jack, what you said makes sense. We should set an example for Oscar voting." Nicholson asked, "I remember there is an indoor archery hall in the entertainment area of your house, and there are dartboards in it?" Martin said, "Yes, I practice for fun." Leonardo exposed Martin's past. This guy has severe persecution mania. Elizabeth, who had been acting as a temporary waiter and had never interrupted, couldn't help but say, "Leo, if you have experienced serious violent injuries like Burbank Middle School and Santa Monica Pier, you will also have persecution mania." Leonardo echoed, "You are right." Nicholson didn't think much of it. He thought Martin's paranoia was just a sequel of messing with people too much. Martin took a few people to the auxiliary building next door. The basement of the auxiliary building was originally a small bowling alley. Martin was not interested in this thing, so he directly converted it into an indoor archery range, darts field and sports equipment hall. Nicholson brought a list of candidates and covered it on a large dartboard. He said, "Next, we will choose the remaining places by throwing darts." Martin clapped his hands vigorously. This method is indeed responsible and should be promoted throughout the academy. Leonardo seemed to have thought of something and asked Nicholson, "You old white men, do you always vote in such a responsible way? No wonder I always fail in my Oscar bid." Martin pretended to be enlightened. It turns out that the reason why Leo failed in the Oscars every time is not because of his poor acting skills, but because Jack and his friends were too responsible when voting. Nicholson was too lazy to pay attention to these two idiots. He picked up a dart, stood outside the throwing line, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and vote. I'll go first. The list above is for the Best Supporting Actress and Best Supporting Actor." Martin and Leonardo voted once in an absolutely responsible manner, and picked up the pen at the same time. Nicholson threw the dart, which was off center and hit the wooden board behind the target and fell down. Best Supporting Actress. Leonardo made a signing gesture. Wooden board. Nicholson picked up another dart and threw it again. This time it hit the target. He looked at it carefully and said, "Best Supporting Actress, Amy Adams." Martin and Leonardo wrote Amy Adams' name on the first place of Best Supporting Actress. Then Leonardo came on stage, and he hit the Best Supporting Actor, which turned out to be Christian Bale. Although there have been sharp conflicts, in the spirit of being absolutely responsible to the Oscars and all the candidates, Martin filled in Bale's name under Mean's name. Then it was Martin's turn to go on stage. Leonardo explained, "You throw darts too accurately. You throw whichever you want. This is too irresponsible and unfair to others. I think you must cover your eyes. I'm a responsible person." Martin found a piece of black cloth, covered his eyes, and threw the dart in his hand with his arm. The dart hit the target steadily. Nicholson said, "Best Supporting Actress, Jackie Weaver." Not only Martin, but even Leonardo and Nicholson didn't know this actress. But Dart made the choice, and they still filled in this person's name. The three bastards were serious and responsible, and they worked for more than an hour to fill out the Oscar ballot and mailed it out that day. Chapter 640 Theft. Because it was just dawn, and he was awakened by Elizabeth Olsen's kiss of love, Martin arrived at the company early, after finishing his morning exercise. Alice, the front desk, had already come to the company to open the door. Martin nodded to her, and went upstairs with Bruce. The elevator quickly reached the 4th floor. Martin entered the elevator room, and smelled a very faint smell. "What's the strange smell? Old Bruce, do you smell it?" Bruce sniffed hard. "Did someone with smelly feet take off his shoes in the elevator last night?" Martin turned out of the elevator room, and came to the door of the office. Just as he was about to open the door, his eyes caught sight of the brass handle and his hand immediately retracted. He found that the position of the handle keyhole was stained with some oil. Looking more carefully, there were faint scratches near the keyhole. Martin subconsciously stepped back and said to Bruce, who followed him, "Something is not right." Bruce didn't say a word and took out 2 pistols directly, handed one to Martin, and then walked along the marble wall to the door. He only took a glance and said, "The lock is new. There can't be such traces. It must have been opened with a non-matching key." Martin held the pistol tightly in both hands, guarding behind Bruce, and said, "Let's retreat first. It's possible that Jessica opened the door." Jessica also had a key to his office, and Jessica was the one who cleaned it daily. Bruce reminded, "Go back the way you came. If someone really broke in illegally, try not to destroy the traces." The two of them, one guarding the front and the other guarding the back, retreated to the elevator. Martin carefully observed the ground, and there were no other traces, except his and Bruce's footprints. The two took the elevator downstairs again. Jessica and Emily came out of the elevator and just wanted to go upstairs. When they saw Martin and Bruce holding guns, they were stunned for a moment. "What game is the boss playing? Using a gun in the company?" Jessica asked. "Boss, where are you?" Martin came out of the elevator and asked, "I wasn't here yesterday, but did anyone come into my office?" Jessica shook her head. "No." Emily was sure, except for the cleaning staff, no one went up to the 4th floor yesterday. Jessica asked, "Boss, what happened?" Bruce put away his gun, or thief may have entered the company. Martin saw Alice coming over curiously and used his body to block the gun, saying, "Alice, go to the door and stop other employees and don't let anyone in for the time being." He said to Bruce, "Call the police." Bruce took out his cell phone and called the police. Several people entered the first floor in succession, and even the diligent Alice had simply cleaned it. Martin looked around and came to the door. He first checked the door lock, then lowered the security door to take a look, and called Alice to ask a few questions, but found nothing. Bruce and Jessica went to check the surveillance, and found that the surveillance could not be used normally. The hard drive was violently removed, and the connected backup power supply was also damaged. Outside the door, 2 patrolmen quickly came over. They were just maintaining order, and reminding everyone to protect the scene. After more than 10 minutes, a detective from the Detective Bureau arrived here with personnel and professional technicians. The personnel were dispersed to inquire about the relevant situation, and they were very polite and careful in what they said and did. Inspector Gerald knew the relationship between Martin and the director very well. He came over to shake hands with Martin and personally asked him about the situation he had discovered. Martin explained it in detail and asked Bruce to take him to the monitoring room. Gerald immediately made a phone call to summon more personnel and asked people to go nearby to inquire and check the relevant situation. It took so long that Martin simply gave most of the company's employees a holiday, leaving only managers such as Jessica and Emily. Gerald came over at this time and invited Martin to go upstairs. "We found some traces left behind, but they are few in number. The intruders were very careful." After coming out of the elevator, he said as he walked, they should have worn shoe covers and gloves, so there were no fingerprints or clear footprints. When he came to the door of Martin's office, he pointed at the lock and said, "At least one of them is a master locksmith." He not only opened this door, but also opened your safe. Martin remembered very clearly, "It seems that there are no valuables in the safe in the office." Gerald said, "See if anything is missing." Martin carefully checked the office and found nothing missing. He then came to the safe where several technicians gathered. The safe was empty, with only 2 scripts lying inside. Gerald asked, "Is there anything missing?" Martin shook his head, squatted down to check the script, and found that the script seemed to have been turned over, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He first answered Gerald's words, "Nothing is missing. I didn't put anything else in this safe except 2 documents." Gerald asked, "Nothing was stolen?" Martin said to Bruce, "Check other places one by one." Not long after, Bruce came over and said, "Nothing is missing. Except for your office. Other rooms have not been touched." Martin roughly understood that the thieves came in not to steal property at all, and the target was probably the safe. He found Gerald and told him roughly. Gerald told Martin not to make it public for the time being and let them, the professionals, investigate. Soon, more information was summarized. The distribution box connected to this building was opened by someone, and the hard disk and hidden backup disk of the surveillance camera were all lost. Obviously, they were taken away. But there was also good news. Some traces were found on the back of the office building. It seemed that someone climbed up to the 4th floor along the drainage pipe, anti-theft net and air conditioner outdoor unit, and violently destroyed the anti-theft net of the window of the safety passage. In addition, the surveillance camera of a nearby building captured several figures in black clothes, black pants and black hoods. But there are relatively few surveillance cameras here, and there are very few public surveillance cameras away from the main road. We can only wait for the Detective Bureau to search for other clues. Gerald said a few polite words to Martin and quickly led his men to evacuate. In the office, Martin and Bruce were left. The latter asked directly, "Are they here for the scripts?" Martin took out 2 scripts, put them on the table in front of him, looked at the cover and said, "The Seventh Son and Transcendence. I thought these 2 scripts would be used, so I threw them into the safe, but I didn't expect that they would attract thieves." Bruce asked, "Who knows about it?" Martin said, "The company does not keep secrets about the scripts that I have read and rejected, but do not have copyrights. Many people know that I kept 2 scripts. The office collaboration software database of the studio can be queried by formal employees. Originally, this function was open to encourage employees to recommend scripts. Bruce asked again, "Are you optimistic about these two scripts?" "No." Martin said simply, "You know about magic epics." Bruce has heard Martin say more than once that all magic epic projects and roles will not be accepted. Martin said, "If they come for the script, what will they think when they see the script I specially locked in the safe?" Bruce knew that Martin's reputation for good vision was particularly loud now, and said, "Contact the copyright owner immediately to obtain the copyright of the script. It may also invest a huge amount of money in production. Although I don't know who did it, since they stole it from me, I will help them no matter what." Martin stood up and walked a few steps, picked up the phone, and pressed a number. "Jess, you and Emily come over." Jessica and Emily quickly entered the office. Martin handed the script to them and said, "You go and contact the script author or copyright owner to discuss the acquisition of the script." Jessica looked down and saw that Martin rejected these two scripts last time, if she remembered correctly. Martin further instructed, "Present an attitude of determination, make a bigger noise, and drag out the negotiations for a longer time, but don't really buy the copyright of the script, understand?" Emily continued, "We should create a momentum that we must get these two scripts." Martin nodded, "Yes, let's do it now." Jessica and Emily immediately contacted the screenwriter. The contact information was on the script. After the office door was closed, Bruce asked, "Do you want to find the culprit from this aspect?" Martin said, "If someone spent a lot of money to buy these two scripts, would they keep them in the script library? They will definitely invest in making them into movies." He came to the window and looked at the Disney studios opposite. "It doesn't really matter which thieves did it. The most important thing is which people or forces are hiding behind them." Bruce sighed. "It's not that we want to make trouble, but there are too many bad people in this circle. If we don't mess with others, someone will come to mess with us." Martin laughed. "In the eyes of many bigger forces in Hollywood, I may not be as good as Tom Cruise." Bruce understood what this meant. Tom Cruise had the Church of Scientology behind him and 30 years of accumulation, but he was still almost blackened to the point where he couldn't turn over. Fortunately, the accumulated health bar was thick enough. "We have to be more secretive when purchasing projects in the future." Martin thought for a while and said, "I'll say hello to Harris later and set up a shell company in Harris's name. If there is any project I'm interested in, let Harris talk to someone first." He said to Bruce again, "Although there are no important assets in the company, the security still needs to be upgraded." Bruce replied, "I will start to do it right away." The whole morning was spent dealing with these messes. In the afternoon, Martin went to Century City and met Nokia's marketing director Klaus at WMA. Martin's 2-year endorsement contract with Nokia Mobile will expire this month. In the past 2 years, because smartphones and Android have not yet fully developed, coupled with Martin's appeal and the decline of old rival Motorola mobile phones, Nokia mobile phones still occupy a very considerable market share in North America. Martin declined Nokia's invitation to renew the contract, even though Nokia offered an endorsement contract of $15 million per year. Klaus completely couldn't understand Martin's choice. "Our cooperation in the past 2 years has been very successful. Why not continue it? This involves my personal privacy." Martin replied vaguely, "I can only say sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 641 Hollywood Star Income Ranking. There was no point in discussing endorsements, and the Nokia people quickly said goodbye and left. The mobile phone endorsement is now vacant, and I have prepared a few new candidates. Thomas knew that Martin would only endorse Nokia for 2 years, so he took out a few documents and handed them to Martin. "Would you like to take a look first?" Martin took it. Commercial endorsements now account for more than 1/3 of his annual Hollywood income. In the past year, Martin had 5 major commercial endorsements. Coca-Cola's endorsement increased to $15 million a year. Cadillac, Cartier men's watches and Nokia mobile phones were all $12 million, and Brian is $6 million. Not counting the dividend income from the Coke God commemorative Coke, His annual pre-tax income from pure endorsements is as high as $57 million. Now the mobile phone part is vacant. Martin quickly flipped through the information, which were 3 mobile phone brands: BlackBerry, Samsung and Lenovo. Thomas said specifically, BlackBerry and Samsung approached the company last year to inquire about mobile phone brand endorsements. At that time, you still had a contract with Nokia, so you haven't responded to them yet. He was worried that Martin didn't know the last brand. Lenovo is the largest PC manufacturer and seller in Asia. It wants to fully open up the world market. They asked football star Ronaldinho to endorse personal computers a few years ago. Michael Bay is a client of Alibaba. He got accurate information that Lenovo also spent a lot of money to sponsor DreamWorks' super blockbuster Transformers 3 last year. Martin remembered the last point. Although Transformers 3 also had hard advertising placement, it was much better than Transformers 4. Martin thought about it for a while and said, "Don't consider BlackBerry and Lenovo. The former will soon be swallowed up by the tide of the times and become a niche carnival." Although the latter once became the #1 mobile phone market on the other side of the Pacific, it fell at a terrifying speed. The most important point is that they are not welcomed by the American market or the other side of the Pacific. This is no longer a simple matter of money. Thomas added, "Lenovo is willing to offer $15 million US. Martin waved his hand. Thomas stopped talking and said, "Samsung has offered a 3-year contract worth $13 million US per year." His face suddenly became strange, and his voice became lower. "The Samsung executive who contacted me also told me privately that if you have any Korean actresses you like, just tell me, it's not a problem. They can pack them up and send them to Los Angeles. You don't have to worry about it after the job is done. They will be responsible for sending them away." Martin thought to himself, what do the Koreans mean? They are so damn insidious, they dare to use sugar-coated bullets. He thought for a moment and said, "We can talk to Samsung, but the offer cannot be less than $15 million US. Thomas suggested, "Don't refuse BlackBerry and Lenovo for now. You can talk about it first until there is competition." Martin waved his hand and said, "You are responsible for the specific negotiation." He then asked, "What about Apple? Apple's market share is constantly increasing." Thomas said, "Apple's spokesperson is actually Steve Jobs, but his health has not been optimistic since last year." He thought of Martin holding valuable Apple stocks and reminded him, Jobs is seriously ill. If he passes away, it may have a certain impact on Apple's stock price. Martin nodded, "I understand. You pay attention to Apple's mobile phone and talk to Samsung first." He just recalled carefully that the incident of Samsung's mobile phone turning into a bomb seemed to take another 5 or 6 years. Thomas said another thing. Vanity Fair magazine has notified the company of the next issue of the annual income ranking of Hollywood stars. You are in the top 3. It only counts the film and television pay, share and peripheral income, but not commercial investment and endorsements. Martin has been on the star income rankings of various magazines since 2008, and his ranking has been improving every year. He said, "You are only in the top 3. I thought I could be #1. Thomas reminded, "The top 2 are both captains." Martin thought, "Johnny Depp and James Cameron." He changed the subject, "But my income is all fictitious. In addition to the film pay, the post-production share of Inception and Gone Girl, as well as other films, has not been received." Thomas said, "It will be the end of next month, and Warner may drag it to the last day." Martin said, "If Warner does not pay on time, ask for liquidated damages plus interest." After talking about work, Martin came out of the reception room and received a call from Nalan. The two met in a cafe in Century City. Nalan asked directly, "I heard that you also have a space-themed science fiction project in your hands. The Martian. The novel will be published and released soon." Martin gave a general introduction to the relevant content and said, "Ridley Scott has already led people to prepare for it, and it is expected that filming will begin in April or May." Nalan took out a script and handed it to Martin. "Jonathan has completed the first draft of the space epic I told you about some time ago. Take a look." He reminded, "There is a plan attached at the back." Martin took it and flipped through a few pages to confirm that it was interstellar. He asked, "Has the filming schedule been set?" Nolan roughly said, "It will be filmed in 2013 and released in 2014, but I haven't decided which company to cooperate with." Martin would not make random comments on this aspect, but just said, "My schedule should be about the same." Nolan smiled and said, "I feel half assured about this project, because you can play the leading role." He then asked, "Have you received the share of the previous projects you cooperated with Warner?" "No." Martin shook his head and followed his words and said, "It used to be received at the beginning of the year, but now it is a few months late. The interest is enough for me to buy a few luxury cars." Nolan didn't look dissatisfied, but he said, "My studio participated in the investment of Inception, and the interest loss was even greater." Martin took a sip of tea. Nolan said again, "Warner Brothers has changed." Martin said, "It has indeed changed." Nolan was silent for a moment and said, "I was hesitant about whether to continue to cooperate with Warner Brothers on this space epic. I can't give you any advice on this." Martin put down the teacup and said appropriately, "I gave up Warner Brothers, and the conditions given by my old friend Alan Horn are not bad." Nolan didn't go into details. In the first year, he may usher in many changes, such as the expiration of the 3-year contract with CAA, and he is not going to continue with CAA. The reason is that CAA's management and senior executives are all Jewish. In the Moroccan kidnapping incident, they not only did not support him, but also put great pressure on him. This made Nolan feel very bad about CAA. He has done his best to fulfill the 3-year contract. Afterwards, the two talked a lot about Interstellar, including the more complicated copyright and investment status of this project. After leaving the cafe, and on the way home, Martin carefully read Nolan's script. The theme of the story is very vulgar, the usual Hollywood routine, love and family. Of course, all of this is within Martin's expectations. Although the investment in Hollywood movies is getting higher and higher, the overall development direction is becoming more and more conservative. What's more, the real initiator of this project is Steven Spielberg, not the Nolan brothers. Before the Nolan brothers joined, Spielberg had been working on this project for 4 years, and even considered directing it himself. According to what Nolan said just now, the first half of the script basically uses the settings of Spielberg and his screenwriters, and the latter is the idea of the Nolan brothers. The real copyright of the script is in the hands of DreamWorks. After the fall of DreamWorks, it has given up independent distribution and has now signed a contract with Paramount Pictures, which is similar to a subsidiary of Paramount. Paramount Pictures has signed a cooperation agreement with Warner Brothers on this project. Therefore, the current situation is that Nolan is extremely dissatisfied with Warner Brothers, but if he wants to direct this project, he still has to cooperate with Warner Brothers. Martin knows very well that, although he and Nolan are inclined to cooperate again, there are variables in this project. Fortunately, it was still early, so Martin didn't have to think about it for now. In January, the theme of Hollywood was the Oscars and the awards season. In recent years, the ratings of the Oscars have been declining, and its conservative style has been criticized. Many young people have already abandoned the Oscars. The movies they like don't win important awards at the Oscars, and in many cases they don't even get nominated. Why should they watch the awards ceremony? Is it that online games are not fun, or that social media is boring to pick up girls? This year's awards ceremony, the organizers strive to change, no longer inviting comedians or talk show stars to serve as hosts, but choosing the combination of Anne Hathaway and James Franco. There is still more than a month before the awards ceremony, and the preparation team has already started to get busy. Anne came to Los Angeles, the sad place, early to prepare, and went to the Kodak Theater on time every day. His partner James Franco is also very concerned about this job. In the morning, the two finished a line and sat in the first row to rest. James Franco took a copy of Vanity Fair magazine to read and change his mind. Anne sent a few text messages to her friend Emily Blunt and turned to see the magazine in Franco's hand. She happened to see the 3 people on the cover. They were James Cameron in the middle, Johnny Depp on the right, and Martin Davis on the left. Franco noticed Anne's gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" Anne asked, "Can I borrow the magazine?" Franco handed her the magazine. "Thank you." Anne took it and immediately turned to the title page corresponding to the cover. The title of the article attracted her attention. 2010 Hollywood Star Income Ranking. The first place was the great director James Cameron, with an amount of up to $257 million US, nearly 240 million, of which came from the movie Avatar, and the rest was from the copyright income of vault films. The next one was Johnny Depp, with an income of $115 million US. Alice in Wonderland and Pirates of the Caribbean 4 made Captain Sparrow earn nearly $100 million US. Then, and saw Martin's name. Chapter 642. The unique charm of the trio's leader. Martin's familiar face in the picture didn't seem to have aged at all, but had a more mature temperament and charm. Anne Hathaway's red lips were tightly pursed into a line, but suddenly she felt her cheeks numb and her throat was like something was stuck. She subconsciously opened her mouth, just like when she was with Martin. A strange sound almost came out of her throat, and she quickly covered her mouth. Anne thought it was a close call, but looking at Martin in the picture reminded her of the good times when her mouth was always full, and she missed it infinitely, because Anne saw the series of numbers listed on the list clearly. No 3. Martin Davis. $82 million US, $40 US US from the salary and share of Inception, $32 million US from the salary and share of Gone Girl, $10 million US from the copyright income of other old films. And knew that this was just a rough estimate, and there would definitely be errors, but the errors would not be particularly large. In previous years, Martin's income would be enough to rank first. Later, Spielberg, Leonardo, Nolan, etc. were all inferior to Martin. Although her annual income was close to tens of millions of dollars, the expenses of a female star were too high and this amount of money was not enough to spend. Anne clearly remembered that when she was with Martin, Martin's annual income was only a few $100,000, and he had just gained some fame. In just 5 years, he has already stepped half a foot into the threshold of a superstar. James Franco found Anne in a daze and asked, "Are you okay?" Anne came back to her senses and said, "I'm fine." She returned the magazine to Franco and walked slowly backstage. She had always wanted to find a white, rich and handsome man, but she knew that the rich and handsome man was right in front of her, but she lost it. At this moment, Anne really wanted to ask Martin if she could turn back. Entering the backstage, she saw the newly elected president of the Academy, Tom Sherrock, who was discussing the award presenter with the director of the award ceremony. "We have finalized 3 candidates for the Best Picture award," the director said to Tom Sherrock. "Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks and Martin Davis." Tom Sherrock nodded slightly. 3 people are enough, but Martin is a little too young. The influence of the Oscars has been decreasing in recent years, and we must reverse this trend. The director was under great pressure for a while. Tom Sherrock said, "Sandra Bullock injured her leg while filming her new film Gravity, and she may not be able to attend the awards ceremony. I called her to communicate that I plan to let Jack and Martin be the Best Actor award presenters." The director instantly understood what Sherrock meant. This is a famous trio in Hollywood and even the United States. According to Nicholson, the 3 of them once fought side by side at the Santa Monica Pier, fighting against dozens of armed spies together, and they had a life and death friendship. He asked tentatively, "What if Leonardo doesn't win?" Tom Sherrock said, "Whether he wins or not, it's interesting." The director said, "In the past 5 years, the Oscars had the highest ratings when Spielberg, Coppola and Lucas jointly presented the Best Director award to Scorsese. The Best Actor award presenter has been decided." Tom Sherrock was also under great pressure. The Oscars are the Academy's signature. Once the Oscars' influence decreases, the Academy will also decline. He added, "For the Best Picture award, let Spielberg and Hanks go up. Choose one of the 2, and see who is willing to go up." Anne passed by and pretended not to hear these words, but she was thinking in her heart that Martin would definitely go backstage during the award ceremony, so she would find a chance to chat with him for a few words. Maybe the old feelings would rekindle. She always felt that Martin was a man of affection and nostalgia. In the reception room of Davis' studio in Burbank, Inspector Gerald came to visit. Martin asked, "Has the case been solved?" "It has been found out." Inspector Gerald was very efficient in handling cases. He opened the file bag he brought, took out the information inside, and handed it to Martin. It has been found out now that it was done by this group of Mexicans. There were photos of 6 people on the file, and Martin had a vague impression of 2 of them. After thinking about it carefully, they seemed to be the Mexicans who delivered the safe on the day of moving. He looked at the information again, and found it was true. He asked, "Inspector, have you caught them?" Gerald said apologetically, "It took us a day to track them down, but when we went out to arrest them, we found that they had fled to Mexico at noon. They may be in Tijuana now." I reported it to the police. The police issued a warrant through their connections in Tijuana, but the situation there is very complicated. It is unrealistic to expect the Tijuana police to catch them. It doesn't matter. Martin didn't care about these thieves and asked, "Is there someone behind them directing them?" Gerald shook his head directly. "We haven't found anything yet. They have all gone to Mexico, so." Martin understood and didn't make things difficult for them. In a place like Los Angeles, Inspector Gerald's speed in finding suspects was definitely fast. Gerald stood up and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Davis. If there is any new progress in the case, we will inform you in time." Martin saw him out. "Thank you." After returning, he handed the information to Bruce and asked, "Do you remember?" Bruce looked through it carefully and said, "4 of them delivered the safe." Martin couldn't help but make associations. Could they be instructed by someone to come here, to check the place, in advance by taking the opportunity of delivering the safe? He remembered, that day, I had to review the scripts submitted to the company, and those scripts were piled on the desk. It's possible. Bruce asked the key question, who is the mastermind behind them? Martin said, "Wait, we should know soon." He glanced at his watch. "Go to Brentwood. There is another screening of Shutter Island today. We have watched Leo's ugly show for so long, and we have to help him with public relations." Bruce thought to himself, these 3 bastards not only make enemies, but also make trouble for each other when they are bored. Another screening ended. Leonardo was exhausted, and after all the guests said goodbye and left, he sat down on the sofa and didn't want to get up again. He invested more money and energy into the PR of this year's class than ever before. Martin helped him to the point of making a fool of himself, and Leonardo also rushed forward desperately. These days, he was either meeting with other college members, or on the way to meet them. He was almost numb from eating big meals, and the chicken and steak tasted like plastic. Martin took a bottle of water, threw it to Leonardo, and said, "Catherine Kennedy promised that she would give priority to you in the best actor vote. She has just been elected as the vice president of the academy and can influence the voting choices of many people." Nicholson came over and sat on another sofa. "This time the academy changed its term," said Gannis took the initiative to withdraw. "Warren Beatty did not run for election. 65-year-old Tom Sherrick was elected chairman. Catherine Kennedy and Tom Hanks were elected vice presidents, and the academy is also getting younger." Martin said, "Do I have any misunderstanding about rejuvenation? 65 years old is younger." Leonardo laughed. "This is a rare rejuvenation for the academy. Why, we old people haven't retired yet, and you young people are anxious to take over." Nicholson pushed up his sunglasses and changed the subject. "Martin's special public relations this time, coupled with the change of the academy, is indeed a rare opportunity for you, Leo." Leonardo was ruthless. "I will make a fool of myself to the end." Nicholson changed the subject. "Has the suspect in your case been caught?" "We found the suspect, but we didn't catch him." Martin didn't care about the intruders, but other things. He didn't put any pressure on the LAPD. He didn't need to use his connections with McClane for this. LAPD found some information and locked in 6 suspects, but they are all Mexicans and not stupid. They left Los Angeles the day after the incident and ran back to Mexico. They may be in Tijuana. You know the situation there. It's very complicated. Nicholson asked, "Do you want me, the great detective, to go out? Are you going to deal with the gangs in Tijuana?" Martin asked, "That's not America. If you get stuck there, I can't save you. Just try John Wick and Hurricane Rescue. If dozens of Tijuana gang members come up, not to mention him and Bruce, even a 6-man team of Navy SEALs might kneel." Nicholson shook his head quickly. "Forget about Tijuana. A borderline, heaven and hell. It's not just talk. The gang's into Joanna, don't buy into the Hollywood bastard trio, and in the past they might even be taken hostage and extorted for a large sum of money. Leonardo asked, are we just going to let this go? When have we ever suffered such a loss? Of course not. Martin said seriously, I'm considering hiring a group of mercenaries to go to Tijuana and kill them all. Nicholson was afraid that there would be nothing to do. This is a good idea. A few tens of thousands of dollars can make many Mexicans fight for their lives. He has been in California for decades and his ways are quite wild. Do you have information about those people? Martin nodded. Yes, LAPD has found out their identities and obtained a lot of daily photos. Nicholson was not polite to Martin. Give me $200,000 is the cost of doing things. Money is not a problem. Martin reminded again. Don't go to Mexico. There is no need to show up in person. Nicholson said, I won't go to Mexico. He grinned. Detective Nicholson is a fline. And next I'm the murderer Andrew. He stood up and waved his arms violently. No one can provoke our bastard trio and still enjoy themselves freely. Me, the boss of the bastard trio, will never allow it. Leonardo said, no wonder I'm willing to recognize you as the boss. Martin gave a thumbs up. This is the unique charm of the leader of the bastard trio. Chapter 643, Subcontracting and Subcontracting Again. Southern California, San Diego. A black Chevrolet stopped at the door of a restaurant. Nicholson, who was wearing makeup, got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant. He wore a wig and contact lenses and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He almost became a different person, like an elegant and savvy accountant. This was the masterpiece of an old friend of Nicholson who was a retired makeup artist. In that era without CG, many special effects of actors could only rely on the hands of makeup artists. In a business car behind, Martin watched Nicholson enter the restaurant and said, Old Bruce, is it open? Bruce turned on the receiver and said, it's open. Martin and Leonardo both put on headsets. Bruce picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the people in the car behind, get your weapons ready to attack at any time. This is just in case. Martin took out his pistol and checked the magazine. Leonardo was helpless about Martin and Bruce's paranoia and said, it's okay. Jack will go there in person, only if he is sure. He is not crazy enough yet and will not take risks. Martin pulled the bulletproof vest under his shirt and put the pistol into the holster, ready to get out of the car at any time. But the voice coming from the headset was normal. Nicholson's changed voice was talking and laughing with people. Soon, the other side got to the point. $200,000, 6 people. Nicholson said, I hate them and don't want to see them again. Another voice said, it seems that they are very annoying. I will warn them to stay away from you as much as possible, but you have to tell me which city they are in. Nicholson said, Tijuana, no more specific. Another voice said, it will take some time. Let's find the person first. Okay. Nicholson said. The voice stopped at this time and footsteps were heard. Martin took off his headphones and looked at the door of the restaurant. Nicholson quickly came out, got on the Chevrolet in front, started it and walked forward. Bruce drove to follow, leaving Tijuana City and entering a small road. Nicholson, who had taken off his wig, parked the car and got into the business car while Bruce went to deal with the Chevrolet. Martin drove towards Los Angeles. Nicholson said, it's done. Martin said the same thing, you don't have to go there in person. Nicholson shook his head, you and Leo are still young and don't understand the thoughts of an old man like me. There are not many fun things to find in a lifetime. If you can't find fun, you might as well be dead. He held up 2 fingers. Now I only have 2 major beliefs as my support. The Los Angeles Lakers and having fun. Leonardo asked, it won't be traced back to you, will it? Not to mention my makeup. If those 6 bastards died in Tijuana, how many people would care? Nicholson was not worried at all. If dozens of people don't die in Tijuana every day, is it still called Tijuana? He pointed to the south again. The bastard I dealt with has been a middleman for decades. Not only is he reliable and reputable, he has never flipped over. Do you know what the secret is? Martin habitually thought, is there someone behind him? Yes and no. Nicholson gave the correct answer. Subcontracting at all levels is the key. In San Diego, a middle-aged Latino man came out of a FedEx outlet, got on his Cherokee, dug out his Nokia 1100, and dialed a number. "I mailed you a document. The 6 people listed above are in Tijuana. Find them. I don't want to see them again. $100,000 to get them, as soon as possible." The man was a little excited. $100,000? Big deal. Don't worry, it will be done soon. That afternoon, he received the express and immediately contacted his subordinates. "Old man, I'm here to do business. The reward is $60,000. Find and get the 6 bastards hiding in Tijuana." When the other party heard the amount of money, he promised, "Don't worry, it will definitely be done." The next morning, in Tijuana, a border city between Mexico and the United States, a famous crime capital, in a very ordinary bungalow, several sturdy Latin men were smoking and playing cards. The door was opened from the outside, and Marcelo, with his afro, came in with an envelope and shouted, "Guys, it's a big deal." Paquita, whose arms were covered with black tattoos, asked, "Boss, is there $10,000 for the big deal?" Marcelo opened the envelope, took out a stack of photos taken against the photo, handed them to a few brothers, and said, "A big deal of $30,000. Hearing this number, the others threw away the cards in their hands and took the photos to pass around. Marcelo said, "These 6 bastards committed a big crime in the United States. It is said that they received a huge sum of money and are currently hiding in Tijuana. There are their detailed information on the back of the photo. Our task is very simple. Find them and send them to hell. Not only will there be a reward of $30,000, but the money in their hands will also belong to us." The others looked at the photos and wrote down the relevant content behind them. This is really a big deal. Marcelo's gang has a certain degree of professionalism. They used to be Mexican anti-drug special police, but there is a characteristic of this line of work. All work is to prepare for becoming traffickers in the future. For some reason, they were not accepted by the traffickers and became mercenaries active on the US-Mexico border. Marcelo shouted, "Okay, guys, get moving. Hurry up and find someone. People who suddenly get a lot of money will definitely spend a lot of money, so it's not hard to find them." Including him, 5 people left the bungalow and went to some well-informed bars or red light districts to look for clues. These local snakes in Tijuana are very efficient in doing things. Los Angeles, Annapurna Pictures. In the president's office, Megan Ellison, who has short hair and a manly face, closed the script and put it together with another script. The 2 scripts are The Seventh Son and Transcendence. Pressing the intercom, she said to her assistant, "Let Derrett and Wilson come over." Soon, 2 middle-aged men walked into Megan's office one after another. Megan picked up the script and shook it, then asked, "What's the situation now?" Drett replied, "On the day the police were called, 2 executives from Davis Studio urgently contacted the screenwriters and copyright owners of the 2 scripts, wanting to buy the scripts as soon as possible. From what I understand, they were quite anxious, and the screenwriters and copyright owners seized on this and asked for a high price of millions of dollars. The 2 sides are in a tug of war." He added, "Our contact with them has also raised their psychological expectations." Megan laughed, acting more like a man. Martin Davis attaches great importance to these 2 scripts. Drett can fully confirm this, very much. Go start formal negotiations with them and obtain the copyrights of the 2 scripts. Megan acted like her father and said directly, "Money is not a problem." "Yes." Drett responded and was about to leave. Wilson quickly said, "Wait." Megan asked, "Any questions?" Unlike Delite, who had just joined the industry a few years ago, Wilson was a standard Hollywood producer and had more to think about. "President, I have learned about the relevant information. Martin has already called the police. The LAPD and the Detective Bureau are still investigating. If we take the copyright of these 2 scripts, Martin Davis may suspect that we are involved in this matter." He didn't know before, and when Megan told him that Delite had obtained a copy of the script from the creator, Martin Davis is very difficult to deal with. Megan suddenly laughed. "The script is here. Anyone can bid." The words she said were very imposing, like a princess of Oracle Group. Even if Martin Davis knows, what can he do? Wilson opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Megan asked, "Does he have more money than me?" Or does he dare to come with a gun and kill me? Wilson didn't know how to respond. Megan Ellison was an outsider in Hollywood and didn't follow the Hollywood rules at all. She had money in her hands and power behind her, and she didn't care about the traditional forces in Hollywood at all. Megan had participated in the investment of the Hurt Locker and achieved initial success in Hollywood. She was full of confidence and said to Dredd, "Go, accept their offer, and buy the copyrights of the two scripts. Let all the creators in Hollywood know that Annapurna Pictures will pay a price that those old companies and studios won't." Dredd understood what Megan meant. "I will buy the copyrights of these two scripts in a very high profile manner." Megan's eyes were firm and full of confidence. "Go now." She looked at Wilson again with a smile on her face. "The production still depends on you. It is definitely not accidental that Martin Davis has been successful so many times. You go to find first-line actors and directors, and there is no upper limit on the budget." Wilson said, "The scripts that Martin Davis is optimistic about are indeed worthy of investment. Leave the production to me, and I won't let you down." Megan handed the two scripts to Wilson and said, "You know a lot of people in Hollywood. Pay attention to Martin Davis. If you get news that he is optimistic about a project or script, I understand." Wilson took the script back to the office and read it carefully again. Seventh Son is a typical magical epic, and Transcendence is a science fiction type. If you want to achieve the desired effect, it is difficult to complete each without $100 million. This is different from the company's first investment in a literary style, but Wilson, like Megan, thinks it is worth it. In late January, Hollywood broke out an astonishing news that Megan Ellison, the daughter of madman Larry Ellison, bought out the copyright of the two scripts at an astonishingly high price. Annapurna Pictures bought Seventh Son and Transcendence for $2.8 million and $3.2 million respectively. At the subsequent press conference, Megan Ellison personally announced to the media that the crew of Transcendence invited Captain Johnny Depp to play the leading actor with a salary of $30 million. The production budgets of these two projects have reached $150 million in total. Together with Zero Dark 30, which has just begun to be prepared, Megan Ellison and Annapurna Pictures have become famous. The news caused a stir in the industry, just as the Oscar nominees' luncheon was about to begin. Chapter 644, Never Let Brothers Down. Beverly Hills, Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Martin has a long-term luxury room here. There is still some time before the nominees' luncheon begins, and Leonardo and Nicholson also come to his side. Leonardo loosened his tie slightly and said, "Annapurna Pictures has acquired the copyright of the two scripts and bought them out at a very high price. What do you think?" Martin was very direct. "What else can I think? Those thieves are inseparable from Annapurna Pictures. Larry Ellison's son and daughter, they don't mess around in Silicon Valley, but come to ruin Hollywood." Nicholson looked at Martin. "Don't be impulsive. They are not easy to deal with." He said it was difficult to deal with, not impossible to deal with. Leonardo said, "She has a father with a net worth of nearly $30 billion US. Nicholson changed his tone again. "What does she want to do by publicly announcing the signing of Seventh Son and Transcendence? It's clearly declaring war." Martin was equally unhappy. "We have always been the ones to mess with people, but now we are messed with by a woman, and a very troublesome woman at that." Leonardo replied, "This is Hollywood, not Silicon Valley." Nicholson said, "I have a good idea." Martin and Leonardo both looked at him, because it was indeed troublesome to mess with Megan Ellison. From her series of high-profile behaviors, it is not difficult to see that this woman is learning from her madman father. Nicholson is experienced in life and analyzed, so she is both arrogant and tough in character, as if she can do whatever she wants. He summarized based on some cases he had experienced, this kind of person has a shortcoming. Once you break her arrogance and toughness and completely conquer her, you can do whatever you want, even turn her into a slave girl. Martin pondered for a moment. It seems to make sense. Leonardo nodded. "I have seen similar situations." He reminded, "Remember Nicholson? Some of Rainier's slave girls came from this way." Nicholson shouted to one side, "Old Bruce." Bruce pressed the remote control, and a large full-length photo of Megan Ellison appeared on the projection screen in the room. Nicholson pointed at the photo and said, "Martin, Leo, take the initiative. Show your masculine charm, conquer this woman, make her your slave, and do whatever you want. I have confidence in you." Martin looked at the full-length photo of Megan Ellison, who was a younger version of Larry Ellison with longer hair and bigger chest. He quickly shook his head and said, "I'm a good person with a moral bottom line, and I will never do such a rotten thing." Leonardo was much more direct than Martin. "No long golden brown hair, bad review. Facial lines and facial features are seriously masculine, bad review. Body proportions are not good enough. No long legs, bad review. No, I can't do that. You two bastards, how can you judge people by their appearance?" Nicholson was furious. Megan Ellison can share Larry Ellison's tens of billions of assets. If you can control her, just imagine, tens of billions of dollars in wealth. Martin still shook his head. "You are digging a pit on the spot and lighting a fire in it, tempting us to jump in." Leonardo said, "Let's try another way." Nicholson looked very disappointed. "It's such a sense of accomplishment to tame a billionaire princess. Think of ways slowly and be patient to find opportunities. There will always be one." Martin looked at the wall clock, stood up and said, "Let's go. The nominees' lunch is about to start." The three of them went downstairs together and entered the hotel's grand banquet hall. The crews of Shutter Island and Gone Girl were next to each other, and on the other side was the crew of Inception. Martin greeted his acquaintances one by one. Nolan and David Fincher both hoped to gain something at this year's Oscars, at least to get a nomination for Best Director. Martin had just finished greeting people when Natalie Portman, who was pregnant, came over. As time went by and various preliminary awards were awarded, her accumulated advantages became greater and greater, and her popularity became louder and louder. She was the absolute favorite for this year's Best Actress. Natalie sincerely thanked Martin at this time. She looked around and saw no one. She moved closer and said, "Has your company been stolen recently? Has your promising script been robbed?" Martin was very angry. "That's true. I have met several astrologers and fortune tellers from all over the world. Some of them said that I can help people reverse bad luck in my situation." Natalie was obviously not joking. She was kind-hearted. "You haven't had good luck recently. Maybe I can help you." Martin declined. "Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I have gotten rid of my bad luck." Natalie smiled and whispered, "You can come to me anytime, before I give birth." Although Martin was furious, he could feel Natalie's sincerity. "Nat, I wish you a successful climb to the top." Natalie said, "You deserve half the credit." The lunch was about to officially begin. Martin returned to his table. Mean, who had just sat down at the Inception table, came over and said, "Boss, do you want me to go out?" Martin didn't understand for a moment. "What are you going to do?" Mean said, "Annapurna Pictures and Megan Ellison. Do you want me to go?" Martin patted his arm and said, "No, she was born in 1986. I saw her appearance in the newspaper. She looks like a 40-year-old woman." Uncle Mean had no good solution this time. "If she is over 30, I have some confidence. If she is over 40, I guarantee that I can handle her." Nicholson, who was standing next to him, also heard it and patted Mean on the shoulder. "Man, even I, an old bastard, admire you." There were only a handful of people he could admire, and even Martin, the bastard, could not make Nicholson say such a thing. Mean was very humble. "Jack, I have been learning from you." Nicholson said the truth. "In some aspects, I'm not as good as you." Leonardo poked a few people at this time and reminded them, "Megan Ellison is here too." Martin and the others turned their heads to the right, and the brothers Megan Ellison and David Ellison were sitting at a table against the wall. Nicholson said, "She has made everything clear. After lunch, follow me to meet her." He looked at Martin. "If you can't think of a solution, you can sacrifice yourself and tame her physically." Martin sighed. "I can't let my brother down, no matter how wronged I am." Nicholson and Leonardo were silent, because this was so damn reasonable. There was a sound of high heels hitting the ground from behind. Someone pulled out a chair too far and hit the back of Martin's chair. Martin turned around and saw a woman with long red hair, white skin, and retro makeup. "I was so careless." Jessica Chastain apologized immediately. "Martin, I'm very sorry." Martin smiled. "It's okay." Seeing that he was very friendly and smiling, Jessica Chastain quickly introduced herself. "I'm Jessica Chastain, your fan." She opened her handbag and revealed the commemorative Coke logo. "Hello, leader. I'm a member of the Coke cult." Martin shook her hand. "Thank you for your support." Jessica Chastain quickly said, "You are my leader, and supporting you is something I must do. It's about to start. Let's talk when we have time." Martin pointed to the stage and ended the chat in time. He glanced at the new president of the Academy, Tom Sherrock, and the host Emily Blunt, who walked onto the stage, and suddenly remembered that Ridley Scott had already started preparing for The Martian, in which Jessica Chastain once played an important role. But Martin didn't think much about it, because the list of nominees began to be announced on the stage. Emily Blunt looked at the big screen on the side and read out, "The nominees for Best Supporting Actor are Christian Bale, John Hawkes, Mean Christie." Mean covered her mouth, too excited to control herself, and grabbed Martin's sleeve next to her. "Boss," Martin said, "this is the result of your hard work." Mean knew very well that there were many people in the circle who worked harder than him. How many of these people could make it like him? Opportunities are much more important than hard work. Without the opportunities given by the boss, he would still be a small actor like his former companions. When the list of nominees for Best Actress was announced later, Jennifer Lawrence almost rushed over to give Nicholson a kiss on the spot. This actress, born in the 1990s, got her first Oscar nomination in her life with Winter's Bone, recommended by Nicholson. Tom Sherrock personally announced the nominations for Best Actor. Not surprisingly, Leonardo was among them. Nolan and David Fincher were on the list of nominees for Best Director. Since 2009, the number of nominees for the Best Picture has increased to 10. This year, all 10 nominations have been filled. Martin's two films, Inception and Gone Girl, and Leonardo's Shutter Island, have all been nominated for the Best Picture. After the nomination list was finalized, there was a new project that was only tried this year. The Academy sent out invitations to many people to be the award presenters. Multiple envelopes were delivered to the corresponding people, and Martin and Nicholson both received them. The two quietly opened them, each took a look, and their burning eyes fell on Leonardo at the same time. Leonardo felt bad and asked, "What do you want to do? This is a formal occasion. Don't mess with me. Let's go to the bathroom." Nicholson left first. Martin followed. Leonardo gritted his teeth and went out as well. Being the award presenter needs to be kept secret. When they were alone, Nicholson asked Martin in a very low voice, "Which one are you?" Martin whispered back, "Best Actor." Nicholson nodded, "Me too." Leonardo was relieved for no reason after hearing this. Martin grabbed his collar and said, "You can't relax. It's not time to open the champagne yet. If you don't get this award, Jack and I will become the laughing stock of the whole world. You know how serious the consequences are." Nicholson grinned and said, "We will send you to the Sacred Valley and hand you over to Pete." Chapter 645. Getting started. This way of inviting award presenters is hard not to remind people of the situation when Martin Scorsese won the award a few years ago. Leonardo's confidence soared. There will be a group photo of the nominees next, and Martin and the other two are preparing to return to the banquet hall. Jessica Chastain turned out from the door not far away. After walking a few steps, she saw Martin and wanted to say hello with a smile. Behind her, someone quickly caught up with Jessica Chastain. Megan Ellison had long been eyeing the red-haired actress and said as she walked, "Jessica, wait." Jessica Chastain stopped, turned her head, and looked at her, and found that it was a strange face that she had never seen before. "I'm Megan Ellison, the president of Annapurna Pictures, and I have participated in the investment and production of The Hurt Locker." After a simple self-introduction, Megan showed her personality and active and extremely strong side. She said directly, "I have a movie directed by Catherine Bigelow, and I want you to play the leading role. I found your agent, but she said you don't have time. I can't accept this answer, let alone rejection." This made Jessica Chastain stunned. She didn't know Megan, but she had heard of Megan and knew who she was. But this aggressive invitation was too uncomfortable. All these words fell into the ears of Martin and the other two nearby. Nicholson whispered, "Here comes the challenge. Are you going?" Leonardo glanced at Megan Ellison's legs, face and hair, and sighed, "I can't get hard with this look. The war has been declared openly. What else is there to say?" Martin walked over there. "Come on with me." Nicholson patted Leonardo on the shoulder. Why can he run 10,000 meters, but you can only run 100 meters? Do you understand? Leonardo followed Martin, surprised. Is Megan Ellison married or engaged? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense with her appearance. Nicholson nodded. That's possible. While Jessica Chastain was stunned for a moment, she was also thinking about how to respond. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other side. Jess, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So you are here. Jessica Chastain turned around and saw Martin. She smiled and said, Martin, do you want to talk to me? Martin seemed not to have seen Megan Ellison and said, I suddenly thought of something. I have a role here. You are very suitable. The Martian has not yet confirmed other actors. The spacecraft commander must find a more mature actress. He simply said, Director Ridley Scott is preparing a space-themed project. If you are interested, you can take some time to go to Disney Studios. Megan Ellison stared at Martin with burning eyes. Martin completely ignored her. Jessica Chastain glanced at the domineering Megan, then looked at the spring breeze Martin, and asked, Can you give me one of your business cards? I will contact you after I say hello to my agent. Martin took out a business card and handed it to Jessica Chastain, reminding her, yours. Jessica Chastain took Martin's and quickly took out her own business card and handed it over. Martin didn't even look at Megan Ellison and invited her. Let's go. Jessica Chastain followed him and returned to the hall. Nicholson and Leonardo also entered the hall. Megan put her hands in her trouser pockets and watched these people leave. Her mouth twisted slightly. It was not difficult to think that this was Martin Davis's response to her. Deloitte, who was following her, took 2 steps forward and said, President, do you want to put pressure on them? Pressure? Although Megan had a tough personality and some of her father's arrogance, she was still clear-headed. This is Hollywood. We are new outsiders. How can we put pressure on them? Deloitte said, David has been in Hollywood for several years and has participated in many investments. Megan shook her head, but he is still a joke in Hollywood. Megan could say such words, but Deloitte couldn't respond and shut up immediately. The 3 bastards in Hollywood are quite interesting. Megan lowered her voice and said, keep an eye on Martin Davis. I want to prevent him from getting new projects. She thought of more. Also, find out what projects he has and contact those playwrights or novelists. Darrett understood what the overbearing president meant. I'll do it right away. Back in the banquet hall, Martin and the other 2 were still sitting together. Nicholson said, the other party is tough and domineering, but not as arrogant as imagined. I thought she would confront you directly. Leonardo interrupted. What does she use to confront? Whether it's above or below, Martin is not afraid. Martin would not treat his brothers unfairly, so he pushed Leonardo. That's enough. Nicholson reminded the 2 idiots. The war has just begun. This will be a long battle, because she has abundant funds and a strong family background, and it is difficult to be defeated at once. Martin said, take your time. After the nominees' lunch, all the Oscar nominees gathered in another hall and took a group photo. The nominees' luncheon ended, and the Academy would mail the final ballots and then select the winners. Martin, Nicholson and Leonardo agreed that, in addition to the candidates who had been finalized, the other candidates would be selected by golf, which none of the 3 of them were very good at, in order to be responsible for the Oscars and ensure fairness. Tijuana, near Custom Street, 7 or 8 Latin women came out of the bungalow with a yard, with dollars stuffed in their shorts and skirts, and blew kisses to the windows of the doorway that were lit up. The leader, a tall and long-legged woman, said to the few people who showed their heads near the door and window, dear, call us if you need anything. DePaul pulled his trousers and came down from the door with a cigarette in his mouth. Changed to another batch next time. No problem. The tall and long-legged woman opened the tight iron gate, glanced at the dark sky, and walked towards Custom Street with the girls. She secretly calculated how long it would take for these high rollers to recover their impulses, so that she could call and contact them actively. There is no other way. At the end of the month, the practitioners of the Custom Street need to work hard to achieve sales. If the performance does not meet the standard, the gangs that control them will really kill people. At the end of each month, the gangs will evaluate the performance of the practitioners under their control and select a few of the bottom ones to be beheaded. This is not only a warning, but also a way to renew the personnel. As for the people, the North is a beacon of the world, attracting people from all over Latin America to come. A woman wanted to smoke, but when she took out a cigarette, it was an empty box. She said, "I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes." The long-legged man waved his hand and led the others to go first. The woman crossed the dilapidated road and was about to go to the convenience store across the street. In the dark, a van suddenly drove over and stopped next to the woman with a creak. The woman reacted quickly and wanted to run, but was caught by the person who jumped out of the car. She wanted to struggle, but a sharp dagger was placed on her neck. She immediately stopped moving and was forced to get into the car obediently. In the car, there were people wearing black clothes and black hoods. The woman wanted to save her life, so she unbuttoned her clothes. "I can handle 2 at a time. You guys hurry up. I'll die if I go back too late." Marcelo, wearing a hood, asked, "How many people were there in the yard you just came out of?" The knife was on her vital point, and the woman didn't dare to lie. 6 people. The other people picked up a few photos. "Are they them?" The woman looked at them one by one. "It's them." "Watch your mouth. Pretend nothing happened." Marcelo winked. Paquita and Jesus tied the man up with a rope, taped his mouth, put on a black bag, found a secret place, and threw him down. In the bungalow with the yard, the 6 people finished their exercise, ate supper and drank beer, and talked about women again. Each of them was very excited. Diego, the tattooed man, said, "Boss, this money comes too easily. I called yesterday, and they said the hype has passed. Let's go back and do another job." Rodriguez was still cautious. "That's Martin Davis." DePaul took a big sip of beer. "Even if he is a national hero of the United States, what can he do to us? We'll do it and hide back in Mexico. It's useless for him to be on good terms with the LAPD. It was so easy to get such a large sum of money that people couldn't help but feel proud. Even the calm Romero said, "We didn't think carefully last time and made a mistake. We should have sold the clues, collected more deposits, and then came to Tijuana again. You are really a talent." The other 2 praised. DePaul said, "Boss, let's go back and do another big job. Just do what Romero said. You saw last time how valuable the script that Martin Davis is optimistic about is. We can retire if we do a big job." Thinking of this harvest, Rodriguez couldn't help but be tempted. For those who have experienced the taste of quick money, it is too difficult to calm down and make money slowly. Romero said, "Boss, with Lotero's lock-picking skills and Otto Mendez' electrical skills, we can definitely sneak into Martin Davis's house and search for script information, as well as his collection and jewelry." Diego stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Martin Davis' girlfriend, Elizabeth Olsen, I like her very much. We can find her chance when Martin Davis is out and she is at home, and then." The others laughed. DePaul took over. "After we're done, we'll go back to Tijuana and go directly to South America or other places to have fun." Rodriguez did it once, so he didn't have so many concerns about the second time. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to hear something. "Who?" The others reacted quickly and rushed to get their guns. With a crash, the glass window shattered and a black object was thrown in. "Get down!" DePaul shouted. With a bang, a flash of light and a loud noise exploded, and the 6 people were dizzy. The door was kicked open from the outside, and some men in black rushed in. The leader yelled, "Don't shoot the head." Gunshots rang out, blood splattered, and bodies fell sideways. Each person was shot 4 or 5 times. Paquita turned on the lights, while the others searched the room. Marcelo had the bodies straightened out, and took photos of them one by one. $30,000. It was easy money. Chapter 646 Special Golf Tournament. In the VIP lounge of the Los Angeles Country Club, Martin and Leonardo have already arrived, but Nicholson has not yet arrived. This old bastard, has he been drained by Jennifer Lawrence? Leonardo looked at his watch. He's half an hour late. Martin remembered that the old bastard had a heart attack, so he took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. There was a knock on the door, and Bruce went to open it. Nicholson came in. He sat on the sofa. As soon as he came in, panting, Martin asked, "Last night, Lawrence thanked you like crazy?" Nicholson said as he opened his bag. "She didn't thank me at all. She clearly wanted to murder me." She forced me to paint her face all over, and I couldn't stop until I was done. Leonardo was surprised. How could you have so much? I couldn't finish it. Nicholson took out a large envelope from his bag. I wanted to give Jennifer Lawrence freedom, but she didn't want to leave. Martin criticized without hesitation. You're 70 years old, and you're still a scumbag. Leonardo said, old scumbag. Nicholson ignored the two idiots and threw the envelope to Martin. Take a look. Martin took it, opened the envelope, and took out more than a dozen photos taken from different angles. There were corpses in each photo. Did you get it done so quickly? He recognized the 6 people on it. Nicholson said, $200,000 is very motivating. Leonardo came over to take a look and said, Mexico is such a chaotic place. Martin put the photos into an envelope and handed it to Bruce. Destroy them all. Leonardo said, let's go to the training ground. We still have to vote today. Nicholson held his waist and said, I can't swing today. I will be responsible for filling out the ballots for you. The 3 bastards came to the training field. They reserved the field today. The names prepared in advance were hung in the field. Whoever the golf ball hits, they will choose. Martin and Leonardo's skills are very poor. They are golf rookies. They rely on luck to hit the ball, so they can ensure fairness and justice. Nicholson was filling out the ballot. His waist was uncomfortable, but he was not idle. We should make a documentary about Oscar voting. Martin swung and hit the white ball, and the ball fell into the empty space. He turned around and said, the title of the film is 108 Ways to Ensure Fair Oscar Voting. Leonardo came over with a golf club. The Academy should pay us copyright fees and promote it on a large scale. This way of voting is much more troublesome than throwing darts. It took nearly a whole morning for the 3 of them to complete the voting. After coming out of the training ground, Bruce drove a golf cart and took them to the club restaurant. The quality and taste of the self-service lunch here are good. Martin chose the food and brought the plates to the table where Nicholson and Leonardo were sitting. He found that there was an unfamiliar man sitting here. The man was very polite and stood up and said, hello, Mr. Davis. My name is Braun, an entertainment agent. Martin pulled out a chair and sat down and looked at Nicholson and Leonardo. The latter said, Braun recommended a brand new way to play golf. Martin was somewhat curious, thinking, is it more expensive than the one in Hong Kong? Braun sat down, opened a tablet computer, and introduced, it's like this. There will be a special golf tournament this weekend, and the participants are all very distinguished and successful people like you 3. In addition to using the tournament to create a social platform, the organizer will also ensure that the tournament is interesting. Nicholson didn't quite believe it. Is there any golf that I haven't played? Braun clicked on the album on the tablet computer, called up a picture, and placed it between Martin and the other 2 for them to watch. A very beautiful and sexy blonde was lying on the golf course. From Martin's perspective, the green lawn set off 2 high hills, and a golf ball holder was set up in the middle of the hill with a golf ball on it. Next to the hill, a man whose face was not photographed swung his club and prepared to hit the ball. Braun clicked on the next picture, which was still on the golf course, and this time a red-haired girl was lying. It might be because of the low temperature in winter, part of the grass turned brown-red. In this part of the grass, a golf ball holder was standing upright, and there was also a golf ball on it. Although Nicholson was not a good golfer, he had followed the trend and played golf for many years, but he had never played such a fancy game. Leonardo was curious, how can the golf ball holder be so stable? Won't it fall down? Martin said casually, it must be a special design. Braun said, yes, the golf ball holder is specially designed, and it will definitely not fall down. With the knowledge of the 3 bastards, they naturally understood what the so-called special design was. Braun thought of the notoriety of the 3 bastards, and deliberately clicked on a video. The first thing that appeared in the video was the blonde in the first picture. Then, the man standing next to her swung and hit the ball. Maybe his level was too low and the club hit someone. The ball flew out, and the hill shook violently, and then became higher. Martin retracted his gaze. If it was the front, it might cause serious injuries. Braun turned off the tablet and said, 3 of you, do you want to join us? We have a special car to pick you up, and the ticket only costs $3,999. No matter what problems arise, we will solve them all, and it has nothing to do with you. Nicholson glanced at Martin and Leonardo, and both shook their heads slightly. The three bastards are indeed despicable and shameless, notorious in Hollywood, and like to mess with people, but definitely not in this way. Nicholson was curious. This special way of playing golf is not something that ordinary people can think of. Braun lowered his voice. I'm not afraid to say it directly. This was invented by Tiger Woods. Martin was really not surprised to hear this name. After all, Tiger Woods is not an ordinary person. Nicholson satisfied his curiosity and said, we are all traditional and conservative guys. We don't like these new ways of playing. You can find someone else. Braun was quite surprised. He originally thought that these three people were high quality customers. Martin said, don't disturb our meal. Thank you. Sorry. Braun was always polite and quickly packed up and left here. Nicholson looked at Leonardo. You are not interested? Leonardo said, I always respect women. What about you? Nicholson asked Martin. Let's not talk about respect or not. With my rookie skills, it will cause great harm to people. Martin said directly, I have no grudges against them. Why should I hurt them? Leonardo thought about it. Although Martin was very aggressive and would bite like a mad dog, he seemed to have never been cruel to people who had no grudges. Nicholson said, one day, we will get Megan Ellison and let her lie on the golf ball so that you can play golf. Just like when he messed with Belle, Martin never showed mercy to those who stood on the opposite side. Good idea, Jack. It's up to you. I'm waiting for this day. After lunch and a short nap, the three of them returned to Los Angeles and mailed out Oscar ballots. Martin had something to do in the afternoon, so he did not go to the nightclub with Leonardo and Nicholson to wash his face, but came to the Disney studio. With Hollywood crews leaving California for filming on a large scale, traditional studios have long since declined, and Disney Studios and Warner Studios are relatively busy. The two-story office building next to a medium-sized studio has now been cleaned out, and the studio has also repainted the exterior. When Martin came over, Marius, Alexandrovich and Alina were moving office supplies into the office building with several employees from Davos Studio who came to support them. The Napoleon Beauty Pass studio with separate financial accounting has been established here. In addition to sending a separate financial officer and other personnel, Martin handed over the actual production of the crew to Alexandrovich's small team. The script is complete. We are confident that we can finish filming and production this year. Alexandrovich has lost a lot of weight these days, but he knows that opportunities are rare. Martin, you have given us the greatest support. We have no way to repay you. We will definitely make the best film. Alina continued, we have never met a hearty investor like you before. Those Ukrainian investors in film and television projects are particularly stingy and like to interfere. Martin nodded. Ukraine is a good place. If I have the opportunity, I will invest there. Alexandrovich immediately replied, I also have some connections in Ukraine. Maybe I can help you. Martin laughed and patted Alexandrovich, who was a head shorter, on the shoulder. Okay, I'll rely on you then. Alexandrovich said, I will do my best. Martin talked about work. The second sum of funds will be transferred to the studio's account soon. You should speed up the preparatory work here. Actors and various staff can go to WMA to find Thomas Ryan. WMA can provide all the staff. As one of the top agencies in Hollywood, WMA had no difficulty in equipping all the staff in front of and behind the scenes for such a small project. Martin had already told Thomas that he would take care of all these. Alexandrovich said, I have talked to Thomas twice, and I'm going to let Svetlana play the leading role. The scumbag Martin almost forgot about the Russian actress and nodded casually. Okay. Alexandrovich asked again, other actors? Martin had no time and energy to deal with these trivial matters. You discuss and solve them with Thomas. Alexandrovich understood that these were all insignificant matters in Martin's eyes, which was equivalent to giving power to the three of them. This was also a trust. Now he is far from becoming a saint, and he is not one of the protagonists of the future world, so he is somewhat grateful. After hesitating for a while, Alexandrovich said, I have another idea and creativity, which is also a comedy. It is the story of a star that Ukrainians like very much and finally becomes president. Martin looked at him and started it. He said directly, "Put your ideas in written materials and give them to me." Chapter 647 Advanced Business War. Annapurna Pictures. In the president's office, Megan Allison, the domineering female president, is on the phone with the real domineering president. "I just read the investment report you sent over." Larry Ellison on the other end of the phone asked, "Why do you suddenly need to mobilize more than $200 million US?" Megan Allison said, "I have my eyes on 2 film projects that require large investments. Annapurna Pictures has just been established, and the market lacks confidence in us. It is not easy to raise funds from other channels." Larry Ellison had a question. "More than $200 million US for 2 projects?" Megan said, "In fact, the total production budget is $300 million US, and I still have more than $100 million US in hand." Larry Ellison asked, "I remember you wanted to go the route of small and medium-sized investment art films. Initially, it was, but now the opportunity is rare. These 2 projects are generally favored by the industry." Megan briefly talked about Seventh Son and Transcendence, as well as Martin Davis's related situation. Larry Ellison was silent for a moment and reminded, "You should observe for a while. Such a huge investment should be cautious." Megan could listen to her father's words and thought that she should be more cautious in investment. She hung up the phone and suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside. Darrett took a Spanish newspaper and hurried through the corridor to the president's office, looking a little flustered. Megan Allison looked up from behind the computer screen and said, "What happened? You have to stay calm in the company like this." Darrett also wanted to be calm, but the content in the newspaper made him unable to calm down. He hurriedly said, "President, those Mexicans are dead." He was in a daze. "All dead?" The domineering female president Megan frowned. "What Mexicans?" "The ones who provided us with the script information." Darrett put the newspaper on the desk. "They were shot and died in Tijuana." Megan glanced at the newspaper. It was in Spanish, and she couldn't understand it very well, but the picture on the newspaper was very clear. In the large picture, 6 bodies were lying in the blood and bullet holes could be seen on the wall. The 6 separate pictures showed the faces of 6 dead people. Darrett was really scared. Why were they shot to death? Megan closed the newspaper and threw it aside. Darrett was born in a good family and graduated from a prestigious university. He had never experienced such a thing. His voice was trembling. "It must have been Martin Davis." "Absolutely. President, what should we do? Didn't we agree on a business war? Why didn't they play by the rules? How could they use guns to engage in a business war?" "That's right. This must be related to Martin Davis. The idea of the female domineering president is completely different from that of ordinary people. Darrett sees that personal safety is threatened, but Megan finds business opportunities in it." She pondered and said, "Martin Davis was angry and used such a cruel method. This shows one thing." Darrett's legs couldn't help shaking. When facing those Mexicans, he had a kind of calmness that was superior to him. But after seeing the photos of the Mexican corpses, there was only fear of shattering eggs. Megan's thoughts became clearer and clearer. Martin Davis is very optimistic about the script's Seventh Son and Transcendence, so he is so angry and uses this method to retaliate. Delight was stunned for a moment, but then he thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He couldn't help but say, "This is a means of revenge that will be used after suffering a huge loss." Megan nodded slightly, looked at Delight again, and said, "Don't worry, this is Los Angeles, not Tijuana." Delight felt a little relieved. Megan thought about it and said, "You continue to keep an eye on Martin Davis. According to normal people's thinking, he will definitely actively look for new projects after losing these 2 projects." A scene from the Oscar nominees' luncheon flashed before her eyes. "The key to winning the project is funding. Who are we afraid of when it comes to money?" Delight quickly agreed. After the subordinates left, Megan thought carefully, called her father, and told him the general situation. Larry Ellison had experienced real business wars, fought with Bill Gates, fought with Microsoft executives, sent business spies, and had security guards besiege hostile shareholders within Oracle. He knew that the most high-end business wars would often be presented in the most primitive means, and said, "I will send a team of bodyguards to guard you 24 hours a day." Megan was accustomed to the life of bodyguards following her since she was a child. She did not refuse and asked, "What about the investment?" Larry Ellison did not understand Hollywood, just like he treated David Ellison, and asked directly, "How sure are you?" Megan said, 70%. Larry Ellison dared to fight and gamble. "Don't say 70%. 50% is enough to try." Megan said again, "If you want to do it the best. I plan to make additional investments and increase the total production budget of the two projects to $350 million US. The matter was completely finalized. Megan called Wilson again. "You are well informed in Hollywood. Pay more attention to Martin Davis's situation." Wilson understood what she meant and replied, "Yes." An office building next to the Disney Studios building was completely occupied by the crew of the Martian. Louise Mayer served as producer and Ridley Scott directed the new film starring Martin and has begun preparations. They are also the three giants of this crew. The total budget of the new film production is $120 million US, which is the highest investment project since the establishment of Davis Studio. Pacific Pictures, Disney Pictures and Grey Pictures all participated in the production investment. In the negotiation for the male lead that just ended, Thomas got a lucrative actor contract for Martin. Gone Girl has basically ended its North American screening, with a cumulative North American box office of $228 million US. Overseas screenings are still continuing, and the current global box office has exceeded $450 million US. Coupled with the huge success of Inception, the two films last year allowed Martin, who had just entered the 20 million club, to gain a firm foothold. The contract signed by Martin and the crew of the Martian has a basic salary of up to $20 million US, and then a tiered share of the North American box office. The share line is $120 million US of the production cost. If the North American box office reaches $120 million, Martin will receive a 2% share. For every additional $30 million US, the share will automatically increase by 1 percentage point, and the highest cap can reach 10% of the North American box office. This is what is commonly known as a 20+10 contract. There is also a share of 5% of a flying gross profit, including DVD, online on-demand and TV rights. This is an absolute single leading movie, and the second highest actor is Mean. However, the salary of Hollywood supporting actors is far from that of the protagonists. Mean only has $3 million US plus the corresponding post-production share. This is already a high price among Hollywood supporting actors. The total salary of other supporting actors is not as high as Mean alone. Jessica Chastain has participated in the MacUp audition, and Louise and Ridley unanimously decided to use her to play the female commander of the spacecraft. The rest of the roles are also being auditioned one after another. Several of my assistants have gone to the Middle East and Australia to find suitable locations. Compared to David Fincher, Ridley Scott is a serious director who pays special attention to efficiency. In recent years, regardless of the size of the investment, he has basically maintained the speed of shooting and producing one movie a year. He looked at Martin and said, "I hope you will prepare for the role in the next 2 months. The role you are about to play is an astronaut living on Mars. You must undergo a series of intensive physical training." Martin said, "I will." Louise said, "Since I met Martin, he has been maintaining a high intensity training, including running, fighting, strength training, and the use of firearms, etc." Ridley, the old school director, turned his mind and said, "When people get old, sometimes their memory is not good. I almost forgot that you are the most athletic actor in Hollywood." He changed his tone and said, "One more thing, you should find a farm or planting company to learn how to grow potatoes. This is one of the key plots and selling points in the movie." Martin responded, "I have made preparations in this regard." He did not learn from anyone. Planting potatoes was an ability from his previous life. Martin, who was also born in the early 1980s, came from the countryside. It was common for children of that era to help their families with farm work. They used farmyard manure to grow potatoes, vegetables, sweet potatoes, etc. And I don't know how many times they did it. To be honest, he has more experience in using farmyard manure than many professional farmers in the United States. The three discussed many issues such as the shooting and production of the project for most of the day. The crew was controlled by Louise as a whole. Ridley Scott was a super hand at shooting science fiction films, even if he never thought so. The crew's preparation efficiency was amazing. According to Ridley's plan, the preparatory preparations must be fully prepared, so that the shooting will start in mid to late May, and the shooting will be completed in 2 months. All post-production will be completed by the end of October, and the film can be released in November. Then, he took a month off, and went to work with 20th Century Fox again. The new work has been finalized, the new movie of Alien. At the end of the 3-person meeting, Ridley suddenly asked Martin and Louise, "Do you have any suitable epic film projects? We can continue to cooperate." Sure enough, epic films are true love, but Martin didn't want to jump into this pit and said, "I just encountered some changes here, and there is nothing suitable for the time being." Ridley had heard something, and didn't say anything more. Coming out of the small conference room, Martin chatted with Louise for a few words, and left the crew studio. Bruce came over from the other side and said, Annapurna Pictures issued an announcement this morning that they will increase investment in the 2 projects Seventh Son and Transcendence. The production budget of the former will be increased to $180 million, and the latter will be increased to $170 million. Martin was a little surprised. Interesting, the domineering female president actually made additional investments. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Lone Ranger. In the afternoon, Martin met Leonardo and Nicholson 40, and then he got in the car and went home. On the way, he received a call from Nicholson, asking him to buy a newspaper. Bruce stopped the car and bought the newspaper. Martin found a picture of a Spanish newspaper, which reported a shooting in Tijuana. Similar cases happen from time to time in Tijuana, and the rate of solving the cases is infinitely close to zero. Martin asked Bruce to take a look and said, the newspaper reported it so quickly. Bruce understood the reason behind this. This is also a way for the hired to prove to the employer that the task is completed. Martin nodded and suddenly remembered what Bruce had just said and asked, does this newspaper have a large circulation in Los Angeles? It's okay. Bruce knew a little bit. There are a lot of Mexicans in Los Angeles, and this should be one of the Spanish language newspapers with the largest circulation. Martin pondered and asked, Bruce, if you were Megan Ellison, what would you think when you saw this news? Bruce said, hurry up and find a few bodyguards to protect you 24 hours a day so that you won't mess with them. You are still used to fighting and killing, messing with people randomly. Martin simply took out his mobile phone and called Leonardo and Nicholson, asking them to come quickly. Half an hour later, the 3 met at Nicholson's house. Nicholson's housekeeper had prepared black tea and snacks. The 3 sat in the garden, basking in the warm winter sun, and discussed what had just happened. Leonardo also has a film company called Open Road Pictures. Martin asked him, from the perspective of the boss of a film company, if you were Megan Ellison, what would you think after seeing these news? Leonardo thought for a moment and said, if Megan Ellison has connections with those Mexicans, she will definitely guess that we did it. From the perspective of investors, she will pay more attention to the 2 scripts you lost. Nicholson took over. This morning, Annapurna Pictures announced additional investments in Seventh Son and Transcendence, which confirms this speculation. Leonardo had a question and looked at Martin. What's the situation with these 2 projects? Are you really optimistic about them, so you put them in the safe? On the contrary, I'm not optimistic. Martin didn't know what to say about some of the things he said. The scripts are indeed well written and very high level, but after careful study, I always have a feeling that they may not be the types that are widely liked by the audience. Leonardo caught Martin's sore spot. You are not optimistic about them, and you locked them in the safe. Is your head full of seawater? Nicholson habitually mocked. How can a bastard who is not accepted by Satan be normal? Leonardo is also a film company owner, and couldn't help asking, why do you think these 2 projects will fail? Since the success of The Lord of the Rings, Hollywood's magical epics have continued to emerge, but how many of them are successful? Martin picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, maybe Hollywood's influence and inertia over the past few decades have continued, and there will be big budget epic projects every year. Leonardo recalled carefully, I will never touch epic projects in the future. Martin continued, as for Transcendence, Annapurna Pictures has invited Depp with a lot of money. In my personal opinion, the more successful Depp's role as Captain Jack Sparrow is, the greater the obstacles he will face in succeeding in other projects and roles. He added, these two projects may also succeed. Before a movie is released on a large scale, who dares to guarantee success or failure 100%? Leonardo said, although you are a bastard who likes to seduce other people's wives, when it comes to women, you have proved your vision and judgment time and time again in the more than 5 years I have known you. Martin automatically ignored the latter sentence and gave Leonardo a middle finger. You, an amateur athlete who can run 100 meters in 20 seconds, stop slandering others. Leonardo was too lazy to refute this scumbag. He opened a mobile phone and sent a message to a middleman. After the Oscars, I'm going to organize a party for Asian actresses. You can invite more beautiful and sexy female stars who are married or engaged. The other side quickly replied, your hobby is really special. Leonardo retorted, don't slander people. That Megan Ellison must be very happy now. It's so satisfying to fleece you. Nicholson felt uncomfortable if he didn't make trouble. Following the previous train of thought, he said, people have inertial thinking. Megan just messed with you and made you feel very comfortable. If you have another project you are optimistic about, will she take action? Leonardo put away his phone, digging a hole to bury people. I like it. Martin said, the bait can't be thrown too obviously, otherwise it won't attract fish. Nicholson asked, do you have a suitable project in hand? Not yet. Martin only thought of these things after seeing the news in the newspaper, so he was not prepared. Nicholson was already interested. You are responsible for finding projects, and I'm responsible for casting bait. Leonardo interrupted, what about me? You just go for the awards safely. Martin reminded, if you lose the Best Actor award, Jack and I will send you to the Sacred Valley and let you make a movie with Pete. The trio's party ended today. Back home, Martin was still thinking about the bait. Successful films were hard to find, but what about films with big pitfalls? Films that meet the high investment and low return requirements and can still attract the interest of investors are actually not easy to find. The first person Martin thought of was Ridley Scott. Most of Ridley Scott's epic films meet this requirement, but it's best if they are not original. Ridley Scott also gave Martin a hint that it is entirely possible for people to promote the works. After entering 2010, besides Ridley Scott's works, whose works have more pitfalls? Martin thought of two seed players, Robert Downey Jr. and Johnny Depp. The former is okay, but the latter is a pitfall. Depp's Transcendence is already available, so there is no need to bother two masters for one thing. Martin tried hard to recall the Depp films he had seen. There is no need to consider Alice 2 and Caribbean 5. The others. Don't mention it. Martin really remembered one. I remember it seemed to be adapted from a well-known TV series. Depp, this weirdo, played a weirdo with grease on his face. It seemed to be called The Lone Ranger. He picked up his phone, called Thomas and asked, do you know a TV series called The Lone Ranger? Go check which company the copyright belongs to. I know, no need to check, it's a classic old drama. Thomas has seen related film and television works, and has some understanding of it. The Lone Ranger was originally an ABC radio drama, and it seems to have 3,000 episodes. Later, after ABC developed its television business, it was filmed into a TV series. The leading actor is a veteran actor Clayton Moore. I remember that in the 1950s, ABC also filmed to the Lone Ranger movies. He thought carefully, the copyright should have always been in the hands of ABC. After ABC was acquired by Disney, the copyrights of film and television were uniformly assigned to the film library of Disney Pictures. The current top person in charge is your old friend Alan Horn. Martin couldn't help but say, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Thomas asked, do you need me to contact Disney Pictures? No need. Martin felt that there was no time to lose. I will call Alan Horn myself. Thomas thought of Seventh Son and Transcendence that had just been thrown away and specifically reminded, be sure to keep it confidential. Martin hung up the phone and called Alan Horn directly, who also lived in Beverly Hills. The two agreed to meet, and Martin arrived at Alan Horn's house on time. Alan Horn said, "Wait a moment, I asked Cody to go to Disney in person to get the relevant information about the Lone Ranger." Martin said, "Don't worry." Alan Horn further said, "Someone mentioned this old classic series to me before. By the way, it was Jerry Bruckheimer. He wanted to adapt it into a blockbuster with an investment of more than $150 million US, but Disney and Jerry Bruckheimer had serious differences of interest in the distribution of profits from the Pirates of the Caribbean series, so I temporarily suppressed his proposal." He looked at Martin. "If you are interested in adapting, Disney Pictures can cooperate with you." Martin tentatively said, "I have an idea that may allow Disney to obtain higher returns without investing any money, only through a 10-year adaptation copyright authorization. Spending $150 million US to adapt such a Western-themed work is too risky." If someone else said such a thing, Alan Horn would not pay any attention, but since it was Martin who said it, he couldn't help but take it seriously. He thought of the worst fall in his life, Terminator 2018. The two chatted about this topic, and after a while, Cody Horn came back with the information about the Lone Ranger. The information was very comprehensive, because Jerry Bruckheimer once wanted to adapt it, so he specially sorted it out, and even had a preliminary plan. This saved Martin a lot of trouble. More than half an hour later, Martin left with the information, and called Nicholson and Leonardo, and the three of them met at the former's home. Jerry Bruckheimer has always had a good eye. Nicholson looked through the information Martin brought. "Do you think there will be problems with this project?" Martin explained, "It's an outdated Western genre film, but it's endorsed by the gold medal producer Jerry Bruckheimer." Leonardo added, "There is also Martin Davis, who has a particularly good eye for selecting scripts and projects as the background board." Martin continued, "My point of view is the same as before. The key to the problem lies with Johnny Depp. Depp is working with Megan Ellison on Transcendence. When we contacted Disney, we also contacted Depp." Nicholson understood it immediately and continued Martin's thoughts. "Megan Ellison snatched 2 projects from you, and you snatched Jessica Chastain in front of her, but this matter is too small and does not fit our style of doing big things as a trio, so we use this project to force Depp to come out. He knows Hollywood well. Hollywood crews have an exit mechanism. Transcendence is still in preparation. According to Hollywood rules, before the official filming begins, Depp can withdraw from the crew, as long as a certain price is paid." Martin said, "We made a gesture of paying the penalty for Depp. I've dealt with Depp before, and know him, and the people around him. Nicholson has seen too much in this circle. Depp is a good man, but he is also a drunkard and a big mouth. The people around him are a group of unreliable people. It is too difficult to keep them secret." Leonardo said, "Jack is right. The situation around Depp is a mess." Martin remembered it the same way. Nicholson said, "The digging plan has officially begun." Chapter 649 The pit is dug. Near noon, the drunk Johnny Depp finally woke up and staggered downstairs. His new girlfriend Amber Heard had already prepared breakfast and lunch. She smelled the strange smell on Depp and pushed him to the bathroom. "Go brush your teeth and wash your face." When the door closed, Amber's disgust flashed on her face, but when she heard the movement inside, she instantly returned to a full smile. This couple is more like the male and female protagonists in Gone Girl. After dinner, this perfect couple got into the car driven by the driver and bodyguard and prepared to rush to the scheduled meeting. The original appointment was at 10 a.m., but Depp was a person who had no sense of time. Being hungover and late was normal, but being on time and sober was rare. After Pirates of the Caribbean, whether in the crew or in life, other people who dealt with Depp had to adapt to Depp's rhythm. The car entered the parking lot in front of a business club. 4 or 5 followers surrounded Depp and entered the club gate to meet his agent 1. Even after years of cooperation, the agent couldn't help but say, "John, you're too late." Depp didn't care at all. "It's only a little while now, isn't it? It's no big deal." Wham led the way. "Come with me." Several people walked out of the lobby and headed towards the business building. Wham said something to the bodyguard, and the bodyguard asked Depp's followers to go to the entertainment area to kill time. Wham looked at Amber again, but the latter held Depp's arm tightly. Depp is famous for his love-brained mind, and of course he would not let Amber leave. The four of them came to a reception room in the business building and met Thomas, Ryan and Jessica, who had invited them this time. Thomas introduced Jessica first. This is the business director of Davis Film and Television Studios. Both sides quickly got to the point. Jessica handed the information about the Lone Ranger to Depp. Davis Studio wants to invite Johnny to join this project. The project is expected to invest $160 million US. If Johnny agrees to join, we will immediately reach an agreement with Disney and start preparations. Depp looked at it and remembered that he seemed to have heard someone say it, but he couldn't remember who it was. He drank too much last night, and the alcohol was still affecting his brain. Wham was also watching and reminded him, Jerry once wanted to adapt this project. He looked at Thomas and asked directly, "You guys?" Thomas said, "We are here on behalf of Martin Davis. Martin thinks Johnny is the most suitable for the role of Tonto." Hearing the name of Martin Davis, Amber's heart moved, and she quietly took out her mobile phone from her handbag, pretending to check the information, but turned on the recording. Wham asked, "Have you got the copyright? We are negotiating." Thomas didn't understand the actual situation and thought that Martin really wanted to run this project, and poaching Depp was also revenge on Annapurna Pictures. He acted very confidently. Martin and Alan Horn have been friends for many years and have reached a cooperation intention. Once some details are negotiated, a paper contract will be signed immediately. Amber leaned over to take a look. The Lone Ranger seems to be a classic series. Jessica said, "Yes, ABC's classic radio and television dramas have a certain audience base and have a good prospect for adaptation." Wham asked, "You just said that you will start preparation soon. Will it start shooting soon?" Jessica replied, "It is expected to be in May or June. This conflicts with Johnny's schedule." Wham's heart moved, thinking that these two people came on behalf of Martin Davis, and vaguely guessed something. Johnny has signed a contract with a crew of Transcendence, and he has no schedule during that period. Jessica said directly, "If possible, we hope that Johnny will withdraw from the crew, and all expenses incurred during the period will be borne by Davis Studio." She said the key, "We will not let Johnny suffer losses in terms of salary $35 million US plus a maximum of 10 points of North American box office share, and corresponding a fine revenue share. All of these are easy to negotiate." Depp seemed to be still asleep, and he would burp occasionally. Amber glanced at him, extremely disappointed. How could such a person become so popular now? Jessica added, "Davis Studio, Pacific Pictures and Disney Pictures all want to cooperate with Johnny." Wham held Depp in his hand and felt that he had grasped the key to this meeting. Instead of being in a hurry, he said, "This is not a trivial matter. We need time to consider it." The two sides chatted for a while, and Depp lost his patience and stood up to leave. Wham was helpless and could only apologize to Thomas and Jessica, and then followed. As soon as they left the club, Depp's group of followers surrounded them and wanted to pull them to drink together. Depp shouted, "Black Mamba Bar, our party today has begun." Wham knew that there was no way to talk about things today. Amber said, "I have an appointment with my sister to do skincare. I will find you at the bar after that." The group of people was divided into 3 groups. Depp said to his friends as they walked, "I'm treating you today. Let's drink the best wine." Someone asked, "Is there any good news?" Depp laughed, "Do you know Martin Davis? The media listed him and me on the same level. Today he came to me and asked me to play the leading role in one of his projects." Another person asked, "What project? Why doesn't he play it himself?" The Lone Ranger. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the club, Nicholson looked at the group of people who were divided into 3 groups and walked away, and asked Martin, "What's the situation with Thomas?" Martin put away his phone. "The conditions have been put forward, and Depp's agent has accepted the information. They said they want to think about it." This was expected. Nicholson said, "We have put out the bait, and we just need to see if the fish will bite the hook." Leonardo held a telescope and kept observing Depp's girlfriend. He said, "This girl is good. She is beautiful and has a good figure." Martin said, "This is your type." No, no. Leonardo put down the telescope and said, there are rumors in the circle that Depp wants to get engaged to her. This is your favorite type. Martin ignored him and said to Nicholson, if there is any action over there, they will definitely contact Disney Pictures. We will get the news as soon as possible. For Hollywood, Megan Allison is just an outsider. Amber drove a car alone and stopped on the side of the road not far away. She took out her mobile phone and played the recording just now. The recording was very clear. A while ago, when Depp met with Megan Allison, the other party had said a few words. Amber was very moved. Without much hesitation, she picked up her mobile phone and dialed the number Megan left for her. As soon as the call was connected, she introduced herself first and then said, half an hour ago, Martin Davis, Agent Thomas and Agent Jessica met with Depp and wanted to force Depp to play the leading role in his new project. Megan said, come to my office. Amber quickly rushed to Annapurna Pictures and an assistant took her into the office. Megan was very direct. What's the specific situation? Tell me. Amber organized her words on the way, quickly and in detail explained what happened, and took out her mobile phone and played the recording again. You are good. You are thoughtful. Megan praised, took out the checkbook, signed a check, and put it on the desk. This is your award. Amber wanted more, so she didn't take it. This is what I should do. Megan didn't even raise her eyes. I believe you can keep an eye on Depp and prevent him from making a decision. That makes me unhappy. Amber went to get the check, saw the number on it, and promised, he will never. Very good. Megan was almost commanding, leave the mobile phone recording. An assistant came over, and Amber immediately copied the mobile phone recording. She didn't stay any longer and left quickly. Megan opened the webpage and searched for the Lone Ranger. A lot of related content came out. It was a classic old drama of the last century, a character familiar to a generation. After Disney acquired ABC, the copyright fell into Disney's hands. Megan called Depp's agent directly. Seeing that she got the news so quickly, Wham didn't need to keep it secret, so he told it out without hesitation. In this way, the two companies compete for Depp, and the beneficiaries are him and Depp. Megan hung up the phone. As she expected, Martin Davis had 2 projects snatched away and was looking for other projects, and he also wanted to snatch her male lead. This reminded Megan of what happened at the Oscar nominees luncheon. Martin snatched away Jessica Chastain in front of her, and now he is trying to secretly poach Depp again. Megan pressed the intercom, let Derrett and Wilson come over. Soon, the 2 men rushed over. Megan explained the details of the matter and played the recording that Amber secretly made. Wilson, a veteran producer in Hollywood, said, I've heard of this project. At a producers union gathering some time ago, Jerry Bruckheimer discussed it with several producers he was close to. He complained that Alan Horn, the new president of Disney Studios, was an egomaniac who broke his predecessor's promise and suppressed the Lone Ranger project he wanted to adapt. Megan asked, is it the gold medal producer Jerry Bruckheimer who produced Bad Boys for Life, The Rock, Con Air, Public Enemies, Pearl Harbor, Black Hawk Down, Pirates of the Caribbean series, and National Treasure series? Wilson said, that's him. This is so convincing. At Martin Davis. Megan was decisive and things were as she expected. She said, Wilson, go find Jerry Bruckheimer and ask about the project. She looked at Derrett again and said, go find Depp's agent Wham and get a copy of the relevant information about the Lone Ranger from him and find out about the situation inside Disney. The 2 agreed one after another. Megan was still worried, so she specifically reminded him, you must keep it confidential and don't let Martin Davis know about it. Understand? Understood. The 2 left the office and immediately got busy. Chapter 650, a top project worth $200 million. In this business world, as long as you are willing to spend money, things will be easy to do. In just one day, the 2 small teams led by Derrett and Wilson summarized the verified relevant information to Megan Allison. Wilson had direct contact with Jerry Bruckheimer and reported, the news is true. Jerry submitted a proposal to Disney Pictures on behalf of Bruckheimer Pictures in early December last year, wanting to adapt the movie The Lone Ranger. The information we got was actually compiled by Jerry. Megan Allison laughed. It turns out that Martin Davis is stealing other people's projects. Wilson said again. Indeed, because of the profit sharing of the Pirates of the Caribbean series, Jerry and Disney Pictures had a conflict. The latter's new president, Alan Horn, had a lot of opinions about Jerry and directly suppressed this project. Jerry thought that the other party wanted to make limbo his head. He added, I also found out from Jerry that something that was not in the information. He originally planned to lead the original production team of Pirates of the Caribbean, such as Gore Verbinski continuing to be the director and Epp playing the male lead, to create another Caribbean series. Megan said, a gold medal producer with a gold medal production team, very good. Wilson suggested based on his many years of experience, President, we should take this project as soon as possible. Darrett interrupted and said, in order to snatch Depp away, Davis Studio offered a very exaggerated salary and paid the full amount of liquidated damages. Martin Davis is obviously taking revenge on us. In addition, I bribed the people at Disney Pictures and got accurate information that the project of the Lone Ranger was discussed by Martin Davis himself with Alan Horn. These were enough for Meghan, the proud, strong and decisive domineering female president, to make a decision, immediately select the most capable personnel in the company, to form a negotiation team, and formally purchase the adaptation rights of the Lone Ranger from Disney Pictures today. Money is not a problem. She thought for a while, and then said, Wilson, you will formally contact Jerry Bruckheimer's team. I want the gold medal production team in the Caribbean to join this project. Wilson said, Martin Davis' personal friendship with Alan Horn will be the biggest obstacle. Openly seeking, Alan Horn is only the president of Disney Pictures, not the controlling shareholder. Meghan's strategy is very simple, speaking with strength and using funds to pressure people. Let all Disney management know our offer, which will become a purer business behavior. In front of the group's profits, no matter how good Martin Davis' personal relationship with Alan Horn is, he can only give way. Annapurna Pictures was established not long ago, with zero copyright film libraries and only a few film projects invested in one hand. It is a new company among new companies, but it has sufficient funds. That afternoon, an explosive news swept the entire Hollywood. Annapurna Pictures offered Disney Pictures the film adaptation rights of the classic old drama The Lone Ranger for a high price of $30 million. Disney Pictures immediately held a management meeting and then responded, making initial contact with people from Annapurna Pictures, indicating that the film adaptation rights of The Lone Ranger were not for sale by Disney. This was a clear signal of raising the price. Annapurna Pictures immediately raised the offer, and the two sides began to seesaw. Davis Studio, Martin's office. Leonardo opened the glass cabinet, took out Lily's latest work, and said while admiring it, the fish has taken the bait. Nicholson looked at Martin. You must respond. You can't back down now. I understand. Martin picked up the phone and called Jessica. We also make an open offer, $50 million. Nicholson's eyebrows jumped. Are you crazy? What if you scare people away? Martin said, no, Jerry Bruckheimer's original plan was to make it into a popular series of movies again like Caribbean. For the copyright of a series of movies, $50 million is nothing. As far as he remembers, the film and television rights of the 50 Shades of Grey series were sold for more than $100 million. Leonardo answered, we are not really buying it. What are you afraid of? Nicholson's cell phone rang. He answered the call, and after hanging up, he said, the latest news is that people from Annapurna Pictures have contacted Jerry Bruckheimer, and it is estimated that Megan Ellison wants to invite Bruckheimer's team to produce and shoot. We gave Depp the option in advance, and she contacted Jerry Bruckheimer again. If nothing unexpected happens, she will also invite Depp to play the leading actor. This is the key. Martin secretly calculated from the perspective of an investor. In Bruckheimer's earliest plan, he co-produced with Disney, and the production budget proposed was no less than $150 million. If the copyright fee is included, she will have to invest at least $200 million in production. Leonardo has a film company and said, it will only be more, not less. Nicholson laughed and was very happy. This time it's a big deal. If it's really like what you said, 3 projects with such large investments all fail, Annapurna Pictures will inevitably go bankrupt. Even if Larry Ellison has nearly $30 billion in assets, it is impossible for his daughter to be so generous to give money to Hollywood. Martin warned, "You two should be careful. Don't shoot yourself in the back 8 times." Nicholson said, "Just come on. I'm afraid no one will mess with me." Then, the three of them left Burbank together and came to Hollywood to attend the Screen Actors Guild Awards luncheon. There were no unexpected situations in the male and female protagonists. Leonardo and Natalie Portman won the Best Actor and Best Actress of the Screen Actors Guild Awards respectively. It is no exaggeration to say that the probability of the two winning the Oscar for Best Actor and Best Actress is as high as 99%. Martin no longer has to worry about the battle for the Lone Ranger. Nicholson has been acting as the commander and controlling the entire digging plan. The so-called full play. Davis Studio increased its offer while increasing its efforts to poach Depp, and also contacted Jerry Bruckheimer's production team, showing a competitive posture. The two companies are competing so much that the news cannot be kept secret. Martin and Jerry Bruckheimer's optimistic project soon attracted more wolves. Relativity Entertainment, which was established by Summit Entertainment and Wall Street Capital, jumped out to join the competition. Lionsgate and Paramount Pictures also asked Disney about the possibility of co-production. Sony Columbia Pictures even offered $60 million for the film. The higher the offer, the less likely Alan Horn was to let Disney adapt the film. A project that cost more than $200 million to shoot and produce may not make as much profit as the copyright license. What are the risks? Before the Oscars, the whole of Hollywood was attracted by this commercial bidding. The Lone Ranger seemed to have become a super hot project. A week before the Oscars, Annapurna Pictures, with its strong cash flow, won the film adaptation rights of The Lone Ranger for $80 million plus an undisclosed proportion of the post-production share. All of Hollywood was shocked. Megan Ellison's strength was even more shocking than when her brother David Ellison entered Hollywood. While signing the licensing agreement with Disney Pictures, Annapurna Pictures secured the original Pirates of the Caribbean production team headed by Jerry Bruckheimer and Gore Verbinski, and announced that it would use this gold medal team to shoot and produce The Lone Ranger. But Johnny Depp encountered some troubles. $30 million? I will continue to star in their new film. Today, Depp was sober for a rare time. He rejected the offer from Annapurna Pictures and said to his agent, "I don't feel sincerity." Wham said, "This is their basic offer. We can continue to talk." Depp said directly, "I remember that Davis Studio offered me a basic salary of $35 million for this role, plus a maximum of 10% of the North American box office share. Annapurna can't offer less than this, right?" Martin's offer raised Depp's psychological expectations. Wham said, "I will negotiate with Annapurna Pictures again in the afternoon. 35 plus 10 is the basis." Martin wanted to poach Depp. Jerry Bruckheimer insisted on using Depp. Annapurna Pictures finally signed a salary agreement with Johnny Depp for $35 million plus a maximum of 15% of the North American box office share. Depp is notoriously difficult to deal with. In addition to these, the film company also has to provide high salaries for Depp's 5 followers, 3 nannies and 2 pet dogs. As for other additional agreements on food, clothing, housing and transportation, there are hundreds of them. But now Depp has such capital. After the actor agreement was signed, Annapurna Pictures held a grand press conference before the Oscars, which was also a film project launch conference. The production budget of the project is as high as $220 million US. Jerry Bruckheimer's team will start preparations immediately. After Depp finishes filming Transcendence, he will turn to the filming of The Lone Ranger. In addition, Annapurna Pictures is also simultaneously promoting 2 film projects, Seventh Son and Zero Dark 30. The old Hollywood companies can see clearly that after Relativity Entertainment, Hollywood has another wolf. But whether the wolf will eat meat or leave itself fat is still uncertain. Running 4 projects at the same time and having never produced a movie, it was difficult to attract outside investment, and Annapurna Pictures' cash flow was very tight. Megan Ellison couldn't ask her father for help on everything, so she simply applied for a bank loan. However, Annapurna Pictures had no film library or fixed assets to mortgage, and the bank also rejected their application to use the future income of the movie as collateral. Megan Ellison simply used the trust fund set up for her by Larry Ellison as collateral. She was an outsider in Hollywood and scoffed at the old Hollywood rules that you shouldn't use your own money to make movies. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.